Live and welcome back to Trent Bridge. Yes, the Metro Bank One Day Cup continues and we are back on home soil here at Trent Bridge as we welcome Gloucestershire to Trent Bridge today. Now, the two captains have been out there in the middle just a short time ago, and it was the Gloucestershire captain that won that toss, and they have elected to have a bowl. So the Nottinghamshire openers will be making their way down the pavilion steps very, very shortly. But let's tell you who those Nottinghamshire openers will be as we tell you the selected 11. You should see that now on your screen there. And if you look down there, you will see that there are two names that make a stand out. We welcome back Calvin Harrison. He's obviously been with the Trent Rockets throughout the 100 competition, but he is available to play today and he goes straight into that selected 11. And Rob Lord obviously had a fantastic game just a few days ago, and he keeps his place in the selected 11 there that you will see on screen. Now, it's a very important game between these two, because if we just take a look at the table, you will see that they are on the same amount of points. So 6 points for both teams here. So it's a very big game. Net run rate very close as well, and that obviously makes a difference if points are tied. But the umpires are making their way out onto the field. Ben Slater and Freddie McCann are on the rope as well, and the Gloucestershire fielding team are there as well. So let's hand you over to your match commentary, and that is Dave Bracegirdle.
Everybody, welcome to Trent Bridge with the umpires on their way out to the middle. More than a month since they last played here, but as Aaron was saying, those of you watching the live stream, it's a really important match here in Group B of the Metro Bank One Day Cup competition, with both these sides still harbouring hopes of getting through to the knockout phase. I'm still just getting a little bit of feedback, and we'll get rid of it. There we are. Right, we'll start again. Good morning, I'm Dave Bracegirdle from BBC Radio Nottingham. Notts against Gloucester in the 50 over Cup. Make sense of all this early morning madness, if you will. Notts and Gloucestershire. Then Gloucestershire have won the toss. They've put Notts into bat first. Couple of changes from the Outlaws side that defeated Surrey at Guildford on Sunday. Calvin Harrison released from his 100 commitments, drinks carrying only so far this season for Calvin Harrison. He comes in for Matthew Montgomery, and they've been rotating the seamers a little bit throughout the course of this competition. Brett Hutton comes back. Toby Petman sits this one out. I'll give you the Notts side in full in just a moment, but not remembering my manners. For the very first time this morning, the first time in a while Gloucestershire have been in here, and I know he's been here many times before, but the first time in the commentary box here. I think a very good morning to Ed Seaborn.
Good morning, Mr. Bracegirdle. It's wonderful to be here, and Gloucestershire in must-win mode, as I guess Nottinghamshire, I guess Nottinghamshire sort of are as well. But yeah, I mean, I do know where I am. I promise you, I know where I am. I mean, you definitely know where you are when you come here. Everything's Trent and Nottingham, and yeah. Anyway, it's a bit disorienting. A new vantage point. I'm going to blame that anyway.
Gloucestershire need to win. Notts probably need to win, but if they don't, they might just be able to squeak in, obviously depending on other results. Gloucestershire have played 6 points, Notts have played 5-6 points. It's looking like Warwickshire and Glamorgan will romp clear in the top 2 places, so essentially they're all just playing for that third spot.
Yep, indeed, and Gloucestershire have to win both, but as Dave says, it's not absolutely certain that they'll qualify even if they win both these remaining games. In comes the New England Lion, Ajit Singh Dale, bowling to Ben Slater. First ball of the match is pushed back up the surface, and there is no run. 3 members of this Gloucestershire side have been picked for that Lions side, which will take on Sri Lanka starting on Wednesday. So it's a 4-day encounter at New Road. There's a 12-player Lions squad that has been picked. Singdale is in over the wicket, bowling to the left-handed Slater, and this is pushed away towards backward point. And Hammond completes the fielding for no run. So Zaman Akhtar, Ollie Price and Ajit Singh Dale have all been picked in that Lions side. I'll let Mr. Bracegirdle outline the Nottinghamshire contingent.
Yeah, just two, Lyndon James and Farhan Ahmed. And of course this, he's going to rule, I presume Gloucestershire have got a game on Wednesday as well, have they? Yeah, yeah.
Does make things rather interesting for the latter stages of this one-day cup as Singdale bowls a slashing drive attempted by Slater, which he makes no contact with, and it goes through to Bracey behind the stumps. So Gloucestershire will have to make at least 3 changes for their last game against Leicestershire, even if they win this game. And Leicestershire, they only have one player in that 12-man squad. It's Josh Hull, who has not been playing for Leicestershire in the one-day cup anyway, because he's been picked up by the 100. So they will be at full strength. Gloucestershire will be missing 3 players, but it is as Singdale bowls to Slater, who drives. That's a good-looking shot through extra cover, and a fine way to get us started in terms of the run scoring. Travels away over the boundary, and the Outlaws are underway, 4 without loss.
Yeah, Slater off the back of a career best score at Guildford on Sunday, 164 down there against Surrey. So continuing very much in the same vein. We saw that shot a number of times in the Guildford sunshine on Sunday, and he's up and running this morning.
But yeah, certainly Lions selection, something that you definitely don't mind losing players to. Of course, in an ideal world, everything would have its space, but we know that that isn't the case. So those 3 players will miss the last game of Gloucestershire's campaign against Leicestershire, as Singdale drags his length back a bit, and standing up tall to defend is Slater as the ball goes out towards backward point. Let me give you the field. 2 slips in place. The 2 fielders allowed outside the 30-yard circle at fine leg, and at deep third got a backward point. Extra cover mid-off, mid-on, and a mid-wicket. And it's mid-on and mid-wicket who are in front of an extremely short boundary, which no doubt will be being targeted at various points today. Singdale steams in over the wicket, bowls down the leg side. As he got him, Gloucestershire think they've strangled him, but not out, says the umpire. And Ben Slater is now staring at the umpire himself to say, why was that not a wide then? End of the over. As Singdale, he bowled it quickly. It was a little bit offline, but he still nearly managed to grab a bit of Ben Slater's glove. So everybody is already unhappy with the umpire after the first over, and that's just how it should be. 4 without loss.
Yeah, lots of noise as ever. Anything down the leg side, you can disregard what the 2 slips were appealing about, because they will have just gone on the noise. The keeper and the bowler a little different. I'm not entirely sure that Singdale was 100% confident. The keeper was. He obviously heard something. But as you say, Ben Slater just wondering whether a wide should have been called. He would have known if it had brushed anything at all. So 4 without loss at the end of the first over. First over of 50, of course, if you're new to this format. Of course, one-day cricket in this country's gone through.
Oh dear. Oh, that's not going to go down well.
Dom Goodman halfway through his approach there as his name was announced over the tannoy, and I think that pretty much put everybody off. 4 without loss. He'll start afresh.
I think he was smiling about it. You wouldn't get a lot of fast bowlers smiling about that, but that's Dom Goodman for you.
He's a tall man, isn't he? Wears number 83, bowling from this Radcliffe Road end. Ben Peverell is the umpire at this end, and round the wicket the right-hander is cut down to, well, take your choice there. Deep backward square on the offside. Single taken, 5 without loss. Gloucestershire, are we going all black with these dark strips?
There's the yellow stripes down their sides, but it is nearly all black.
Not predominantly all green with the gold sleeves and the names and the numbers. 5 without loss. That previous delivery getting Freddie McCann off the mark. This, of course, his home debut. And he played a couple of, I beg your pardon, his Trent Bridge debut. I've played a couple of games at Welbeck, of course, but this is Trent Bridge debut. McCann with a best of 48 so far in this season's competition. That was earlier in the week, or last week, down at Neath against Glamorgan. This ball fired wide of the pegs. Not giving you the sides in full. Not Ben Slater, Freddie McCann, Jack Haynes, Asiba Mead, Lyndon James then back in the Lions reckoning. He went on tour with them last winter. Tom Moores, Calvin Harrison, Liam Patterson-White, Rob Lord, Luke Fletcher, Brett Hutton. That won't necessarily be the batting order, I would imagine. Brett Hutton will come in maybe between Rob Lord and Luke Fletcher. Next delivery is just nudged up to mid-off. There's no run. The Gloucestershire skipper Jack Taylor doing the fielding. The visitors Miles Hammond, Cameron Bancroft, Ollie Price, James Bracey, the wicket-keeper, Ben Charlesworth, Jack Taylor, Graham Van Buren, Zaman Akhtar, Tom Smith, Dom Goodman and Ajit Singh Dale. Our scorers for this one, and Cusworth doing the notching for knots, and Adrian Bull here for the visitors. Don't come here very often at all. This one wide of the pegs and through to the keeper. Gloucestershire not played a one-day game here since 2009, and they've only been here in the Championship in 2017 since then. It's been quite a remarkable lack of fixtures between the two, particularly in Nottinghamshire, and even when they have both been in Division 2 over the recent past, there wasn't a game here on this ground. 5 without loss in the second over. This has dropped on the leg side on a nice fresh morning with the sun out. Very good morning to you if you've just joined us on 5 Sports Extra, or you found us online through either BBC Radio's Nottingham, Bristol or Gloucestershire, or whether you're following the pictures on Trent Bridge Live through the Nottinghamshire County Cricket Club website. I presume there's a link also on the Gloucestershire website. Dave Bracegirdle, Ed Seaborn, the headmaster's here as well. Kevin Howells will get him on at some point during the day, no doubt, as the next delivery on its way and pulled onto the leg side for 4. Nice crisp connection by Slater. Good round of applause. And that ends the over with knots on 9. Not the biggest crowd you'll see here at Trent Bridge this season, but midweek game or a Friday game, you'd imagine a few will come in during the course of the day just to bolster the attendance. Knots put into bat, 9 without loss after 2.
Yeah, Dom Goodman, you mentioned his height. He does like to try the short delivery, but that one, I don't know whether that was just a bit of a drag down rather than a genuine short ball, because it didn't get up a great deal on Slater. You played it nicely. It was a little bit higher up than just an absolute half tracker, but still not as venomous a bouncer as Goodman would have wanted. This is the first time in this competition that Goodman's taken the new ball, with no Matt Taylor today, just being rested. Singdale is in to McCann, who will take his second run of his second ball, flicking it down to fine leg where Goodman fields, and Nottinghamshire 10 without loss. So the other new ball pairing had been Shaw and Singdale, but Josh Shaw making way as Goodman comes back into the side, and Tom Smith back as well. So going with the 3-seam 2/3 spin combination again today, Gloucestershire, having had a look at this pitch. Singdale in and bowls, and stroked away past backward point. Now this is going to test the outfield, which is very fast, and Charlesworth can't catch up with it. He went with a foot first slide there, Charlesworth. I think he realised he wasn't going to catch it anyway. But that is just a push, and it has flown to the boundary, and that's the long boundary as well. 12 to Slater, Nottinghamshire 14 without loss, and Gloucestershire have, I would guess, a couple of reasons they won the toss and decided to field. One being that they did that in the last match. It worked well. They beat Sussex very comfortably. As the sun emerges, as Singdale bowls to Slater, who plays this one carefully off the back foot to the bowler, and there is no run. The other reason may just simply be the old thing about we're not quite sure what a good score is. But I don't know. You wonder whether this is going to be one of those games where so often in 50-over cricket that's what you think, and then the side batting first makes really good use of the batting conditions and wrestles the initiative of the game straight away. Just down to one slip now as Singdale bowls with a grunt of effort, and Slater opens the face and guides this down fine on the offside. Sweeper comes up from the boundary and a single is taken, 15 without loss.
Yes, it'd been nice actually if I'd taken the trouble to go through this Gloucestershire side and seen how many of these have actually played at Trent Bridge before in various competitions. As we were just saying, Gloucestershire just don't play here, obviously, in different parts of the country, so they're separated in the blast. We've not met in the knockout stages of that here. Very rarely meet in this competition or List A cricket, and for a while they've been in different divisions of the county championship.
Singdale bowls, and this is worked into the onside. Wide of mid-on, they decide to hold there as Smith gets across, and so a dot delivery. One ball remains in this third over. A couple of people who I suspect will have played here. I should be able to remember because I was actually at that last championship game, the second day of it. Tom Smith might have been in the Gloucestershire side for that game. Somebody who has definitely played here, though, is Cameron Bancroft. As in goes Singdale. Bowls now to McCann, who drives straight into the ground towards the umpire, who gets out of the way, and Jack Taylor is able to cut it off at mid-off. So no run, and 15 for no wicket, Nottinghamshire, after 3 overs have been put into bat. Cameron Bancroft actually played in the first final of this competition that was held here. He played for Durham against Glamorgan back in 2021, scored a half century, actually kept wicket in that game. But other than that, it's difficult for me to be absolutely certain. I should think that Smith and Van Buren, maybe Jack Taylor would be about the only ones who could have played in that championship match, but I have to go back and have a look at the scorecard.
I'll pull it up in a minute and have a look. I know Bancroft, he actually came to Grantham 2 or 3 years ago, not for playing in this competition, a match at Grantham just over the border in Lincolnshire, and he was skippering Durham. They tossed the coin and then the rain set in as this one is driven into the offside, fielded at backward point. Number of people have taken the trouble to get in touch early on. Jiggs, who spends his life beautifully, wonderfully going up and down the canals of Great Britain. What a way to spend a life, says good morning all. We're out of Rugby today on the North Oxford Canal towards Coventry. Laundry's on, got Outlaws and Gloucestershire on, and then we'll moor up a little later on and have a listen. There's more from Jiggs on the canals of Great Britain as this one past the outside edge goes through to Bracey. I've been doing some stats on this game, Dave. Quick read says that Gloucestershire and Notts shared the very first county championship title back in the dusty days, and also they once had a hat-trick of stumpings against Nottinghamshire. There you are. Jiggs has been doing his homework. Julie James, congratulations Julie, if you're listening, says she's in the ground, was first in. Many congratulations to the family on Lyndon's selection. This is pushed to point and there's no run. Gloucestershire 15 without loss. At Brace Cricket if you want to get in touch on the old Twittery thing, and at Ed
Cricket 6.
At Ed Cricket 6, we'd love to hear from you. Bob says no doubt you'll be racking up the mileage this weekend, Dave. Are you off to the Wirral tomorrow? That's the plan. Football season starts tomorrow ridiculously early. Ben Slater on 13 in terrific form, and that's just an example. That was nothing more than a push at a ball outside the off stump, and it races away towards the Bridgeford Road side of the ground for 4, and Slater continuing in his fine form. He's on to 17. Dan says, I'm having some dad and daughter time in town with Maisie because it's her birthday tomorrow and we'll be along later. Thank you to Dan for getting in touch. Who else? Ed Seaborn's been in touch to say this match is available through the day as the next one turned away on the leg side for a single. Slater up and running very, very early on here. He's had 2 centuries in this season's competition already. 107 not out at Welbeck and 164 at Guildford. He was going nicely at Grace Road against Leicestershire when he was retired out. The two openers, Slater and McCann, were both retired out after rain intervened. We'll gloss over that one. But Ben Slater in this competition, as he has been the last 2 or 3 years, full of runs. McCann on strike, gets a delivery pitched up to him, which he keeps out. He remains on 2, having faced 5 deliveries with through 4 overs. And Gloucestershire, having put knots in, searching for this first breakthrough the home side, 20 with Outlaws.
Yeah, it's been a promising start so far for Nottinghamshire. The ball's not been doing a great deal for Gloucestershire. I wondered whether it would swing or not today. It felt as though it might be about the right sort of temperature, not too hot and not too cold. There was a bit of a breeze, and whether that's affected things a little bit. Humidity's not quite as high as it has been, but so far anyway, there doesn't seem to have been a great deal of movement on offer for Gloucestershire, and Nottinghamshire seem to have their timing on this pitch early on. Change of field as fine leg comes up for the start of this 5th over, and deep square goes back to the boundary. Singdale round the wicket now bowls, and Slater will be taken on the pad or hip area, and they'll take one back at a square on the onside. So a leg by. 21 without loss as I look over to that magnificent scoreboard on the far side of the ground that does,
the Batman
as exactly has been commented on by many people before. It does look rather like the head of Batman, yeah. Magnificent sight. In goes Singdale, past the umpire now, bowls. Oh, that's a good ball, which has gone through McCann, I think beating him on the inside edge. And that one did seem to move a bit, whether it cut back off the pitch or through the air. Not easy to tell first time, but I think maybe off the pitch. Certainly whatever it did it late, and McCann's done quite well actually not to get anything on that.
Lovely bit of bowling. I've found the scorecard from 2017, the Gloucestershire side. Bancroft, Dent, Tavares, Van Buren, Hankins, Mustard, Jack Taylor, Noma Barnett, Miles, Liddle and Matt Taylor.
I remember Chris Liddle bowled pretty well as Singdale is in, and a full delivery is poked to point for no run, although I don't think too much else went right for Gloucestershire in that game. They lost by an innings,
yeah,
memory serves.
Knott's got 430 with centuries from Chiteshwar Pujara, and Michael Lum, might have been his first class 100 I would guess. Gloucestershire 149, and then we're asked to follow on all out for 231. Stephen Mullaney getting the only 5-wicket haul in his career.
Singdale round the wicket bowls, and McCann stands tall, trying to force this one through the offside, but can't get it past Price at short extra cover.
I guess McCann, to Gloucestershire listeners, something of a new name. Freddie McCann, 19 years of age, local boy, come through the youth ranks, and he's really been making a splash in England under 19s cricket. Some monstrous scores in both for not second 11 and in the Test series against Sri Lanka under 19s this year, and played in the final blast game against Yorkshire at Headingley, got 48, and making his mark in this competition now.
Singdale charges in, and McCann is once more playing a forcing shot, attempting to get it through the offside. This time it's mid-off that he's picked out, so still no runs off the bat yet this over. I don't think he played in the Test match that some Gloucestershire members would have gone to at Cheltenham this year. One of those England under-19 tests finishing up the Cheltenham Festival. I don't believe McCann was in that side, though I may well be proven wrong. And one more delivery for him to negotiate from this Singdale over, which has been the most testing so far, and it will end with a dot ball as McCann looks to play a back foot drive, and Hammond does the fielding at backward point. So that will go down as a maiden over from Singdale. And he's quite used to sending those down of late, having bowled a really remarkable spell against Sussex, and in a way more's the pity the fact that the game got shortened, so he didn't have the ability to bowl his 10th over in the end, but he really was quite spectacular on that day. Yes, it was a very young, inexperienced Sussex batting lineup, but still his figures ended up 9 overs, 3 maidens, 4 for 15. And he told me after the game that he didn't think he was really bowling at full speed, which is unusual for him because he wants to bowl fast all the time.
It's Goodman round the wicket, bowls, and again driven into the offside by Slater. He'll get a run. That's nicely stopped in the covers, and Slater advances his score to 19, 22 with Outlaws. Clearly Singdale is being monitored, being watched then by that call up for the Lions, which looks as if it's going to certainly disrupt the final day of qualification for this year's one-day cup. Next ball is just pushed by McCann into the offside. He's only on 10, faced 11 deliveries now. Jack Haynes in next. A remarkable sequence of non-scores for Jack Haynes came, thankfully, as far as he was concerned, to an end at Guildford. 4 ducks to begin this season's competition, and then he really weighed in with 80 odd down against Surrey. This is down the leg side, and it's chipped in the air but safely away by Slater, by McCann, I beg your pardon, to mid-wicket. Took the aerial route just from our angle, the view we're looking at from the Radcliffe Road end. I just wondered for a second if he'd picked out the lone fielder on that side, but well to his right and away for a boundary. 26 without loss.
It'd have been a real bonus for Gloucestershire if that had ended up in the hands of the fielder. It was a leg stump half volley that McCann could really do anything he wanted with.
Parts of the outfield looking in need of a drink as McCann, textbook correction, as he pushes it into the offside to the Gloucestershire skipper. No run. Yeah, a few bare patches on the outfield, not just where they've had the sponsors' logos either. It very much looks as if been so much cricket they've not been able to get the hose pipes on and give it a right good saturating. That's 26 without loss as McCann eases this into the offside, and there's no run. Haynes, former Worcestershire man, listed to come in at 3, and then Asiba Mead, the captain, at 4. He's also been in decent form in this year's competition. 1 century and a score of 89 against Glamorgan. Goodman to conclude his 3rd over. Again round the wicket to these 2 left-handers, and it's a no ball hit on the bounce back to the bowler. So that one a little expensive. Our umpire at this end, Ben Peverell, signals a no ball, and that'll be a free hit and a really good opportunity here for Freddie McCann to swing the bat, try and find the boundary. Gloucestershire can't change the field. Man out on the leg side, one at deep backward square on the off. As Goodman comes in to Freddie McCann, and this one's just slammed down the ground by McCann for 4. Good solid connection. Gets it to the ropes, lifts it over the head of the bowler, and that proved to be an expensive overstep. 32 without loss at the end of 6.
Yeah, took advantage of the free hit. It was a baseball type single up the middle, which in this game brings 4 runs, and Goodman does overstep a little bit. It's not a huge problem, but in white ball cricket, any overstep is a huge problem because of those 2 runs and then that free hit. So an over that may well only have gone for 5 ends up going for what, 11. So Nottinghamshire really moving now, and Singdale, having bowled a maiden his previous over, is required to keep things tight again. He's certainly done that with his first delivery. He's got his hand up to his head as he thought he was about to sneak through the defences of Slater, but not to be, as it's played up to mid-on for no run.
Should be 5 matches in the Metrobank One Day Cup taking place today. The only other one in this group, though, doesn't get underway until 2 o'clock. That's at Chelmsford. Essex against Surrey. Derbyshire 25-1 at home, batting against Kent. Durham 24 without loss at home against Hampshire, and Worcestershire 49 without loss at Taunton.
Singdale bowls, cut away 4 runs. No point chasing that. The first really genuine bad deliveries that Singdale has bowled. Too much width, and it was short. And Slater cut it away, beats Hammond at backward point. He's somehow managed to have his trouser leg roll up as he fielded that one. He was just readjusting it after there. And Slater is on to 23, 36 without loss. Ominous for Gloucestershire. They could do with an early wicket here as Nottinghamshire, without really entering top gear, are heading towards scoring at a run a ball early here. Singdale bowls, that'll be 4 more. It's not particularly well timed, but it doesn't have to be out there towards that mid-wicket boundary. And, well, deep square might have had a thought of cutting that off to start with, as might mid-on. It split them both, and pretty much as soon as it gets out that 30-yard circle, it's going to be 4, and slip is out. So 40 without loss, and already down to no slips. Slater 27 from 24 deliveries. The fielder moves into a shortish mid-wicket position. Bancroft, that is, in there. Singdale in and bowls. There's a bit more width there. Slater will feel he's missed out on that one as well. Mistimes it for once to short extra. So yeah, that other game in this group doesn't really have much of a bearing on anything, really. Essex have already got to 4 defeats, so I suppose probably mathematically you could come up with a situation where they could make it winning all 3. Because I think it is still theoretically possible that all the sides could end up on 4 losses, but it's incredibly unlikely. Singdale is in and bowls, a rising delivery which Slater rises up with and knocks it down towards point for no run.
Yeah, the fact that yesterday's Warwickshire Glamorgan match was rained off, I think, did them both a huge favour. They got another point, so they've edged away from the chasing pack, really, and it's going to be very much within the hands of Warwickshire and Glamorgan to scrap out for that top position, which would see the team that finishes top in each group go straight through to the semi-final. Second and third will be into a playoff situation.
Singdale is in tight to off stump and played defensively towards cover point for no run. 40 without loss. Nottinghamshire 7 overs have gone. Singdale 4 overs, 1 maiden, none for 18. It is such a huge incentive, that home semi-final, because not just of the fact that you get to skip a round and you get to host the semi-final, but also because it's so close together. The team that plays in the playoff game will basically finish that. Then the next day they'll be travelling up to play, or down, or wherever it is, to play the game the next day in the semi-final. So not only have you got home advantage, but you've also probably got quite a tired side coming in.
Yeah. 7 overs have been bowled inside the first half an hour or so, as the first delivery is again driven crisply. Lovely looking shot by McCann. Again, this outfield is just so unforgiving. The fielders have got no chance. Very elegant straight drive. McCann continues merrily on his way. Another boundary to him. He's on 14, 44 without loss.
I realise it's your show, Mr. Bracegirdle. Would you like me to step aside now and bring in Mr. Kevin Howells?
Well, we've got the offer of Mr. Howells. I'll just do this delivery and then we'll see how it goes, as this is pushed into the offside and then there's no run. You have 10 minutes then, Ed, and then a little later on we'll let yourself and Kevin have a natter. 44 without loss. More from Ed Seaborn in the not too distant future. Ed's just gone to retrieve what's left of his goodies at the back of the box. 44 without loss. McCann on 14. Freddie McCann has Goodman bowls to him, a ball on the stumps, which is defended. Very good morning, Mr. Howells. How are you?
There were so many places I could have gone to today, and under a lot of pressure to do so. But what they don't realise, these people, when they put me under pressure to go elsewhere, is that you provide some wonderful snacks and refreshments, Dave. However, Ed's come along with something even better today.
I've been outdone today, haven't I? Goodman halfway through his 4th over, and this one slightly uppish. Well, it's very much uppish. Had there been a gully, it would have been straight into his hands, but McCann slashing away to the man at deep backward point. 45 without loss.
If I'd known, I wouldn't have bothered calling in at Trowel on the way down this morning. Prawn crackers. Oh, you can't just have one prawn cracker.
I think it's the first time anybody has brought some prawn crackers into the commentary box. Purely and simply.
But not the last.
Because he didn't order them last night and with great restraint didn't eat them.
No, but now he is. It's tucking in now.
Slater's on 27. Giving Notts a punchy start here, and he's driven this into the offside, partially stopped. There'll be a couple of runs there. Fielded in part by Ben Charlesworth, a couple of runs. So you've chosen this as your game of the day. I suspect there's not too many. We're sort of both sides still very much in contention for a qualification place.
No, not too many, although that's quite ridiculous in the other group, isn't it, with 4 teams at the top all on 8 points, but 2 of them have played one game fewer, and that's Hampshire and Worcestershire, and they play each other on Sunday. For me, that's the big one there, that game in hand. But still a very important game, Somerset and Worcestershire taking place in that group today. Hampshire and Derbyshire, the other 2 teams, are both in action. Derbyshire at home to Kent along the way there, and Hampshire up at Durham today.
McCann on 15, final ball of the 8th over. Outlaws on 46, it's defended, and that is the end of Goodman's 4th over. None for 27, his figures. First couple of overs were fairly tidy, but it's unravelled for him a little bit over the last 2 overs. Yeah, as Ed was saying just before he went off there, I guess the prize, the additional thing with finishing top of your group is you've not got to play next week, Wednesday, and potentially Friday and Sunday. I mean, there is a scenario where if Notts did squeak into 3rd place, as it stands, they could potentially then have to go Wednesday, Warwickshire away at Rugby, Friday, either Hampshire or Somerset away, and if they won that, Sunday, potentially Hampshire or Somerset away. So that's not particularly good news.
Singdale then, round the wicket, in bowls, in the air, out there on the leg side. Is that going to clear? I think that might have just cleared for 6. It has, only just over the rope. It's a very, very short boundary on that leg side, but it does bring up the 50 partnership here as well from Slater and McCann. They've gone about it at quite some speed this morning. As I say, there is a short side boundary here, so we need to factor that in to any totals being chased later on, but he got hold of that really nicely. And that is a 6, which takes the Outlaws to 52 for no wicket. And we are in the 9th over, so still now power play in bowls, driven this. Oh my gosh! No, that deserved to be a 6. That was so flat and played brilliantly and beautifully. And the timing, exquisite on the offside, and only just this side of the boundary rope. My gosh. That was a terrific strike from Slater. On both sides now. And if we had seen 2 6s there, which we didn't, but if we had done on the shorter side, which just got over the rope, and then that one as well, my gosh. But as it is, it's just the 10 from the 2 balls. But it does mean the Outlaws are 56 for no wicket. God, he picked that up beautifully, didn't he?
I mean, this was the ground where, I won't say it was commonplace, but 2017, 2018, 2019, that sort of period hails in his pomp in one-day cricket, all the sides at full strength. 400s weren't uncommon here. England
very
a couple
true.
of times got 400 on here.
Very, very true. Well, we get that today. Slater on 38. The Outlaws 56 for no wicket. Has to be more mindful. And this from the man bowling at the moment, who is quite the talk roundabout at the moment, Singdale. But he's bowled 4.3 overs. One of them was a maiden. The other 3 have gone for 28 runs.
Again, from here, Kevin, I mean, I see it game upon game, year upon year. It looks a bit of a scruffy-looking wicket, doesn't it, from this sort of distance? But as always, plays very true here.
So around the wicket, Bowles and swipe at that one. Does he get a bottom edge through to the keeper? Yes, he does. Well, he's got his man in the end, and Slater has gone. A wideish delivery, just went to cut or slash at it, and I think she's got the toe end of the bat there through to the keeper. Oh, they'll be so grateful to get rid of him because he was looking the business again, Slater, in this competition. Has been caught by Bracey, the keeper, off the bowling of Singdale for 38. That's 56 for 1. 2 balls left to the 9th over. And I have to say, if you don't mind, Gloucestershire supporters, me saying that I was looking forward to seeing a bit more striking the ball from him because he was doing it so beautifully. But they'll be ever so happy to see the back of him.
Yeah, he's left a few runs out there, hasn't he, Ben Slater? He's been in prime form. 7 fours and a 6 in his 38 at the crease for just over half an hour. Faced 32 balls, but there was a big score there in the offing for Ben Slater, but it's not going to happen for him today. Maybe it'll be his young opening partner to cash in. Maybe it'll be Jack Haynes who will come to the crease on 56 for 1. We've just seen a replay of him, Kevin.
He got more of the bat on it than I realised, actually, trying to slice it there. But no, he should have left that one.
No foot movement, was there?
No, it was wide, but was leaving him. And, yeah, he will be deeply, deeply frustrated. God, he just struck it so well. Anyway, Notts will be disappointed. Gloucestershire will be mightily relieved.
Sheffield Outlaws been in touch, say loving the 50 over competition. Will be at Trent Bridge on Sunday and then down to Rugby on Wednesday. That'll be a new one for me as well. Rugby school.
Another one for you to knock off your list.
Yeah. Have you been to rugby school?
Well, all those years ago, I decided to pick up the ball and run with it, and look what's happened since.
What was his name? Mr. Webb Ellis? Was it William Webb Ellis?
Yeah. That was me in a previous life.
Put that ball down, Ellis. It's a football. Kick it.
No, that's a new one for you. Neath this year for you as well, David.
Neath, yes. The Knoll. The Knoll at Neath. Yes.
Terrific stuff. But you're back here. But you're spiritual home today, Dave.
Over a month since I was last here.
Outlaws 56 for 1. Haynes is the new batter, and Singdale's got 2 balls left to this over, and he allows that past the off stump, taken by the keeper Bracey. Look where both slip and keeper here. They're standing very, very deep. This is good pace and carry through, isn't it? At the moment.
Yes, I'd sort of felt a little bit for Jack Haynes with his trials and tribulations at the start of this year's competition. 3 ducks, and then down at Neath last week he got one. I mean, you can clearly see on the replay it just brushes the thigh pad, didn't touch it at all, nowhere near it. And when you're in that sort of a trot, those things happen. So that was 4 ducks in a row, and they were calling that the Audi. Other cars are available, of course, on the BBC, but four zeros in a row, the Audi.
Haynes talked about there will get a first run of the day today onto the onside. That's the end of that over. So that now is 57 for 1. Haynes will keep the strike. He's on 1. McCann on 15. And Slater went in that over. Caught Bracey, bowled Singdale for 38. That is 9 overs completed.
And they were saying if he got another one at Guildford, it would be the 5 Olympic rings, but he didn't. He absolutely weighed in down there with 86 runs to.
Who was saying this? His teammates. Because lovely to get a bit of support, isn't it, from you? Predicting what's going to happen when you get your 5th duck. Anyway, he didn't.
He didn't. No. It's a high quality player, Jack Haynes. Little surprise we've not yet seen him reach 3 figures for Notts in the county championship. That score of 86 at Guildford, his highest score so far this season for Notts. 77 in the championship is his best. But you can see what all the fuss was about with Jack Haynes. Got a lot of runs for Worcestershire. There's Goodman to continue. I think he'll be pleased that Slater's gone, but his first ball to the right-hander just worked away off the hip for a single. 58 for 1. This is the final over of the power play.
Delighted to see. I've not seen a lot of Goodman, young Goodman, probably since the early days when he first made his appearance. I think it was at Somerset. It was in a side of derby. COVID time. We're just coming out of COVID, I think. And what fun we had with his name. Because of the now he wasn't then, departed Len Goodman, of course.
He bowls to Freddie McCann, who's on 15, pushes this onto the offside.
delighted that they've nicknamed him Len, though, in tribute to
Have
the
they?
great Len. Yes,
Have
that's
they?
his
All right.
nickname, isn't it, Len? Lenny.
Right, I
Yeah.
thought you were going to go down the football commentator route. Of course, Don Goodman.
Well, I think we did call him that several times on that first day because we didn't quite get it right. But it's Dom, not Don. Yeah,
He's a tall young man.
he is.
Lots to like about his action. Comes in off a slight angle, bowls, and McCann cuts this to backward point. No run. 58 for 1. Halfway through the 10th.
Hey, this Nottingham sunshine, hey? Terrific.
Summer, Kevin. Summer.
Oh, I've got a question to ask you.
Okay.
Because it was asked of me, and I probably should know the answer. But you know these floodlights?
Yes.
Are they for the Outlaws
Now
in their setting up? You know, so obviously they're circular, but within them.
This one is worked onto the leg side. I mean, like the Shamrocks at Headingley. I mean,
And I think, is it a knee at Edgbaston? Seriously, or was that just the design of
when
the
it
knee?
was when it was set up, and I like this. I'm all for this. It was to symbolise, because there's 6 floodlight pylons here, to symbolise Sir Garfield Sober's 6 sixes.
Oh yes, great.
Which of course wasn't on this ground. It was at St Helens Swansea. Next ball's worked to mid wicket, and there's no run.
We'll overlook that bit.
But that's what they said at the start. That's,
No more cricket down there, St Helens.
No.
Oh.
So we understand.
Your retirement home's come along nicely, though, Dave.
Yes, the Dave
When
Bracegirdle
are you
residential
able to
care
move in?
Not sure if there are people in. In fact, there's curtains on the windows now, which is where you would have your curtains. This is pushed to mid-off, no run, and that's the end of the power play. 58 for 1, but as I say, Notts haven't played here for a month, and there certainly wasn't curtains on the windows last time I was here. You can see them now. Nobody up on the top. This is away to the right. I don't know if one of our excellent camera crew are able to pick it up for anyone who's not seen the new build outside Trent Bridge. Thinking predominantly of Gloucestershire supporters who've joined us on the live stream, but just maybe we'll be able to get a shot of the new build. It's stopped our view out towards East Midlands Airport and all the way down the Loughborough Road.
I'm not happy about that, too.
You can. Apparently from the top, from the garden on the top, you can see into the ground. We've seen 1 or 2 photographs from workmen that have sent them. It's going to be Zaman Akhtar coming into the attack to start the 11th over.
And he's going to be bowling for that top end, the Stuart Broad end. They got very excited about that during the Test match. I thought Dave will tell him it's not new.
Yeah, Jake Ball took it.
A run there behind square Lakeside, so the Outlaws move to 59 for 1.
We can't see the plaque today because, of course, playing with a white ball here, and we're playing in a reasonably central position. They've got black screens right the way across where the Gloucestershire dressing room is, and right the way across the front. But it made me laugh that there's a red plaque to signify the Stuart Broad end.
Around the wicket, in bowls and carved away. Down towards the boundary, beats the fielder. That's going to be 4 runs. Oh, perhaps he should have got to that. Diving to his left-hand side, Big Dom. He's brought up a little bit of turf there.
Yeah.
You need to put that back, my friend.
Yeah, for years we've sort of been used to anybody with a red top, a red shirt or anything behind the bowler's arm has to cover it up or remove it or whatever. And they unveiled the Stuart Broad end now as a red plaque. Not been able to obviously speak to anybody to see if it does get in the eye line.
That was 4 to McCann. He's on 19. Next delivery is a little straighter. Will he get a run? Yes, he will. For Bracey to have a shot at the stumps. But that was very wide of its intended target. But it still will just be the 1 run. And it's now 64 for 1 in this 11th over. So Zaman Akhtar, one of the players named in the England Lions squad of 12. If you did miss this, so perhaps just one more time, run through those names in just a moment. But it's Akhtar midway through his first over, in over the wicket, in bowls and driven to mid-off. So Farhan Ahmed, Zaman Akhtar, Casey Aldridge, Josh Hull, Eddie Jack, Lyndon James, Ben McKinney, Ollie Price, James Rue, Hamza Sheikh, Ajit Singh Dale and Rob Yates. 12 of them off to play Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka, of course, the team playing England in a 3-test series, which starts on the 21st as that series in Manchester. Akhtar's in bowls. Oh, gets something on that, down past the keeper, and that's going to run for 4 away to our right-hand side as well. I wasn't too sure he knew too much about that, but he got something on it at least, did Haynes. So he, with that 4, moved to 7, and the score 68 for 1. But it does take away players from the important sort of end of qualifying stage, doesn't it, next week in this competition? And thankfully our good close friend and colleague Ed looks a little bit more calmer about it than he was at 11:15 this morning. But he was an upset boy. Haynes on 7, and that's angled down towards 3rd, and there will be 1 run. Sharply moving to his right hand side was Graham Van Buren. 69 for 1. Haynes on 8, McCann on 20, and 11 runs coming from that over from Akhtar. I mean, with a performance like that, I think the Lions may have made a mistake, and perhaps he should stay with Gloucestershire, eh, Ed?
I don't see that a captain's been named. I've been just scanned down the email. I can't see a captain being named, which is interesting. They usually do. Tom Smith is going to come into the attack here, so pace off for the first time at the start of the 12th over for Gloucestershire. And of course, the field now spread far and wide, whereas as much as they're allowed to do. 5 inside the ring, 4 out. Jack Haynes on strike. He's made a relatively brisk start. He's on 8 from 7 balls faced. So the left arm spinner just floats one up there and pushed into the offside. 69 for 1. Been keeping up to speed with the Olympics?
Oh, when you say, do you mean can I run 100 metres in how many seconds? I watched a little bit, not actually over the last week or so, but I have watched a little bit, yeah.
Next ball is floated up and driven not only into the offside, maybe through the offside. No, it's going to raked in just in front of the Fox Road stand by Cameron Bancroft, the Australian.
I find it very exciting, seriously, Dave. I find it really exciting. And gymnastics is the one for me that, I do see it in between sometimes, world championships and things. But God, what they do with their bodies, amazing.
Smith bowls, and Haynes happy to block on this occasion, 71 for 1.
And then the cycling? I mean, the speeds they go in at. Well, one of them did come off yesterday. Well, 2 of them. One came off, brought another 3 or 4 down. Yeah. My gosh.
Smith again, slog sweep out onto the leg side. There's protection there, just 1 to Haynes. He'll move to 11, 72 for 1. And one of our young ladies brought home the gold in was it the kite? Did you see that?
The kite surfing.
Yeah.
Kite foiling, as it's called. But by gum, they're going at speed as well, aren't they? Oh my gosh, it's just phenomenal. I love the Olympics. Get to watch it whenever I can. Just terrific stuff, and well done all our plucky Brits.
Very much so. Shame we've not got cricket and darts involved in the Olympics this year.
Next time.
Next ball down the leg side. That'll have to be reloaded, leg side wide, 73 for 1.
In America, next time, there is some cricket. I saw an article being written saying that it should be darts, but I don't think there's been any real call for it just yet. We'd do well there, wouldn't we?
We would. Along with the Dutch. This one's played to mid-wicket by Freddie McCann, who's on 20. McCann making his home debut. Rob Lord is one to look out for. Kevin has come from Cheshire, the national county. In just his 2nd game on Sunday, got a 5 for ball quite quickly. It's deflected down the leg side and it's been taken. And there's a fairly free gift given to Gloucestershire as Freddie McCann didn't properly get hold of it, went to slog sweep Smith away, and he's just helped it into the hands of short fine leg, and a simple catch for Graham Van Buren. That's another wicket that's been needlessly tossed away. 73 for 2, and again you can understand the Gloucestershire celebrations.
Yes, you can. He was non-committal there, wasn't he? I'm looking at it again. Actually, he's gone very fine with it. I said not. To me, it looks a very soft dismissal, and I wasn't too sure if he was just a bit of an afterthought to play that sort of shot. But actually, no, he was. I think he was committed to it. It's just he was looking obviously to get that much wider to the right, and in the end, just didn't play it well at all. So I don't know. In terms of both the opening bats here for Nottinghamshire, the frustration of needless dismissals really. For Ben, because he'd already struck 10 runs, 6 and then a boundary for 4, and then chased a wide one, and that just wasn't really needed, I don't think, at this stage of the innings. But anyway, out comes a man who will put it all right for them.
Yeah, this fella can play. Nasib Hamid, the Nottinghamshire captain, opens of course in the Championship. The longer formats is where you'll find him at the top of the order. Comes in at 4 in this format. My day is complete. My day is already made. The Liversedge Owl says that, Dave, just to let you know, the floodlights at Headingley aren't shamrocks, they're for the White Rose.
I thought you were teasing.
Thank you, the Liversedge Owl, who's responded to that.
Oh, you
Brilliant.
were teasing.
Thank
you were waiting. I see.
Thank you so much. That was.
He double bluffed me there.
That was delightful. 73 for 2. My day is made.
Is this my end?
It is.
Haynes is on 11 and defends that one from Akhtar into the offside. He went for 11 runs first over.
Can we hire your services for another 10 minutes and we'll bring
half an hour?
We'll bring.
Oh, you've got to update it at top of the hour.
No, I haven't.
Well, yeah, for half an hour, Dave.
We'll bring young Ed in.
Well, as long as he's calmed down from 10:45 this morning, by gum. I've never seen him so angry. In fact, I've never seen him angry before. 73 for 2 on 11. Next ball driven down into the ground and at backward point. There will be no run. He's shaking his head at me because I shouldn't be making light of it, because I felt your frustration, Ed, because you're getting yourself as a team, any team, to the point where you're setting yourself up. Can we make it to the all-important knockout stages? And hey, up we get to the knockout stages and we lose I don't know how many of our best players. As we see Akhtar in the second over and play behind square on the offside, there should be no run. You were generous enough to say it's difficult to fit all these things into a schedule, but let's be honest, and you don't have to say it, I'm going to say it, it's rubbish. Because you've got a group of players, as I say, all come together. This is a good chance for a team like Gloucestershire to go on and do really well. And everybody's delighted as individuals. We keep on saying that, I know, but really, next week, really? Haynes on 11. And, did I get a nick on that? Yes, another one's gone. So, Akhtar, who will be away with the Lions, gets a wicket, much better this time round in this second over, because he hasn't conceded a run yet from his first 4 balls of his second over, but he has taken a wicket, and Haynes has gone. Caught by the keeper, Bracey, for 11. Been out there for 17 minutes, just faced 15 balls. Struck the 1-4 at 73 for 3. And what looked to be a really good start by Nottinghamshire is falling apart here now, Ed Seaborn.
Well, he obviously heard you were yanking him from the squad after that first over, so he's come back. Somebody's told him that. Somebody be listening to us on the live stream, and somebody's got a message out there that Kevin Howells, he wants you out of the squad now, and he's shown.
Well, he wants you out of the squad, so you're available for Gloucestershire, is where he wants you out of the squad.
No, I'm genuinely. I do think it is a bit of a shame for all the teams involved. There are a lot of teams involved on that final day who will have their squads had to change, but there we go. It's just, unfortunately, you can't spend your mental energy getting upset about these things, because it happens so much now. There is no permanency to any player playing in any game of cricket at the moment, other than in certain leagues, that you just, and even in a lot of the T20 leagues or something happens. There's just no permanence to anything anymore. Everything is fragile and frail, and nothing is certain in this life.
Give him a hug, somebody. Give him a hug. No, but it's the blooming knockout stages, okay? So the teams that have got themselves there, all of a sudden they're not the same teams that got them there in the first place.
It's a development competition.
Rubbish.
So,
it's rubbish. James, talking of rubbish, not really rubbish, but the Outlaws found themselves in a bit of bother here because now they've got two batters out there, both on naught. Now they've faced a ball, 73 for 3, and they got off to a really good start. And they was playing some lovely shots, weren't they? Some beautiful shots. Slater in particular. But they've work to do to rebuild here now because we are in the 13th over. And it's James who is facing and raises the bat. He's a tall lad anyway. Raises that bat high above the off stump, so we could be in for a wicket maiden here in this over.
I had 3 of them in the last match, Gloucestershire.
Maybe a double one, who knows? We've got one ball to come. How many?
3 wicket maidens.
Oh my days.
2
Who was that against?
Against Sussex.
Sussex.
Poor Sussex. They made 6 changes.
Have none of their players been called up for the Lions?
I don't think so, actually.
73 for 3, 1 ball left to the 13th over, and that is pushed into the offside. Right arm throw and a shot at the stumps, and they'll go through for 1. So again, some nifty work in the running when they've got a bit of bother out there. But that is the end of that over, and it is a run to come from it. So that now is 1 run and 1 wicket from that second over from Akhtar. He's bowled 2 overs, 1 for 12, 74 for 3 after 13 overs. James is on 1. I mean, you were talking about Leicestershire. So is it Gloucestershire play Leicestershire on when?
Yes.
Now they've actually lost quite a few players to the 100, partly based on one individual performance in the championship, but because they've been showing a little bit in limited overs cricket. Hull, of course, who's not been available for them in this competition, but not been used in the 100 really, apart from one game. I think played 1 match. But he's been called into this squad as well. So people say, does it balance out a little bit? Well, I guess you can argue along the way sometimes.
I'm giving it no more thought. Here comes Smith and bowls. This is cut through the offside. Work to do for Bancroft round the boundary. And he will complete that work out at deep cover. Single means it is 75 for 3. And yeah, well, it was looking ominous, this start, I must say. Especially that shot which somehow didn't go for 6 over the long boundary over the offside. That was almost even more ominous than the actual 6 that came before it. It just looked as though Nottinghamshire had decided there were no demons in this pitch. Wasn't going to be moving about very much, and it was time to tee off and make some hay, but Gloucestershire come back into things as Smith bowls. Oh, that's a great delivery. I think it's possibly come off pad through to the keeper though, and not out, says the umpire. Smith is saying, well, that's got to be one or the other, doesn't it? But I think, unfortunately, it was probably turning a bit too much to be out LBW, and then didn't take the bat through to James Bracey. But what a beautiful piece of bowling that was. And Hamid was his first ball there, going back to quite a full delivery, but skidded through, a little bit of turn. Very nicely bowled by Smith, who's in once more, and a studied defence from Hamid has become quite used to over his career.
Not too often I'll look out and see 2 umpires I've never seen standing before.
Have you only seen them sitting?
Yeah, Ben Peverell and Mohammed Wasim. Well, one was kneeling actually, but that was Ben. But something new. Oh, we've got a bit of a problem down here. What's the issue? Wait, well, whatever the issue is, we won't be able to see because it's just to our right-hand side. But it was a Mead who wasn't happy with something taking place or happening behind the bowler's arm.
Somewhere down below us, I think, rather than on this particular floor. Smith starts again and bowls around the wicket to Hamid. He's again going back, and has to be a bit careful doing that, but this time he is careful and gets the bat on it just in defence, though. Again, there's no run. I've had quite a bit of Ben Peverell this year of Gloucestershire, as Smith bowls wide of the crease. Hamid turns this one firmly up to mid-on. Goodman across sharply to field. There is no run. He started off actually doing the women's games, Ben Peverell. I think he's come sort of started off doing some of those, and then he's not that one is graduating to another by any means whatsoever. As Smith bowls driving on the bounce to extra cover, and even in this form there's always one thought it was a catch. And Gloucestershire got their 4th wicket, but they haven't. And another tidy over from Smith, 75 for 3. 14 overs have gone. Mohammed Wasim is a new one to me. There have been a lot of new umpires lately. Former Gloucestershire player, I've actually mentioned Phil Mustard, having played in that last championship match between these two sides on this ground. Phil Mustard standing the other day. Hadn't noticed him umpiring before. Bilal Shafayat. Don't think I'd seen him umpiring before this year, but he may well have done in other games. Brought back some happy memories.
Active bowl his 3rd over, 75 for 3 are the Outlaws, and that's pushed by James up to mid-off and no run. So his figures at the moment read 2.1 overs, no maidens, 1 for 12. And 75 for 3 knots in the 15th over. Sun shining here at Trent Bridge. It's the one-day cup. We're into the stage now where Gloucestershire lose today. That's pretty much it for them in the competition. It doesn't define Nottinghamshire as such, because they've got a game in hand, and therefore 2 to come after this. There's only 1 after this for Gloucestershire. And that has been hammered away. Will it get to the boundary? Shouldn't do so. Sliding stop just behind square on the offside. And 1 run. James moves to 3, and the score is 76 for 3 in this 15th over. We'll check on a score elsewhere. Somerset, Worcestershire, 2 teams. First versus 3rd in the other group, Group A, both on 8 points. But Worcestershire have got a game in hand there. Worcestershire 76 for 2 in the 15th over. Roderick's made 35, he's out. Pollock made 30, he's out. Jones and Libby are the not out pair. That team, I mean, obviously not those names I've just mentioned there are not the cases in point, but they're a very young team, Worcestershire, and therefore they're doing rather well in the competition. Next ball up onto his toes, and Mead can't get it past backward point, so he remains on Norge. You can pick up these matches if you are in any of the BBC Sport website and app and your smart speaker. Hampshire, one of those teams on 8 points. They're away playing Durham, and Durham are 56 for 2 in the 15th over. And what else we got? Derbyshire, Kent. Derbyshire, one of the teams on 8 points. They're at home to Kent, and Derbyshire 60 for 3 after 15 overs. Driven and outside edge in the end. Looks maybe a little bit fortunate. Just stopped there at backward point. No run. Kent not mathematically out of it, but looked to be in a bit of bother. And they'll consider themselves having messed up there at Worcester a couple of days ago. Back to his mark is the bowler, Actor, who is on 2.4 overs. He's got 1 more ball left now of this, is 3rd over. And in front of a good crowd. I mean, this is obviously a large venue here at Trent Bridge. Some of the crowd pictures that you get to see in photographs, matches are played at outgrounds, i.e. smaller venues. They look absolutely rammed. It's a lovely picture, lovely sight. There'll be a good number in here, but of course it's a bigger,
it's a very good crowd.
So it's a bigger venue. Next ball, and just pulls his bat inside the line just in time, I think, for Mead. End of another good over from Actor. He went for 11 on that first over, and he's really pulled it back now, because he's not only taken a wicket in his second over, now bowled 3 overs. It's just 1 run from each of his last overs, so 1 for 13. 76 for 3. James on 3. Mead yet to get off the mark. 15 overs gone, but the Outlaws needing to build again. A good start. It all went wrong, losing 3 pretty quick wickets, and now they need to sort themselves out again.
Haven't had quite as many outgrounds this year, Gloucestershire, as they might have done with this game here. Surrey at the Oval as well. Smith bowling round the wicket, and James watchfully guiding this to point, and there is no run. Did do York though. I think that was one of my favourite away trips that I've done so far, and rank it right up there. Smith is in and bowls, driving through the offside for a single. James moves to 4, 77 for 3.
Something about the Vikings, or what was it there?
I went to see the Railway Museum rather than the Jorvik Centre. I hadn't been there since I was a child. There's just so much to do in York, and I tried to get there.
So it
as
wasn't
early as
anything to do with the
could, but
cricket?
I was going to get to the cricket. I promise you I was going to get to the cricket. Just that part came first. Smith bowls chronologically, I mean, and back goes Hamid and plays this back to the bowler.
So what's good about York? You're sitting on top of a roof. If it rained, you got very wet.
Oh no!
Oh.
No, they've got a canopy above you.
Have they?
Which, oh yes, all mod cons. Canopy above you to stop the rain from falling on your head. Forward goes Hamid to this next ball, and again there's no run.
No, I can't fault them for that. Then what else was good about it?
He's trying to pick holes in York versus Scarborough, is it? It's sort of
No.
Scarborough proponent.
No.
David Lloyd was there. He was a big Scarborough proponent. Forward goes Hamid on the drive out towards wide, long off, thinking about 2. They won't get it as Ollie Price is across. Keeps it down to a single, but it gets Hamid off the mark to his 12th delivery. A bit of sort of quiet struggle from Hamid out there. Perhaps I was just not paying close enough attention, but I realised he'd faced that many deliveries. But he did
Well,
he's done it so calmly. It's not as if he's been, apart from his first ball, it's not as though he's been looking in a huge amount of trouble. He's not been playing many attacking shots. Smith is in, and James drives along the ground down to long off. And again, they're taking a single. So Smith, 3 overs, 1 for 8. And 16 overs have been bowled, with Nottinghamshire 79 for 3. No, I mean, I think one of the other things that was just really lovely about York, and it seems like a silly thing almost to point out, but I think actually some cricket fans will get this as well, was the fact there weren't advertising boards around the outside of the playing area. So the 4s went into the crowd, and I know it seems like a minor thing, but it's something nice about that.
You old sentimental fool, you. James is on 5. That's worked away up there to mid-on, and there'll be no run, and Actor continues to bowl from the top end, the pavilion end. But it's Stuart Broad end, not pavilion end, eh? So that's what you quite like, the added jeopardy of somebody being clonked on the head.
I knew you were gonna take it there. I just thought I'll sit back and wait.
Nothing like it. Terrific.
Wait for it to happen.
Somebody having a nice quiet snooze whilst watching the cricket.
Oh, they were as well. That was great.
Next ball, driven. Bit of a gap out there. Short boundary on the offside, and they'll get 1 run. Well, the Outlaws. It's James who picks up that single to move to 6. 80 for 3.
Proper head lolled
17th
back,
over.
mouth wide open.
Oh, catch the ball in your mouth. Lovely.
Oh.
How was Cheltenham this year?
Very good. I mean,
Good.
I think people sort of accepted more than I thought they might, that there could only be 1 championship fixture there this year.
Hamid facing here, a little short, and that's been played really nicely by Hamid out there on the leg side. Tell you what, it's flying across the ground here, this ball today, isn't it? It really is. Racing away for 4. I mean, he played it well, and the timing was pretty much there, but gosh, there was no holding that one back. Takes the Outlaws to 84 for 3 in the 17th. I'd like the trips to Cheltenham in the last couple of years, but so just 1 championship match there, nothing else.
Yes, just the one. It was.
And a couple of blast matches, were there?
Fairly uneventful game.
Oh.
World record was nearly broken.
Oh yes, that's right. It was there, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I'd forgotten. It was there, and it's just tucked away. Very fine. I've not seen you since then. That's a single. Wow, what a game that was. That was at the college. I've forgotten that.
I mean, never
85
been
for
a tie
3 here
there.
in the 17th over. Hey?
Never been a tie there. Gloucestershire had a couple in their history, but never at Cheltenham. Well, I mean, that last ball in particular will live as long as Gloucestershire does.
Long in the memory. James is on 6. Actor balls to him now. Driven, but for no run to mid-off by James. And 1 more ball remains.
There were just so many things from that
This
game.
over.
88 for 8 at lunch on the first day.
Yeah.
You'd have told anybody at that point that it would get to the last hour. I mean, you might have said, well, it's Cheltenham. It nearly always does seem to go to the last hour. But even then, wickets cascading. 15 wickets on the first day to that.
James is facing. Actor balls to him now. Nice work to get it away, but for no run on the onside. I thought he did really nicely. He's tucking it away, but doesn't get anything for it. 85 for 3. I think there were 6 runs came from that over. Outlaws, 4 overs, no maidens, 1 for 19. 85 for 3 are the Outlaws. A one-day cup match. There's plenty at stake here for both these teams. The jeopardy is a little bit more with Gloucestershire than it is with Nottinghamshire. Defeat for Gloucestershire today, and it's pretty much goodbye to the competition. But for Nottinghamshire, they need a win to make sure they stay in amongst the mix. But even if they were to lose today, there's still a chance and opportunity in the 2 remaining games they have. There's only 1 remaining game for Gloucestershire. 85 for 3 are the home side after 17 overs.
Smith to commence his 4th over, and Hamid drives, and Hammond just can't quite get the bounce of that ball as he dives for it at short extra cover, and it'll be a single down to long off. I think it's still mathematically possible for Gloucestershire to qualify if they lose, but it may well be that by the time they come to their last match, they're absolutely out. I mean, I think it's quite likely that's going to be the case anyway. I think it's very unlikely that a side is going to get in having lost 4 games, but I think it is still mathematically possible. Smith bowls right up to the bat, and James drives it on the ground down to long off. 1 more run, 87 for 3.
Well, on the grounds that Warwickshire and Nottinghamshire are still to play each other at rugby, that doesn't make it. That makes the picture look pretty bleak, doesn't it, for Gloucestershire?
Yeah.
I mean, you're right. I mean, 100% right about the mathematics of it all.
Smith bowls fly to delivery. Hamid is forward, holding the pose, defending back to the bowler. Yeah, it is. It's extremely unlikely, and you know, there are so many teams in the mix. The likelihood of all those results going the right way, and then Gloucestershire would have to get in on net run rate as well. Smith bowls down the leg side. Always got away with that one. It's only a single swept out to deep backward square. There is nobody fine of deep backward square, so the ball outside leg stump, which Hamid really could have picked his spot to, but has hit the fielder on the boundary. 88 for 3. So still Smith with a bit of a stranglehold on things. He's not gone for a boundary yet. Smith bowls driving through extra cover. Better timed from Lyndon James, but still only a single. 89 for 3. Gloucestershire with a T20 quarter-final at least to look forward to. They know that's in the bank, September the 6th. That game at Edgbaston, the last of the 4 quarter-finals. Smith in, driving. Hamid back face shuts on him, and it goes straight back to the bowler. So no run. 89 for 3, 18 overs bowled. And I think if I'm probably going to be accused of blowing my own side that I cover's trumpet here, but I think it is a really good effort for Gloucestershire to make it in. I think they would say almost they might have qualified a bit more comfortably if a few catches had been held at various points. But I'd almost got to the point where, and even Gloucestershire themselves spoke to Mark Alleyne, Gloucestershire's coach, at the start of this season, and you know, he was quite realistic about how hard it was going to be. All 4 sides from the South Group making the semi-finals last year, same sides I think that qualified the previous year as well.
This is Actor into James, who can't get that one away. A foolish delivery. Offside, no run. And
so it did feel quite tough to break into that group of 4, and Essex had some injuries, some unavailabilities, and that sort of thing as well. But I think, you know, that it's taken a bit of the pressure off this competition, maybe.
James is on 8 here for the Notts Outlaws. Hector bowls him now. That's been driven for 1 to that short boundary cover area, and score moves on to 90 for 3 now in the 19th over.
Because I think previous 2 seasons it had got to this competition, and that was basically the season. Gloucestershire were already out of the T20. One season they were already down, the next season they couldn't be promoted. So this competition was the whole thing. it's not quite got that riding on it.
Hamid is facing on 8 not out. Now that's gone off the outside edge of the bat down to third for a single. Not too sure how much new or intended about that, but he moves to 9, so both of them on 9 here, James and Hamid. 91 for 3, midway through the 19th over. It's all gone quite steady out there at the moment, but not steady enough for Notts to feel at all comfortable. And those 3 quick wickets together. Actor turns again from the Stuart Broad end, running towards us. The pitch is to our right-hand side as we look out from our commentary position here at the Radcliffe Road end, and that's turned round the corner for 1. For James to move to 10. 2 balls left to this over. There is a breeze blowing. You can see with the Nottinghamshire flag. You're not travelling with your flag these days, Ed. It's not there.
Oh, I'm not. You're not going to draw me into that.
Well, I am. Where is it?
The scorers will have a go at me if I say anything about that.
Well, Hamid on 9. Next ball is pushed onto the onside now run.
You don't feel the wrath of Adrian Bull at all. That really, no. I've already made a comment this season at one point about the flags.
But they do know where it is.
I hope so.
Yeah. Okay. So 4.5 overs for Actor, 1 for 22. And in now bowls and work by Hamid. They'll have to be quick. I said they'll have to be quick. It's James who has to be quick running down to this end. Hamid just gently jogs along as if to say, well, all yours, mate, best of luck. I'm just going to take it easy getting up to the other end. At least the fielder did turn round and have a shy. You see that happen sometimes where the batter thinks, well, they're bound to throw at the other fellow's end, and they don't. 93 for 3. 19 overs gone. James on 10, Hamid on 10. And 4 runs coming from that over. Actors 5 overs, 1 for 23. Yeah, it has. It's steadied up a little. But every now and then, just an odd shot, which adds just a little bit of jeopardy to it from a Notts point of view. So they're still rebuilding to be done here.
Yeah, hard really to know at this stage what sort of a good score would be. Smith in, pulled by Hamid. He's got that one into the gap between short mid-wicket and mid-on. A drag down from Smith. And he has now conceded his first boundary. Didn't get up masses. So Hamid had to get down into a really low position to pull that away. 97 for 3 with that boundary. Maybe already even there, just an indication. Ball didn't bounce massively. The balls are getting a bit softer now as Hamid defends into the offside. Next delivery from Smith. Perhaps this isn't quite your 350 type absolute belter. So Nottinghamshire can take their time a bit here. Smith in, driving is Hamid, back towards the bowler, and Tom Smith, who is approaching his 37th birthday.
No shame in that.
Is still very sharp.
I wish I was approaching my 37th birthday.
Well, I think I'm approaching it technically. In comes Smith and bowls. This is whipped bottom hand down to mid-on, and somebody pulled the rug out from underneath Tom Goodman there. He went sliding down to the floor in rather uncontrolled fashion, but he's examining his studs and having a bit of a laugh with Tom Smith. So he's okay and saved any run from being scored. Smith bowls. Hamid looking to go big down the ground. He's got it over the top of mid-on, and that should be 4 runs on the bounce. Long off, not able to get round, so Hamid opening his shoulders and bringing up the Nottinghamshire 100. 101 for 3.
A bit more like from Hamid.
Of course, the field change now. There were 2 deep on the leg side. There still are, but now it's long on and mid-wicket rather than deep square, as Hamid is forward defending to end the over. So 4 dots, but also 2 fours from the over. 20 have been bowled. It's 101 for 3. So a good period for Gloucestershire outside of the power play, but just signs maybe that Hamid is starting to find his feet a little.
This used to be the road to Lords, this competition. It is now, of course, the road to where we are today, to Trent Bridge. And again, Gloucestershire supporters, you'll have to forgive me for saying this. Although technically it doesn't rule you out by me saying it. That Nottinghamshire in a final at Trent Bridge in the One Day Cup would be rather good, really. Just upset you in the blast. Birmingham,
Yeah,
exactly. Oh, I'm endearing myself to the people of the West Country. But I really did think early on in the competition, once the final had been moved to the One Day Cup here to Trent Bridge, because of Nottinghamshire and their status and their calibre in white ball cricket and limited overs cricket, they would make one of their own finals quite soon. It's not happened yet, and they've got some work to see if they can get here this year.
I've been to 2 of the 3 finals that have
Here?
happened here. Yeah, just last year I didn't go to. Enjoyed them immensely.
Oh, they do things well here. James on 10. Well, it drives that into the offside. I think initially, this is the introduction, by the way, of Ollie Price. I think he was initially looking to work that way onside. So, Ollie Price for the first time today. In and bowls, and that's carved away for 4 runs. Behind square on the offside. Moves the Outlaws to 105 for 3. Without hammering home a point even further, but Price is one of those who has been included in the Lions. Which, as we say, and we were being serious and saying, is terrific for the individuals, of course. Round the wicket. Bowles going deep into his crease to work on the onside this time. James, who with a single will move his score to 15. Take the Outlaws to 106 for 3. Clouds moving. There's quite a bit of cloud around, actually. Basically, it's white high stuff, most of it. Looks quite nice. Up there behind the pavilion in West Bridgeford. Rolling away there. 106 for 3. We're in this 21st over. And Hamid's on 18. And driven up to long on. And a single. And the score moves to 107 for 3 now. 2 balls left of the 21st over. James and Hamid steadying things here. And worked away by the taller of the 2 men. James for a single. So 16 for him. Hamid on 19. This partnership of just 49, actually 49 balls only for a 35. It seems to be a lot steadier than that, but and maybe we'll want to get on with it in a little while from now. But following the loss of those 3 quick wickets, another single leg side for Hamid, and quickly Price gets through his first over. Did have 1 dot ball in it, but also conceded 8 runs. 109 for 3. James on 16, Hamid on 20. So from exactly 50 balls faced, they've put on 36. This pair here now. Rebuilding, building up again. And Gloucestershire, who, to be honest with you, until they got rid of Slater with that first wicket, it looks as if they might have been in for a torrid time. So they've got to be mindful they don't let the whole nature of the innings slip into that again. Because I think the Slater dismissal was, a little bit fortunate. McCann, well, again, that wasn't the greatest execution of shots. But here comes a man, bit of a smiler.
Yes, very much so.
Graham Van Buren.
Gloucestershire's red ball captain. He's got some tidy figures in this competition, although he's lucky to get away with that one. He starts off with a leg side wide that, again, Hamid can't sweep round the corner. This time, no contact. And the wide call makes it 110 for 3. And Buren's slow left arm. Oh, it's another one down the leg side. Bracey's not taken it. And it's running down towards the pavilion. Singhdale goes into the slide and keeps it in. It'll come through for 3. And then we'll wait and see. There's some bat on it. And Hamid, I think, is just showing it's come off his glove there. So Van Buren all of a sudden went from thinking, I'm fortunate for that's not gone for 4, to going, oh, that could have been a wicket. As it is, he's effectively gone for 4 runs off his first ball. 113 for 3. Van Buren in round the wicket, bowls a short ball, pulled out through mid-wicket. He's not timed it though as James, and will only take a single as the cries for Nilo out there mean that Ben Charlesworth has done the fielding. And it is a single, 114 for 3. Character from the In-Betweeners, so I'm told he's named after.
Oh dear.
Van Buren is in. This is turned back to him for no run.
At least it's not somebody from Love Island.
Hamid waits. Van Buren bowls to him, and an outside edge goes towards short third. They take a quick single and they get through. I thought that was going to be a tight run thing when they set off for that, but a lot of pace taken off the ball. 115 for 3. Van Buren in once more. He bowls and back onto his stumps, playing back to the bowler. You haven't been glued to the latest series then?
What's the latest of the In-Betweeners?
Love Island.
Love Island. Oh no, no, I haven't. No.
Buren bowls. Oh, he's had a swing at that as James has missed it. Bracey removes the bails, but James hadn't gone anywhere. Excuse me. End of the over. 6 from it. 115 for 3.
Have I missed much?
Well, I wouldn't know.
I see.
I suspect not. I just wondered whether you were going to be able to bring me
I've
up to
probably
date.
missed a lot of love, and you know what the
And a
world
lot of
needs now
Ireland.
is a lot of love. Anyway, if you can just swap seats.
We can just
the big Dave.
get out then.
The big Dave's going to come in now, and I'll just stay for one more over, and then you and Dave can see through for the next half an hour. The cloud has sort of taken over a little bit now. Still bright enough though. Here at Trent Bridge with the Outlaws at 115 for 3, James on 17, Hamid on 24, and the partnership, which is starting to take a bit of shape there, on 42. And we're going to see spin with Ollie Price, who went for 8 runs from his first over, to bowl his second from the Stuart Broad end. In and bowls to Hamid, turned away behind square leg side, looks for his partner to make the call because it's gone behind, and James is quickly out of the traps to say, yeah, we'll take that one, skip. So Hamid moves to 25, 116 for 3, 23rd over. One-day cup match of significance to both these teams, as Price is now going to come over the wicket to the right-handed James, and in and bowls. A run for Lyndon James on the offside, and he will move his score to 18. Yeah, lot to play for these two teams. I say that the bigger jeopardy, the bigger risk, if you like, of losing the game is most definitely with Gloucestershire than with Nottinghamshire. But of course, on the flip side of that, a Notts win will greatly enhance their chances, if not make certain of their chances of progress. And that is played into the offside for no run by Hamid, who remains on 25. We talk about how close it is next week with the playoff stroke quarterfinals into the semi-final, as that one's nicely played, nicely timed by Hamid, just for a single to the long on boundary, and he moves to 26, 118 for 3. This 23rd over, but there is a bit of a gap, some gap actually, between the semi-final and the final, which is towards the end of September here. Use of the feet from James against the spin. He again will pick up a single too long on. He will move to 19 with 1 ball left of this over, which does give a very fine group of people here at Trent Bridge more of an opportunity to try and sell the...
Thank you very much, Kevin. As this pair look to rebuild the damage after those 2 wickets went down in the space of 5 balls with the score on 73. I was listening on from the back of the box about Ed cajoling the delights of York, and I had to think back to my only experience of going to York a couple of years ago, which was an absolute horror show. 120 for 3 as Van Buren bowls round the wicket, slow left arm, and Hamid defends. Would have been this time of year, of course, the one-day cup when Notts played up at York for the first time. I was doing a football match the night before, and was booked into a York hotel as Van Buren in to Lyndon James. Another pleasing push to midweek, gets a single, So during the day, I thought, well, I'll give them a ring and say I'm going to be there late. I don't know. I must have been doing a game in Yorkshire somewhere, Doncaster, Barnsley, Rotherham, I've no idea. 122 for 3 is the score. Don't get long to chat with the spinner bowling. Another single taken, 123 for 3. And rang during the day. That's the 50 partnership up from 65 deliveries. So good progress made by Lyndon James, who's on 20, and Asiba Mead, who's on 29. And when you ring the hotel chains, you very often don't get the actual place where you want. The particular hotel in York has another single pushed into the offside. They might look for 2 here. They will look for 2, so that'll break the sequence of singles in this over. 3 ones and a 2. And I don't know where headquarters was, maybe Southampton or London or somewhere nowhere near York. Mr. Bracegirdle, I've got a booking with you tonight. I'll be late because I'm doing a football match, so it'll be perhaps getting on for midnight. No problem, sir. I've got your reservation. This is pushed into the offside and there's no run. However, come midnight, come my arrival at the hotel, they knew nothing of my reservation and claimed that they were fully booked. They'd got one, I don't know, a luxury suite which I could pay for if I wished, as this one's cut away by Lyndon James for 4. He's determined not to get this very poor anecdote in during the course of that over. Another boundary, 129 for 3. Anyway, around about 1:45 in the morning, it was all eventually sorted out once I'd produced the email and they'd actually found my name on the system and found a room, 129 for 3. Cut to York Cricket Club the next day. The match came, we had about half an hour's cricket, the rain came, heavy rain. No more play, but we did have lunch. But during lunch, just as the desserts arrived for the media, the fire alarm went off. So everybody had to go and stand outside in the pouring rain for an hour whilst the fire alarm went off. And when we went back inside, the catering company had just swept away all the food, all the desserts that hadn't been eaten, packed up and gone home. And that was it. That was my day in York, Ed. 129 for 3. So it's
Oh dear.
yin and yang. You enjoyed your trip to York. Quite frankly, I'll be more than happy if I didn't have to go there again.
Well, approaching the halfway stage here as Price bowls to Hamid, who does find a single down to long on as he plays with a straight bat there. 130 for 3. So at the moment, Nottinghamshire scoring very nicely against Gloucestershire's 5th and 6th bowlers. Price in, and won't be a run there as he fields on a couple of bounces off his own bowling. They haven't taken a huge number of wickets between them this year, Van Buren and Price, but they've tended to do quite a good job of controlling the scoring rate. And at the moment, there's just a bit of a danger this is starting to accelerate. Price in and played nicely with a vertical bat by Lyndon James down to long on, and one more run taken. Van Buren 5 wickets in the competition, but economy rate of 4.8 as Price is in bowls. Back Hamid flicking to the onside, and one run out to deep mid wicket. Just a couple of wickets for Price. Economy of 5.5, which in the middle overs usually is perfectly acceptable. Price in bowls and turned off the front foot for one more by James through the leg side. So these singles really beginning to come, and the odd boundary as well. And then the question is, how long does Jack Taylor let this go before bringing potentially one of his seamers back? Price bowls and Hamid works to the onside and completes that over with another single. 134 for 3 at the halfway stage of Nottinghamshire's innings. So it's certainly, to use an overused expression, ebbed and flowed this first 25 overs. It was certainly nearly all Nottinghamshire the first 8 overs or so, and really looking ominous. Ben Slater, that 6 picked up over mid-wicket, and then an even more impressive shot that just fell short of a long extra cover boundary. Would have cleared a lot of boundaries on the circuit. 3 pretty quick wickets, 2 falling with a score on 73, but now these two 61-run unbroken 4th wicket partnership, so it's the largest partnership of the innings so far. And, well, Gloucestershire have got through 5 overs of their 5th bowler just there, but the rate has been accelerated to above a run a ball, and we'll see. We'll see what they decide to do. They do only have the 3 seamers in this game, so Singdale, Goodman, Actor, they've all got 5 overs left. There's plenty of scope for bringing them back, but you also then don't want to leave yourself a bit short when it comes to later on if you don't pick up wickets when the seam bowlers come back, meaning you've then got to bowl spin at the death. So it's a bit of a balancing act for Jack Taylor, but he has had a bit of a habit this year, both in 50-over cricket and T20 cricket, of bringing bowlers back and then taking wickets. It's been, if you were to point to one reason why Gloucestershire are in the scrap rather than further up in the table, it's been the batting more so than it has been the bowling. So we'll see, and it might mean that Nottinghamshire don't need quite as many runs as they possibly might think that they do if these batting issues do continue for Gloucestershire. They'll be hoping that they've rectified them a bit since the early stages of the competition, but that has been the frustration really in this campaign, and the side I've mentioned it a few times as well. You would look at that top 7 and go, well, that should be one of the better top 7s in the competition, but just hasn't really fired yet. Maybe today's the day.
Yes, Notts had their fingers burnt when the sides last met at Bristol a couple of years ago. Gloucestershire racking up 298 for 5 with a century from James Bracey and Jack Taylor 95, getting Gloucestershire home.
That was the one where James Bracey accidentally hit the ball for 6 when he was hoping to hit a 4 to allow Jack Taylor a few more runs to try and get to his 100. He then had to clear the boundary rope to reach his 100 on 95 and just came up short and was caught.
That's right, yeah, good memory. We're just about ready. We had to wait a little bit for umpire Ben Peverell, who went off for a quick comfort break there whilst the players were taking a little time out, get some fluid on board. So 25 gone, 25 to go, 134 for 3. Last wicket went down in the 13th over. This is short, and that's a typical first delivery after a lengthy stoppage. Dragged down by Graham Van Buren, pulled away by a Seba Mead for a run. These are the overs, and the way it's drifted is the wrong sort of word, but the last 10, 11, 12 overs, just seeing 1s and 2s and 3s and over. Another single here. This is pushed down the ground, where a lot of people like to go back to the 40 overs a side format, perhaps starting at 1 o'clock, get it in the afternoon like the old Sunday League, the John Player League. The switch up to 50 overs as Hamid defends was initially canvassed as a reproduction of what went off in international cricket, but as we all know, this isn't really a feeder competition now for the international 50 over a side game. Many of the England one-day international side just come into it really from playing white ball cricket in 20 over format. Another single pushed by Hamid, moves on to 34 from 44. 137 for 3. Van Buren again bowls off just a couple of paces, floated that up nicely, and the big tall Lyndon James just jabbed a bat down on it. Gloucestershire 3 wins over Surrey, Yorkshire and Sussex, but defeats to Glamorgan, Essex and Warwickshire. Hearts 1-3, lost 2, played a game fewer as this is turned behind square, and Hamid yells at Lyndon James to go back. There's no run. We're through 26 overs now, 137 for 3, so again just 3 overs from that one. I noticed this morning you put out, we call them X's or tweets or whatever this morning, saying back where it all started for me, Trent Bridge. Why? Why? What's the relevance behind back where it all started?
Well, my first day of cricket that I was ever taken to was here, when I was probably a little too young exactly to understand what was going on, but we sat up in the Radcliffe Road stand, I think the portion to our right rather than to our left. England versus Zimbabwe in 2000.
The Test match?
Yes.
2000, yeah.
In goes Price and bowls. Flight to delivery driven away. Well stopped at short extra cover. Jack Taylor scrambles across and there's no run. Mike Atherton, I think, was on something like 96 after the first day, but went on to score 100. And then it was actually just as Hamid is forward defending this one towards point, was actually revisiting some of the card. Like, I can't remember exactly how many Atherton was on the first day. I just remember they didn't quite get to his 100,
yeah.
but England ended up with their tails between their legs somewhat in that game, as Price is in and Hamid goes back and turns him into the onside to deep mid-wicket for 1. And of course it's nice that there is at least one Test match between England and Zimbabwe next year. We'll have the one Test between these sides.
And it'll be here, 25 years after that 2000 match.
Price in, down the pitch comes James, has just hit it firmly enough to elude Hammond at short mid-wicket, so there'll be 1 run down to long on.
Well, at the far end, it looked very different where the left-hand side of the sight screen is. It looked very different back then.
Price in. I mean, he plays that one late, just off his stumps. He won't get a run out to backward point.
And there was a row of commentary boxes along there, and I commentated on that Test match from the far end. Was it Chris Schofield? I've half a mind that Schofield and maybe Rob Key were both making their debut in that game.
Driven over extra cover. That's a handsome shot from Hamid. It isn't a long boundary, but 1 bounce and for 4. All he had to do was, make it sound so simple, lift it over the top of extra cover and mid-off, but he picked the gap beautifully. He hit it over the top anyway. And just a fraction over pitched from Price, and Hamid takes advantage. So 143 for 3 after 27 overs, so it turns that over into a decent one after Price had built a couple of dot balls up at the start of it.
Lovely looking shot. So 6 from that over. And Bjorn in again bowls. This is turned behind square. And there's no addition to the total. 143 for 3. And then Murray Goodwin played in that game for Zimbabwe. They had a strong side round about then, didn't they? The Strang brothers. Lots of brothers. This one's driven into the offside. Heath Street.
Yeah, Neil Johnson was in his prime after having had a terrific World Cup the year before.
Bjorn bowls to Lyndon James, and LJ's cut this out into the deep. That'll be nicely fielded on the ropes by Zaman Akhtar, the Fox Road side of the ground. 45 for 3 now, Knots. Halfway through the 28th over here on BBC's Nottingham, Bristol and Gloucestershire. There's pictures available via the Nottinghamshire County Cricket Club website, and of course this portion of the day we're on 5 Sports Extra as Graham Van Buren in the all black of Gloucestershire bowls a ball on the pads of Lyndon James. 6'5" of him, bringing the bat down sweetly to clip it to mid-wicket, but no run. Comes in again and down the leg side, and this one is helped away out of the fielder's reach and away for 4. Shot of aggression from Lyndon James, who's had a interesting competition to date. It began with a duck against Leicestershire, first ball duck, but got Notts home with a terrific 76 against Yorkshire. Trying to turn this into a score of that magnitude if he can. Cuts this next delivery, the final ball of the over to backward point. There's no run. So Notts 149 for 3. They will be looking to press the accelerator button now. That's 6 from each of the last 2 overs. Tom Moores, you'd imagine, will come in next and just try and apply a little bit of aggression from the off. Another left-hander, Liam Patterson-White, will probably follow him. Calvin Harrison into the side for the first time this season. Rob Lord, a youngster, this will be his Trent Bridge debut. He's played 2 matches. Notts have got him following 1 or 2 recommendations to have a look at the Cheshire all-rounder, and he delivered with the ball certainly at Guildford on Sunday, getting a 5-for, and then the 2 old stagers, Brett Hutton and Luke Fletcher, bringing up the rear. 149 for 3 Notts as Gloucestershire look to ring the bowling changes.
I think it's something that we've seen happen more of late, and a lot actually because of this competition as well. It has been realising the strength that there is in those now national counties. Singdale is back from the Stuart Broad end and bowling to Hamid, who whips this one past short mid-wicket, and you're not catching that. Mid-on is up inside the circle, and so they've brought Singdale back looking for wickets, and Hamid has sent a statement back straight away. Looks to be too much wrong with the delivery. He was drifting slightly onto the pads, but Hamid has picked the gap. He's under 43, and Nottinghamshire's 150 comes up. 153 for 3 at the start of the 29th over. Still a fairly short mid-wicket and a short extra cover. Singdale bowls, and chopping down on that is Hamid towards deep third. There will be 1 run there. 154 for 3. But I mean, you've only got to look at Worcestershire. They've got such a young side, but a couple of the players that they've had playing for them this competition, they've taken from national counties, I think from Shropshire, and sides coming through the South Asian Cricket Academy as well. The net has been cast wider than it was being, and that's only a good thing. Pulled away in the air, high and handsome. That'll be 6 over the long side, and a few rows back as well at that over square leg. Singdale challenging Lyndon James with the short ball, but he has hit that a very long way. 160 for 3.
Yeah, into the seats in the Fox Road stand. It actually hit the top of a seat round about row 3 or 4, and then just carried on bouncing up and was thrown back sort of halfway up the stand.
Yeah, long boundary. The boundary rope itself is like 15 yards off the stand itself, and then back into the stand as well. Mighty hit. Singdale bowls, and James this time won't get a run as he's guiding the ball towards backward point.
Elsewhere, the 3 matches that are in progress at the moment are all in the other group. Derbyshire 109 for 5 in the 27th at home to Kent. Durham 123 for 4 in the 27th at home to Hampshire. And Worcestershire, the visitors, are batting down Southampton after 27 overs. They're 129 for 5. That's against Somerset.
There's a bit of a collapse from Worcestershire. They got to a good start through Pollock and Roderick. Singdale to Lyndon James on 42. He's going for the pull again, and that is going more towards mid-wicket this time. Has it just gone all the way? Yes, it has. Second 6 of the over. This is serious damage being inflicted by Nottinghamshire now. It's looking more like the early stages after a period where they built with the spinners bowling. Jack Taylor's pulled the trigger and gone back to his strike bowler in Singdale, is having a fantastic competition. It's no wonder that he has been picked for the Lions. 13 wickets in this competition, an average of under 16, and an economy rate almost as impressive of just over 4, but he's been belted in this over. Singdale is in, and it will be a dot ball to end it as this is poked to extra cover. However, 17 runs have come from the over. 166 for 3 after 29, very much not what Jack Taylor would have had in mind when he gave the ball back into Singdale's hands.
No, Notts have certainly caught up a little bit in that over after a period where they've not really scored too heavily, but neither have Hamid or James looked in too much trouble. But a couple of 6s, a 4 and a single in that over. 166 for 3 as Graham Van Buren is going at a run a ball. He's conceded 24 from his 4 overs, comes in again to bowl round the wicket to the Notts skipper, Hamid. Drives it down the ground, fielded by Cam Bancroft. 167 for 3, and now Lyndon James with an opportunity here to reach his 50s. 2 away, down with a slog sweep down the leg side, gets nothing on it. Leg side wide. James Bracey with a loud appeal, and a little bit of derision coming his way from the Notts supporters. Next delivery is tossed up there and nicely blocked. No run. 168 for 3 on a Dry day in the East Midlands. Expected to get just hotter and hotter over the next couple of days, this part of the world. Single taken, 169 for 3. On Sunday here, Notts play Essex in their traditional family fun day. There'll be discount prices and the ground will be full. There'll be lots of entertainment for the young ones on the concourse and the old ones as well, as Seba Mead cuts this into the offside. Nicely fielded out there on the fence. 2 more runs. That's Zaman Akhtar with a sliding stop. So Hamid on to 47, Lyndon James on 49, and they've added 98. I think the crowd had already spontaneously combusted because they thought it was going to be the 4 that would have brought up the century stand. Next one's blocked. 171 for 3. Sort of crept up on us, this century partnership, hasn't it? As Hamid drives into the offside, and that should probably have been stopped, but they will come back for 2, and that will take Hamid to 49 to match Lyndon James, and it will bring up the 100 partnership from 104 balls. 173 for 3 is the score, and a very generous round of applause. Lyndon James and Seba Mead, they arrived at the crease both at the same time, effectively within 5 deliveries of each other. They were both on 0, and now they're both on 49.
Yeah, it's been a magnificent partnership, and the way that they've built it as well. Hamid took 12 balls to get off the mark, and now he's scoring at basically a run a ball. Lyndon James at exactly a run a ball for his 49, and they've just steadily built things up. It's gone from mostly dots to then the odd singles sprinkled in, and then mostly singles, and now it's quite a lot of boundaries. Singdale, how does he follow up, having gone for 17 in his previous over? Bowls full this time to James, who drives him smartly to mid-on, but there is no run. So the sort of family fun activities, are we talking climbing walls and bouncy castles, that sort of stuff?
I suspect you're spot on with the bouncy castle. I don't know about the climbing walls.
I think we've had climbing wall at Bristol for some of the T20s in the past, and having seen some of that at the Olympics, that was impressive. That speed climbing,
yes,
did you see that?
Yes.
They've got to scramble up this thing in about 6 seconds or something. It comes down to about 0.01 of a second sometimes between them. Ridiculous. Singdale bowls to Lyndon James, drives in the air, and there was a hand on that at backward point. Manages to deflect it to deep point, saving 3 runs. Would have been a spectacular catch from Hammond had it been taken, but it wasn't, so it's 50 for Lyndon James, coming up in 51 deliveries, 3 fours, and those 2 mighty 6s in the previous Singdale over.
Yes, congratulations to him. We'll just rein it in a second, because Seba Mead's now on strike on 49. Let's see if he can follow his current batting partner.
In goes Singdale, bowls to Hamid on his hip, nudged into the onside. They'll take at least 1. Hamid wants 2. They're going to come back for it as well, as the ball doesn't make it outside the 30-yard circle. Shot at the stumps, misses for the non-striker's end. James would have been home anyway, and Hamid reaches a 56 ball half century, his having included 5 fours and 176 for 3 the score. So magnificent work from both these two, and they've got Nottinghamshire back in the driver's seat, having been 73 for 3 in the 13th over. Singdale in once more to Hamid. That's flicked away, fine. That might well be 4 more. Yeah, deep mid-wicket won't get there. Just straying a bit in line from Singdale, and he's on his haunches a little bit there, is Ajit Singdale. He just can't seem to find the right line and length to bowl anymore, and it's, I know you like this.
Go on
190 for 3.
That's very good. Yeah, we like that one, and we like the old snooker maximum, the 147. That's a good effort from Ed.
In comes Singdale, as I get my vocal cords back in the right position, and this is driven away towards backward point, knocked down by Hammond, but they are alertly through for a single. Good call from Lyndon James at the non-strikers end. They're beginning to take liberties here at Nottinghamshire. 181 for 3, still 1 ball left in this over from Singh Dale. He's now gone for 54 in his 7th over, and it was a pretty decent opening spell from him, really. I mean, he ended up producing that delivery that got rid of Slater. The damage has come in these last 2 overs since he was brought back. Last delivery of this over, it takes pace off, turn around the corner, there'll be a shot at the stumps here, and Goodman misses, and Hamid would have been home. So it didn't really matter. Backing up done by Price. 182 for 3 after 31 overs. Where does Jack Taylor turn now? He'd have thought he's probably got to take Singh Dale off now and hope for better fortunes from him at the end of the innings. He's taken his sweater as well, so I suspect that will be it for him, but he's got a bit of a dilemma here. Tom Smith could come back on.
I think there's a change at this end as well, because Van Buren's wandering down the far end.
Yeah, we've got no
no bowler.
Yeah, it is going to be Smith, I think. He's gradually marching his way up to the umpire, so he's still got 5 overs to get through. The only good thing from Gloucestershire's perspective is they have got through 9 of the 10 overs that they need to get through between Price and Van Buren, but then if the seamers are going to be expensive, they might need to bowl a bit more. But Smith, they'll be hoping 5 overs, 1 for 20 can be the one to come on and restore some order to proceedings from their point of view.
31 overs have gone. 50 overs aside, remember, in this Metro Bank One-Day Cup. Group B, both these sides on the fringes of the qualification places. As, the first ball at the start of a new Smith spell, I beg your pardon, worked away square of the wicket by Lyndon James. Moves on to 52. 183 for 3. In overall one-day cricket over the years, Notts just with a slightly better record. They've had 23 wins and Gloucestershire 21 in the meetings. As Hamid pushes it to the offside, 6 matches, various times have either not started or started and not been finished due to the weather. Next delivery cut away nicely by the Notts captain, moves on to 57. Last meeting here was at Trent Bridge right back in 2011. It's just been a quirk of the people that do the draws, I guess. It seems to happen now in the winter, and we've no idea when or by whom. And it just seems to be a fait accompli. You've been drawn into these groups. This is cut into the offside, and they'll take a single. Sides did meet in Bristol a couple of years ago, and it was a comfortable victory for Gloucestershire on the day. 23 previous occasions Notts have hosted the fixture, with 22 of them here at Trent Bridge, and back in 1973 they played on the sports ground at Aspley Lane in Nottingham, the old John Player ground. 185 for 3 as Hamid again takes the aerial route over extra cover for 4. This is a fine shot from Asib Hamid. He's not necessarily known as somebody who can punish the bad balls and take the aerial route, but you see him slotting in the middle of the order in this competition, as he has done over the last couple of years, and can just go through the gears nicely. 189 for 3. Notts' highest one-day score against Gloucestershire actually was made by a former Gloucestershire player. So Mead comes down the track again, well fielded off his own bowling. Chris Broad, and his will have been one of his first returns to Bristol back in 1989. He scored 106, and since then centuries for Clive Rice of 100 at Cheltenham, the only other Notts centuries in the fixtures. Paul Remains with 125, the highest Gloucestershire score against Notts. 189 for 3 after 32.
Still one of the best nicknames
Human
in the business. Human Remains, yeah. Now Jack Taylor's coming on to bowl from the Stuart Broad end, and I think I'm right in saying Jack Taylor has only bowled a couple of overs in the competition and didn't quite get through the second one of those overs because that was the winning runs hit by Warwickshire. So he's not done a great deal of bowling this year. Did a bit more last year and probably more so the year before. If I say, no, he didn't bowl. He didn't bowl last year. It was the year before. They all mesh into one. It was the year before he bowled quite a bit in the one-day cup. Bowling leg breaks now after a long and difficult period where his action was reported and then he was able to bowl again, then he wasn't able to bowl again, and in the end he's just given up and switched to bowling leg breaks rather than off breaks. Moves in now and bowls on the back foot, driven and stopped at short extra cover, and there is no run. I can remember him actually bowling a very good over at the death last over against Sussex a few years ago, as this is right up to the bat, driven away, beats Hammond at short extra cover. Fielder tries to get round and will do so at deep cover. Every time the ball goes out to that boundary, you think it's going to be four. You just see it. It's so inviting. It's so short. It's got that angle to it. You just don't think any fielder can cut anything off, but that time Charlesworth did. 190 for 3 with that single as Taylor bowls. Another flighter delivery driven on the bounce back to him. Taylor thinks about shoveling the ball towards the stumps and the non-striker's end, but doesn't let go of it. So temporary respite these first few deliveries as Hamid clips this one to leg. There's no deep square, so this is going to be at least 2 as Akhtar is round the boundary, and 2 runs is the result. 192 for 3.
Partnership 119 currently. The Gloucestershire 4th wicket record against Notts, 122. Bill Affey and Mark Lane.
Taylor in, attempted slog sweep from Hamid, possibly with the emphasis on the slog, and there is no run to short mid-wicket.
That's at Bristol in 1991, so they're within 3 of that.
Hang on, sorry. Again, for Gloucestershire.
For Gloucestershire against Notts. Oh, beg your pardon, of course, Notts
forward
batting.
goes
Yes.
Taylor and I thought I was losing it there. Defends it into the offside. There's no run. 3 runs from the over. 192 for 3. Some more from Dave Bracegirdle, and then it will be Kevin Howells.
Yeah. Some more sense from Dave Bracegirdle. Let's have a look. His 4th wicket partnership for Notts against Gloucestershire. So that has been broken. 114. Mike Smedley and Sir Garfield here at Trent Bridge in 1968. So a 4th wicket record for Notts against Gloucestershire. 17 to go. It's going to be Tom Smith again to bowl the 34th over. It will be his 7th over. As Kevin pops in to join Ed, to replace Ed. I think I'll switch off and restart.
No, don't, Dave, because we love you as you are. You keep it going. 192 for 3. Round the wicket in bowls and force back up to the bowler for there'll be no run. What a great partnership, though, for James and Hamid. Yeah. Because it did have a little feel of chaos about it, didn't it? Those 3 wickets going down in quick time. But this partnership now, 119, around the wicket, a little quicker, and into the chest of the fielder, looking after things. I say the chest, I think it might have hit him on the thumb as well, just trying to get down and make sure it didn't get past him one way or another. That's Miles Hammond looking after things out there. Extra cover. Again, quick and to the right this time of him. He can't cut it off. There is a man further in the deep. There will be 1 run. Just running away to our left-hand side. So the Outlaws move up to 193 for 3. Midway through the 34th over. 50 overs, of course. One-day cup. Metrobank one-day cup. Bill Smith bowling his 7th over, round the wicket, again quick, but to the pitch of the ball this time. Here's Hamid and Miles Hammond to his right. Hammond, Bancroft, Ollie Price, Bracey, Charlesworth, Jack Taylor, Graham Van Buren, Thomas Smith, Zaman Akhtar, Ajit Singh Dale and Dom Goodman line up for Gloucestershire today, and that's going to be a wide. And the bowler, I'm not particularly impressed. He looked a fairly okayish sort of call from the umpire. I do think it was a little debatable. But 194 for 3. Ben Slater, Freddie McCann, Jack Haynes, Hasiba Mead, Lyndon James, Tom Moores, Liam Patterson, Wyatt Calvin Harrison, Brett Hutton, Rob Lord and Luke Fletcher are the 11 for Notts. Again quicker, looking for a little bit of turn but doesn't find it. And Mead up towards the boundary. And we'll go through for a single. Cameron Bancroft doing the fielding. We've had a mixture today of glorious sunshine across the ground, and then the sun disappears behind a cloud. It just gets a little fresher and cooler, and then half an hour later out pops the sun again. Just as I say that, it's popping behind a cloud again, but it's okay, we're nice and dry. 195 for 3. Use of the feet, driven very nicely just out of the reach of the bowler Smith. Just be another one, but the board just ticking along quite nicely, I think, here for the Outlaws. There is a very short boundary. I'm surprised how few we've actually seen of these boundaries, really. But 196 for 3. James 56, Hamid on 64. But this partnership is 123 off just, what, 128 balls? They've been going along at a good rate here. Taylor's 1 over, went for 3 runs, but Smith has just completed his 7th over. 1 for 31.
You've been here enough times to know that that's not as short a boundary as we very often get. There are a number of strips that could still be used closer to the Bridgeford Road side of the ground, and
well, that's very true.
Regularly are used.
But it looks short.
It looks strange because it's so big on the other side, comparatively speaking. As Lyndon James at the start of a new over slaps this away through the offside, and that's the only way to describe it, really. Just gave it a good old-fashioned slap through extra cover, and that brings the 200 up. 200 for 3. And takes Lyndon James to 60. And Hasiba Mead has 64. This is a right Horlicks of it, but this is a county 4th wicket record against Gloucestershire. As a single is taken, beating Mike Smedley and Gary Sobers back in 1968. 201 for 3.
Big year, 68, Dave.
It was indeed. Mexico Olympics. This one's floated up and driven down the ground. This is a little bit of an exploratory spell, you fancy, from Jack Taylor, because Singh Dale was harshly treated over the 2 overs of his return. So the skipper just giving himself a couple of overs here to see if he can dry things up, but it's not particularly happened for him yet, although Lyndon James was driving freely there and didn't properly get hold of it. Hits it back to the bowler. 15 to go after this. I think from this platform, not so be disappointed if they don't get 300, as this is cut to backward point, and there is a wicket, and Gloucestershire needed that. Lyndon James looking to step away to cut it square of the wicket, and just in the air too much and into the hands of Singh Dale, who takes a good catch low down, and the partnership comes to an end on 129. 202 for 4. Lyndon James is out. Caught Singh Dale, bowled Taylor for 61. Was made from 64 deliveries.
I want to see this on the replay again if we do get a chance, because it's a little bit. Was that Freddie McCann one where he just didn't seem committed to it, and when he went to reverse, and that one looks a very soft dismissal again, doesn't it? It's almost as if not. I say not fully concentrated. Well, it wasn't really that wide to try and carve away, was it? But still went for the shot. Although again didn't seem fully committed to it, just didn't really look as if it was as sharp as possible. And again another batter, well set, although a terrific knock from him, really important knock, especially the position Notts were in at that point, to take nothing away from him. But again, you just feel another batter leaves the field, Dave, for me, leaving plenty out there.
Yeah, totally agree. New man is Tom Moores, coming out in traditional footwear. I saw him this morning, had a natter to Tom. He got the vibrant orange, the fluorescent orange boots on for the Notts warm-up this morning, and it's, crikey, what on earth are you wearing? He says, the Ben Duckets. He said, I'm just trying them out, the Ben Duckets. So he did the warm-ups in the fluorescent orange, but whether he's not allowed to wear them in this format, or whether he's seen a bit of common sense, he comes out in his normal footwear. 202 for 4.
Well, somebody told Ben Duckett that he was wearing them.
Yeah.
Oh, the bat gauge. Oh, the bat gauge, Dave. No excuses, they say now, for the bat gauge. The bat gauges in the changing rooms. Everybody can have a bit of a look.
Tom Moore's a consistent run of scores in this season's competition. 23 not out, 23, 37 and 24 not out. Add them all together and divide by 2, and he's averaging 50 for this season's competition. It's a strange way of looking at stats, isn't it? His top score is 37, yet he's averaging 50, but 100 runs from 4 innings, twice out. He's on the strike. To Jack Taylor, who's just picked up his first wicket. It's a no ball. I think that was the cry. I'm surprised if it wasn't. It's driven down the ground for a single, but I just heard a yell as soon as he released it, and now the arm does come out from our umpire, Mohammed Wasim, so it'll be a free hit. The field can change because they took a single, and Asib Hamid is probably saying thank you very much. Can have a bit of a go at this.
So Ed from the back of the box is saying that was called from the square leg umpire. So you think maybe about only had 4 fielders in the ring. No, they've got
It won't be a free hit then,
5. Well, he signalled a free hit.
It's clumsy from Gloucestershire to get caught out like that. First ball after a wicket had fallen. Somebody had... Well, you've got to collectively take responsibility, haven't you? It's not just the one fielder not doing his job. I think everybody else has to be aware and alive and alert.
Well, it's taken them a long time to sort this out now. In, out, shake it all about.
Graham Van Buren's been in about 3 different fielding positions between deliveries here, and it's still not been bowled.
If they're not careful, they'll talk themselves into not having enough in again.
The offside is packed with fielders inside the ring as Hamid heaves this one away. It's in the air, down the ground, and will go for 4. One bounce over the ropes in front of the Hound Road lower at deep mid-wicket. That's a mighty blow to end the over. It was a good one for Gloucestershire in that they ended that 129-run partnership, but Asib Hamid continues merrily on his way. He's 69 from 70 balls faced.
If you're listening to us on BBC 5 Sports Extra, a little reminder that we won't be able to bring this to you all day long. So BBC Sport website app and smart speaker for you there. The 100 at 2:45, women and men. London Spirit versus Manchester Originals. And we will be, from time to time on Sports Extra, popping back up with the very latest. That is the way it all pans out cricket-wise for the day, if you're listening to us on that particular platform. But BBC Sport website and app, as always, for all the coverage, every ball of every game to be found. Not only of this competition, the One Day Cup, but all the county cricket games. The men's game, 209 for 4 then. Moores is on 1. And he has a bit of a look round him. Fielder just settles out there deep behind square on the leg side. And ball bowled and worked in that sort of area along the ground for a single for Moores. He moves to 2. And it's 210 for 4 in this 36th over. Live here from Trent Bridge. It's lovely to have you with us. Thank you very much for that. I'll run through some scores from elsewhere around the country because we are moving to the bit where you lose and you could find yourself out of the competition. Not in a knockout stage, but a group stage. That's hammered into the covers region by Hamid. Half stop, but they're able to go through for 1. Hamid moves to 70. The Outlaws 211 for 4. James, really good knocked that at 61. Soft looking dismissal in the end. 2 balls into this over, and it's been bowled by Smith, and Moores is looking busy, but has to settle for 1 to long on. He takes his score to 3, but this board is moving along quite nicely for the Outlaws. even though they have lost that wicket. It's just the 4th wicket down with these 14 and a bit overs remaining. So from here, they like to think they could press on and give Gloucestershire a real difficult job. Certainly for me, Hamid looks as if he's sort of opened up a little bit more, looks to be a little bit more positive and attacking, and he's moved to 71 of 72.
Doesn't look to get bogged down, or is determined not to be bogged down, as you say. He's playing his shots.
Moore's facing no on 3, fuller delivery, but nothing doing there, just worked on the onside. There are wickets falling around the country elsewhere, which I'll tell you about in just a second. This, of course, is a Group B match, so we'll with this ball bowled deep in his crease, turned away by Moore square for a single. Does that complete the over? It does indeed. So that's 36 overs gone. 214 for 4. Moore's on 4. Hamid on 71. So the game that's also been played in Group B between Essex and Surrey doesn't start until 2 o'clock in Chelmsford. So in Group A, where 4 teams, remember, top 3, you need to finish in the top 3 to reach the knockout stages. 4 teams are on 8 points, but 2 of them have played 1 game fewer than the other. Derbyshire have not played 1 game fewer, and they're currently 4th. 136 for 7 in the 34th over. They're at home to Kent. Hampshire do have a game in hand on some of the others, but that will be against Worcestershire, also have a game in hand, and Durham 157 for 5. Durham against Hampshire being played at Gosforth after 34 overs, 157 for 5. And Worcestershire are 167 for 6 against Somerset in Taunton. And to say, Hampshire, for me, this is the really big game in that group, will come on Sunday there, which will be Hampshire taking on Worcestershire. So those matches, I think we're up to date with all the scores, Dave.
We are indeed. Zaman Akhtar coming back into the attack. 5 overs, 1 for 23 for the pace bowler. Got rid of Jack Hames earlier on in the 13th over. He's going to start round the wicket to the left-handed Moores, who's on 4 and drives well away from his body, gets nothing on it. Tom Moores there was looking to work it away square of the wicket on the offside, but nothing doing. Precious dot ball for the visitors. James Bracey just coming up to the stumps and just checking on the line of the fielders there. As Akhtar again round the wicket and inside edge fortuitously misses the leg stump for Tom Moores, and he'll come back for a couple of runs. Got away with one there with a thin tickle past his stumps down to fine leg. 216 for 4. Moores on 6. Hamid 71. Another left-hander, Liam Patterson-White, will almost certainly come in at 7. Calvin Harrison in the side for his first match in this season's competition. Rob Lord and Brett Hutton and Luke Fletcher. As Moores will just open the face, run this down on an angle of 45 degrees down to Van Buren, who bounces the ball into the keeper. 217 for 4. Crowd are quiet, seem to be engrossed in the cricket. Real change in tempo for those that have perhaps not been here since the blast, or have maybe been here for the 100, or maybe even been here for the test match, which of course took place last month. All different forms of the game being played over the last few weeks. The county championship, of course, which resumes the end of the month. This is guided down to 3rd. Oh, there's a misfield there, a real fumble from Ajit Singh Dale. He went to throw it in and the ball just popped out of the back of his hand, so they took a 2nd. Let's resume the county championship campaign on the 22nd up at Durham, and then a week later they're back at Trent Bridge. Division 1 leaders Surrey come to town. And then 3 matches in September. Then we're done, Kevin.
On a cheery note, Dave.
That's it.
Christmas next.
Season's finished the end of next month. Little drop onto the leg side by Hamid. He set off like a greyhound as if he thought there were 2, but Would have been foolish to risk it. Just a single, 220 for 4.
There's a lot of cricket to be played, Dave, isn't there?
Yes.
There's some big games coming up.
Yep.
Championship and the Blast and this competition. And quite a few internationals still take place. You've got Sri Lanka, and I think the Aussies are here, aren't they?
Yeah.
Some one-day stuff in September.
Moore's on 7. Strike now, the left-hander, and just wafted at that one a little bit. Loose looking shot. Decent comeback over from Zaman Akhtar. 6 runs from it. He'll take that at this stage of the innings. 220 for 4 after 37. Only 13 to go, so Notts have got to get a motor on if they're going to get anywhere near 300, and anything less than that, I think Gloucestershire will be the happy of the two sides at the interval.
Yes, beyond doubt, what the authorities wanted was this just be considered to be a second 11 competition with no interest, only one show in town, and that's the 100. That ain't worked. This isn't a rival show to the 100. I mean, that would be just stupid to say that. But this is no just second 11 competition either. You could argue, I know, that players have been brought in. There was 17 on debut on the first day of the competition. But these supporters are not coming. You wouldn't get this number of supporters at a second 11 game. So this is not a second 11 competition by that gauge and marking. So the supporters have come out still and got behind this competition. And of course, if you've got a bit of sunshine and a bit of cricket, why wouldn't you come out and enjoy a day at the cricket? Hamid's on 74, 220 for 4, and angled down towards third off the bat of Hamid, who has to go running round. A very tall and strong looking figure, Goodman. He did nothing wrong, but he wasn't going to get out of the way. So Hamid moves to 75, and the Outlaws 221 for 4.
No, you don't have to get out of the way, do you?
No, oh gosh, no. We do not. Lots of discussion taking place here because, you know, we're not even into the last 10, and with 221 on the board here, Gloucestershire may be a little bit fearful of what's to come in terms of them chasing down. It's a massively important game for them. Well, of course, it's important for both teams, but massively important because really not impossible, but difficult to see a way through for them should they lose here today. And that's been tucked away by Moores for just the 1. He goes on to 8. Takes the score to 222 for 4. Goodman bowling his 6th over. And so far he's conceded 30 runs, not taken a wicket. We'd like that to change, obviously.
I wouldn't have thought. They've just come along here for the ride, though. Players of the calibre of Bancroft and Hammond and Price and Bracey, the top 4.
Next ball, play and a miss. Swipe at that one from Hamid. That didn't look so pretty.
The captain, Jack Taylor, of course, they'll want nothing more, I think, than to be heading back down the M5 later with the points from the victory here. They might realistically think the chances of qualifying are a long shot, but that won't stop them, and they've really put their bodies on the line, haven't they, in the field.
Hamid facing 75, not out. Where's that gone? It's gone on the onside. He'll have to be quick again. Has to go the long way around Goodman. Again, he's doing nothing wrong as Goodman, but Hamid is hell-bent on trying to run into him, seemingly, and has to divert around him. Well, that's because he's got used to driving on British motorways at night and always likes a bit of diversion. I don't know, but he's managed to scuttle through for a single, taking his score to 76. 223 for 4 in this 38th over. You sent the jitters through me there. Just think about poor old Gloucester's having to drive back down the M5 on a Friday in the school summer holidays. Yep. Oh my gosh. Next ball tucked away again by Moores on the leg side. We'll go through for a couple, and applause for the good running from this pair, Hamid and Moores. I mean, you can't have these guys out there and call this a second 11 competition, can you? No. Crying out loud. 225 for 4, 1 ball left of the 38th over. And some teams do seem to have been left with more than just a couple of experienced players, and as you've just mentioned, several for Gloucestershire as well, haven't you? Moores is on 10, and it's Goodman to bowl. Short. And goes to hook, but I don't know if he misses or just takes the ball, the bat inside the line of that. Big puff of dust gets up. It's quite blustery out there. 225 for 4. Moore's on 10. Hamid 76 not out of 77 balls. He's not been messing about. Goodman 6 overs. No wicket for 33. Dave, there's a bit of a mark on this pane of glass out here. Was this not another ball that hit the window
no,
here, is it?
No.
You see what I'm talking
yes,
about there?
Yeah.
I thought you'd had another Alex Hales show or something with a ball flying in. I dine out on that story every time I come here with the people who've not been to Trent Bridge before, Dave. And there's the mark where the ball hit. I also remind everybody that you and Emerson refused to throw the ball back for I don't know how long before you'd had your selfies taken with it. But a good little moment that was, wasn't it? Lovely moment.
225 for 4. Here's the score. Yes, Alex Hales launching a ball from Durham's Ryan Pringle straight through the window here on the 3rd floor of the Radcliffe Road stand a number of years ago now. Start of a new over, and Hamid drives Akhtar down the ground for a single. 226 for 4. Yes, I went to throw it back, and I was asked by my cohort to
when to throw it back. You never in your mind to throw it back. The players were down here screaming for it. Any chance we could have the ball back?
well, it was a televised game, and they were exactly the words that Ian Ward, who was on commentary at the time, used. As Tom Moores comes down the track and lifts it through the offside and away for 4. Yes, never mind. Now you've got your selfie. Please, can we have our ball back? Is what Ian Ward said on the commentary. 230 for 4.
Oh, he would have done the same. Actually, he probably wouldn't have done the same. But a few in that commentary box, they would have done the same.
Nice looking shot that from Moores. Advanced very quickly, a step or two out of his crease, and laced Akhtar through extra cover and away. Here comes the bowler. See what he's got by way of revenge. This is deflected behind square on the leg side for a single. 231 for 4. Still the final 10 over power play to come, which means Gloucestershire can have another fielder outside the ring. Hamid, one of 3 men to score a century on his List A debut for Nottinghamshire back in 2021. His first game in this format for the county. He got a ton against Warwickshire at Edgbaston as he laces this through mid-wicket for 4. We've seen him play that shot a number of times today. The short jab, the pull through mid-wicket for 4. Wouldn't necessarily see him play it too many times during a lengthy stay at the crease in a county championship match, but certainly works for him in the white ball game. And he's now on to 81. He's had 100 this season in this competition against Sussex at Welbeck. Scored 89 at Neath against Glamorgan. So this is his 3rd sizable contribution. Also be delighted if he was still there at the end of the 50 overs. They probably would get up to about 300 if he was. This is a shorter ball that he's just paddled round the corner, and Van Buren stopped it, but wasn't able to get into a position to throw down the stump. So a single taken. 236 for 4.
So he's had 3 centuries, 7 50s in this day cricket. 42 matches. It seems like not very many, because he's been around for a little while, but 42 matches. His highest score is 114. Well, that's well in sight, isn't it, today? One step at a time now.
Yeah, he's at the non-strikers end. This pair have added 34 from 25 deliveries. Akhtar to conclude his 7th over, bowling to Moores. Again comes down the track and again has to reach for it. Gets the bottom of the bat under slight misfield, and Tom Moores was all over that, and he was keeping an eye on Miles Hammond out in the deep and quickly called Hamid back for a second. That's really good running. 238 for 4 with 11 to go.
300 a minimum, Dave, today?
I think if it was under 300, I think Gloucestershire would be there happy. I mean, it doesn't necessarily pan out like that.
So we've got
62 from 11.
350. I think 300 minimum, 350. I think you may feel as though you've got one hand on the game. Let's see, because this looks a really good strip. I mean, plenty of pace, plenty of carry. The pitch just a couple along from Steve and the team. It has a real look as if a plaster has been out there. You know, when you get a bit of plastering done on the wall or something like that. It's got that sort of a colour to it. It must have been played and used in the 100. I think they've probably used a couple of those strips now for the 100. We're playing a little more to the right here at 2:38 for 4. 40th over, play and a miss from Hamid. He goes to cut the ball, and every now and then he goes to play at a shot and it looks the ugliest thing you could ever wish to imagine. And every now and then he strikes absolutely beautifully. And you look at that score, he's 81 balls for his 82. So clearly he has been striking it well as well, but there are one or two that he just gets himself in horrible looking positions. On 82, and that's been whipped away very nicely in the air, up and over the fielder. Through mid-wicket, that is 6. So he's very much got another century in sight, very much got a higher score in this format in sight, but he's on 88 at the moment. And he's taken the Outlaws to 244 for 4. And they look to me to be, even on this good-looking pitch, to be establishing themselves the sort of target that Gloucestershire are going to have to be really on their mettle to chase down. Goodman bowls and pushed into the offside. He'll get a single there, will the Outlaws captain. He moves to 89 off 83. And the team score 245 for 4. We're approaching the end of the 40th over, so 10 overs to go. 350. I think definitely has to be their hope. And as I say, I think 350 is going to be very, very testing, but not impossible with the surface. It's going to need a couple of players, and they have got them in the Gloucestershire ranks who can play the required sort of innings. Goodman, midway through the 7th over. Just tucked away by Moores again. Busy about the running as well, finding boundaries, but also decent running. It'll just be the single though for Moores. Outlaws 246 for 4. 2 balls left to this over. Then we move into the final 10. So they've got to keep plugging away at here. It's Gloucestershire. Obviously, every dot ball will be very useful. Get some wickets as well, because they know they're in for a big run chase. And they've just got to try and minimise the damage. And that is going to be another 4. No, stopped just about. Just on the edge of the circle there. Miles Hammond out there. Nice sliding stop and fielding. Did well to get round to it and then to stop it from bobbling over the top of him. Gathered it in. 248 for 4. But Hamid, gosh, he really has got the bit between his teeth now. He's on to 91 off 84. His partnership is a 46 off 31. And Goodman, 1 ball left to this over. Played nicely behind square leg side for a single to finish it off. So Goodman's gone for 44 runs from his 7 overs so far. And the end of the over leaves the Outlaws at 249 for 4. Moores on 18, Hamid on 92. And a partnership of 47. Ed, welcome back.
Thank you. It does look rather ominous at this stage for
But
Gloucestershire.
not impossible?
It's not impossible, no. They're going to need to score, surely, their highest score of the competition if they're going to chase this score down. Their highest score being the 301 it was in the end at the Oval, which was still 301 all out in the 49th over. So it does just show you that this batting lineup, which is certainly capable of huge scores, it of course produced that 454 more or less in its current incarnation last year in that game at Bristol against Somerset last year. So they've got an awful lot of runs in them, but yet really to put it together this year. Zaman Akhtar starting his 8th over, and Hamid turns it into the onside. Akhtar's going to have to do the fielding off his own bowling. They're coming back for a second run, and This is magnificent running between these two. And the 250 comes up for Nottinghamshire in the 41st over. Milestones approach galore. 49-run partnership now between these two, and Hamid on to 94 now from 86 deliveries. And Gloucestershire in need of wickets in the plural. Actor in and bowls, and this is worked straight to the fielder at deep mid-wicket this time for a single. 252 for 4, and that single does bring up that 50-run partnership from just 34 deliveries, and it's been Hamid who's scored the quicker. 30 from 18, his contribution in that partnership. And I think I would go back to that no ball. Right after they'd taken the wicket, they concede a no ball and a free hit. Right after that, and an error from the fielding side as a whole. So they just finally got a moment that they could feel they were right back into things, having got rid of Lyndon James. And then straight away, they're then on the back foot again, as Hamid hits the free hit for a boundary. And he's not really looked back since then. Change of field here. They've got, because there is so much time to bowl these overs in. They've got basically an hour to bowl 9.4 overs. Actor bowls a wide ball to Moores, who drives out to deep cover and picks up a single. 253 for 4. One thing I should have mentioned, and should have mentioned it as soon as I came back on commentary before, Tom Smith, 100 list A wickets with the wicket that he's taken in this innings. Been approaching it for a little while, but he's got there, so many congratulations to him. As in goes Actor bowls. Hamid drives up to mid-off. He's hit it hard, and it's not fielded cleanly up at mid-off. Would have been quite some ask for the aforementioned to get up to his feet and deliver that throw in time. 254 for 4. So 100 list A wickets for Smith, in addition to 185 in T20 cricket. Third all-time leading wicket taker in the T20 Blasters. Actor bowls a filthy full toss, and it's going to be a couple of runs. Van Buren gets up quickly down at a wide, deep third position, and applause, I think, for the fielding as much as anything else, and Actor has really got away with that. That was quite a high full toss as well, clearly not above waist height, but exactly the kind of delivery that Moores would have wanted to slash away. 256 for 4. Last ball of this 41st over. Actor in and bowls full, driven down the ground towards long off, and just the one. So Moores keeps the strike on 22. 9 overs left. 257 for 4. The other thing that this total does is, with net run rate still very much a possibility to decide who goes through in this group, and Nottinghamshire's net run rate at the moment much higher than Gloucestershire's, it'll mean that, I mean, what Gloucestershire would really have wanted to do today was win, and win big, and get that net run rate very close. If not, I mean, it would have taken quite some effort to get it ahead, but make some sort of inroads into that. If they do go on to win, and it's a huge if, with the score 257 for 4 after 41, it's not going to be a big win, so they're more likely to need help from elsewhere being Warwickshire, even if they do win this game. But they've got to win it first.
Yep, that'll be the thing really on their mind, you might imagine.
Yes,
The
I mean, we can
the
think about that.
The point you make is a very valid one. But, you know, it's that sort of pitch usually here at Trent Bridge where if you are going to win, it's every chance that you'll have just got a few more runs than the Knots, because you often do find a lot of runs to be scored here. And that's the way it's shaping up here today. Overs, but the ball is 9th. And he's Coming in from the Radcliffe Road end, in and bowls to the left-handed Moores, who will get the ball away on the offside for 1, so he moves to 23. Tom Smith 1 for 37 from 8.1 overs. Hamid is on 96. Hamid is looking for list A century number 4, if he can. And then 114 is his previous highest score, but he's on 96 at the moment as the Outlaws captain. Smith comes around the wicket, too wide, and the umpire is in agreement with me. Should it be the other way around? Yes, it should. I'm in agreement with the umpire on that one. Back to his mark, Smith. With his spin, comes around the wicket to Hamid on 96, driven very nicely, but that won't be a 4. That's Bancroft doing the fielding, coming up off the boundary. 1 run. Hamid moves to 97. This run rate going along at 6.29 at the moment. The Outlaws giving themselves a really good chance in this contest. Smith bowls, Moore's forced back. It really could have done with finding a gap out there on the leg side. Instead he finds the man at mid-wicket. Plenty more out in the deep, mind you, deep mid, and also deep backward square leg on that wider, longer boundary, which is the onside for Tom Moores at the moment. He's on 23 off 21, and it's Smith bowling to him now. Punched away, but for no run again. Hamid will have to be quick turning round to get back in at the non-striker's end. Don't want to be taking on the right arm of Dom Goodman, who's fielding out there at the moment. Moore's 23 not out. And this is now Smith into bowl to him. Looking to sweep this one and will get just the 1 run. Gosh, everything happened really quickly. That ball really did race away out there to Hammond doing the fielding at deep mid-wicket. Had a lot of ground to cover, but it covered it very, very quickly. Hamid is on 97 here for the Outlaws. And Smith has got 1 more ball left of this over. And this one has been pumped up again to the fielder, Bancroft, who will get down on 1 knee to prevent Hamid getting any more than 1. But he will keep the strike as he moves to 98 not out. And the Outlaws to 262 for 4. Smith has bowled 9 overs, 1 for 41 so far. This partnership is 60 off 44 runs. Things going along really nicely for the home side.
Yeah, and they'll be hoping to exploit the fact that Hamid is quite close to his 100 here. There's a bit of an onus on Tom Moores to be finding the boundary, whilst Hamid himself is ticking his way up towards his 100. But at this stage, Hamid is on strike. And Singdale returns after what I thought was a decent opening spell. And then he got carted in the 2 overs that he bowled coming back into the attack. Lyndon James heaved him for a couple of huge 6s on the pull shot. Just checking they've got the right number of fielders inside the circle. Now they have with 4. Singdale bowls a slower delivery to Hamid. It's worked down the ground for just the 1 run. They never really thought about the 2nd run there. And Hamid moves to 99, so as many runs as their number on the back of his shirt. I don't think I'd want to wear 99 as a... well, just as a cricketer, full stop.
Well, he's sending a statement out there, isn't he? Saying he's... presumably saying he's not at all suspicious. Superstitious. He may be very suspicious, but he's not superstitious.
Here comes Singdale. Round the wicket to the left-handed Moores. He bowls a wide delivery, and it's too wide. Umpire outstretches those arms to 64 for 4. Yep, that is 264. The scoreboard's moved. So 11 extras. Benny Howell used to wear number 13 for Gloucestershire, which I'm sure in his mind he was unlucky for the batter. That I could sort of understand, but 99? Be brave to wear that. In comes Singdale, bowls round the wicket. Moores cuts, doesn't time it, but he will take a single to extra cover, which brings Hamid on strike on 99. Doesn't look as though Gloucestershire are going to go overtly attacking and start bringing extra fielders in. Everybody back on the edge of the circle that's inside the circle. 3 on the offside and 1 behind square on the leg side. So basically, Hamid can have his 100 if he hits the ball anywhere on the onside. In comes Singdale, bowls to Hamid, full, wide, steered through the offside for his 100. Hasib Hamid, 92 deliveries, 9 fours and a 6. And this has been a fantastic 50 over innings from Hamid. He took his time at the start, built through the middle, then started targeting the boundaries. Has shared in 2 cracking partnerships, first with Lyndon James and now with Tom Moores. And he is guiding his side through to what looks as if it is going to be an excellent total. 266 for 4, and we've got movement in that doorway. I'm surprised that's not been a problem before. Sight screen right over the top of that doorway. That was causing a bit of an issue in the test match, I think, as well, wasn't it? That
Was
door?
it?
Yeah.
Oh dear.
In comes Singdale around the wicket to Moores. He bowls, flogged through the offside for 4. My word, he's hit that hard. Full wide delivery, and Moores has thrown the kitchen sink at it, and it has sped to the extra cover boundary for 4.
There's been a few, more than a few, of those shots, exhilarating shots. Ball racing along the ground, running away. I thought we were going to see loads of those from Slater today. We saw a little, but not a lot in the end.
I was exhilarated.
At that moment, were
Yeah,
you?
I was. It was really,
Yeah, well, good, and you should have been.
yeah. It's the first boundary for a couple of overs now. Not that it's particularly problematic for Nottinghamshire. Still heading well towards that 350. Change of field. There's a deep extra cover, almost a wide long off. Singdale bowls, giving him the charge as Moores and plinking this one down to long on. And just a single. He moves to 30. Yeah, I suppose deep extra cover. He's quite straight at deep extra, and then they put an extra cover inside the circle, clearly planning to bowl wide and hide the ball away from that short boundary, which still hasn't been targeted that many times. But I think what Nottinghamshire have done really well in this innings is, and this is often said, don't think too much about the short boundary. Singdale in, backing away is Hamid, pulling the ball on a couple of bounces, a deep straight mid-wicket. There is another fumble out in the deep, as Hammond can't pick the ball up cleanly, and they have been really sharp on any slight error in the field from Gloucestershire of Nottinghamshire's batters. And 2 runs to end the over, 273 for 4, 7 overs left. Getting the wagon wheel on the Batman scoreboard as well. That's good. Only 29 runs through the offside. 55 between wide long on and fine leg. Leg side dominant.
They did that just for you.
I love that. It's exactly the sort of information that I would dine out on as a spectator.
Yeah. You've been exhilarated twice
I
now
know.
in a very short space of
It's
time.
too much
haven't you?
excitement for me. Really is.
And that's before you get downstairs and see what's on offer for lunch. I don't know what's in the pie, and it doesn't matter.
Oh,
It's a pie.
that's all that matters.
It is all
You
that
can't have anything bad in a pie, surely.
No, surely not. Surely not. So, elsewhere, Group B, which this, of course, is Group B, but Surrey Essex at Chelmsford starts at 2 o'clock, day-night game. And Surrey have chosen to bat. You can pick that one up on the BBC Sport website and app. Smith going to bowl his final over. And his first 9 have gone for 41 runs, picked up a wicket, and that's 1 more. He will concede, and the Outlaws will pick up 274 for 4 now. And Mead and Moore's going on really nicely, very swiftly. 72 off 51. So that's it for Group B. All the other matches in Group A. A reminder, 4 teams at the top, all on 8 points. Derbyshire in 4th, 178 for 7 against Kent. 42 overs. Smith to Hamid. Hamid uses his feet. That's been carved away. It's up over the top of the 2 fielders who are there, sort of slipping back with point. It's been well stopped in the deep with a right arm throw. And comes back in, makes his ground just about. That was a very sharp piece of fielding out there in the deep. Is that Hammond again?
It is, yes.
Yeah, Miles Hammond, terrific, strong arm. That's some distance to get that back in. We were talking and, you know, making not too much of it, but how exhilarating it is to see the ball fly there off the bat. Equally so, that ball coming flying in.
Yeah, and then them deciding to scramble back for a 3rd run. Hamid's on 105. Surely he doesn't want to be coming back for those extra runs at this stage, but apparently so. 277
for 4. Tickled very fine. Smith can't quite believe it, because I think that could get the better of the fielders to the boundary. It is. It's going to be a 4. Well, the Outlaw supporters very much enjoying this. 281 for 4. Where were we? Derbyshire 178 for 7 against Kent after 43 overs. Hampshire also in those 4 teams at the top, with 1 game in hand on a couple of the other teams. Durham 187 for 7 after 42 overs. Turned away square leg side by Moores for 1. He moves to 32. Here at Trent Bridge takes the Outlaws to 282 for 4. And then Worcestershire, a bit of a rally there, because they've had 1 or 2 struggles along the way. So a bit of a rally. Tom Taylor, 47 of 49 balls, 4 fours, 2 sixes.
Oh, he can do that. He's got a fantastic list A record.
Around the wicket. Oh, stumping. Yes, that's gone. Real swing of that from Hamid. He's been looking urgent for the last few overs, many overs actually, and he's made 105. It's just been a terrific knock from the Notts Outlaws captain. But eventually he went swinging at a ball which maybe just had a little bit of turn. He missed it and he was yards out for the bails to be whipped off by Bracey. But what a knock. Hasib Hamid stumped Bracey, bowled Smith for 105, 95 balls, 9 fours and a 6. And has helped the Outlaws here already mount a very formidable looking total for Gloucestershire to chase down. We're not yet at the end of the 50 overs. Players on the balcony, all of them, I say all of them, a couple of them sitting down. Get up, you should be up and clapping your captain as he makes his way out. Back to see you, and you give him a pat on the back. That was a terrific knock, wasn't it?
It was very much so. I thought you were about to name the exact
name and shame
members of the balcony that weren't on their feet there. But no,
people watching the stream can see who they are. They know who they are.
Everybody around the ground that could be on their feet, and that has been one of the better 50 over knocks I've seen this season from the point that he came out. And I say he even when he was what 1 off 12, 0 off 11. He never really looked as if he was in any trouble, other than his very first delivery was about the closest Gloucestershire have come to getting him out, when he went back to quite a full ball and Smith had an appeal for both LBW and caught behind, both of which were not out. Since then, even if he's just been playing defensively, it's been calm and assured. And apart from that 1-6 that just cleared the leg side field, it's been mostly 1 bounce 4s. He's just picked his gaps and hit the ball well enough to clear the infield and not really bothered too much beyond that. But it sort of looked as if he'd reached a point where he decided he knew that there was batting left to come and he was just going to go for it. And if it came off, great, and if it didn't, then somebody else can finish this.
Smith has got 1 ball remaining of his 10 overs. He's taken 2. That was his second wicket. 2 for 46 over the wicket and in the bowls. And bat on that? Yes, there was, from Liam Patterson-White, who's gone out to join Moores, who's on 32. And Smith's 10 overs, no maidens, 46 runs, 2 for 46. He completes his little spell. I think we've been around all the matches. But that Worcestershire, interesting there, because they are playing with... Well, on that, I referenced that first day of the competition when there were 17 players making a debut. 6 of them were for Worcestershire. And and they've had some mixed fortune, some of the lesser known players. But I see Hindley, the spinner, has got 32 with the bat there as well at Taunton. And you can follow all these matches, BBC Sport website and app, including this one. And we will be disappearing at around about 2:45 for the 100. But of course, we will have completed this innings by then, with the Outlaws at 282 for 5. 6 overs remain. And perhaps if I just do this one, then you can come in, and then yourself and Dave can see off the innings towards the break. Definitely a sunny and bright and breezy here today by the River Trent, as Moores is on 32, 282 for 5, and that's been hammered through extra cover, beats the fielder. Just a little bit of an awkward bounce maybe on the strip. They'll come back for 2, so good running. Outlaws now in a position with just 5 down as they approach these last 5 or 6 overs. They really can put their foot on the gas and really mount the pressure. Although I did say, and I still stand by it, I think the 300 is a minimum you need to get here. I think anything over that, moving towards the 330, 350 mark, is where you start to put the pressure on Gloucestershire, because this looks a really good batting strip.
Yeah, very much so.
It's Goodman who's bowling his 8th over. He turns to run in from that Stuart Broad end, in and bowls. Oh, and that's been beautifully struck. Glorious strike. Oh, get out of the way of that one in the pavilion. Coming your way. No, it's not. Yes, it is. Whoa, and then they have to dive to the right and the left. That's a mighty 6. Well, we know what Moores is capable of. We also know that Moores, along with the rest of the Outlaws, will feel that they haven't really hit their straps properly in limited overs cricket this season. Well, with strikes like that, it just shows what they are capable of. That was a brilliant strike. 290 for 5. He moves to 40 off just 31 deliveries. And he's got his head down again, ready to go again. What can Goodman offer? He's gone for 52 runs from his 7.2 overs so far. He's gone big again. Has he got this? Not enough, I don't think. I think it's going to be caught. He is. Just a few yards in from the boundary up there at long off, and Moores has gone. Goodman does strike and picks up the wicket, and it's Cam Bancroft who's taken the catch. It wasn't that difficult to catch for him, so Moores went big, struck it great, the delivery before, but just didn't get the timing on that one. And he's gone for 40 off 32 balls, 2 fours and a 6, and it's 290 for 6. I'll move aside and Ed can come in and join you, Dave.
Thank you very much, Kevin. Kevin Howell's with us here at Trent Bridge for this Metro Bank one-day cup game between Notts and Gloucestershire. Yeah, I was just about to say, actually, Asib Hamid played magnificently well there, but to lose his wicket like that, dancing down the track at the spinner and getting stumped, really the role that maybe Hamid needed to take over the last 5-6 overs was just to get the hitters on strike and just play around Tom Moores and Liam Patterson-White. But with Hamid getting out there and then Moores following, Notts have suddenly got 2 players on naught. That's exactly what Gloucestershire would have wanted going into these last 5 or so overs. New man is Calvin Harrison, who we haven't seen for a while. Not played for Notts since the blast, because he's been away with the 100, although he hasn't played any matches. So he's been released just to get a little bit of game time here, and Notts very pleased to get him back. 290 for 6, comes in at number 8. And to follow him, if required, Rob Lord, who we haven't seen yet bat in Notts colours. This will be his home debut, the former National Counties player with Cheshire. Harrison then on strike, and his first ball pushed into the covers, and to bring up the rear, Brett Hutton and Luke Fletcher if required. 290 for 6. Did seem like not squandered a wicket there that they needn't have done, I think, with Hamid getting out, and just needed to put bat on board and let Tom Moores try and go for the big hits, which he did. It's a mighty fine blow from him into the pavilion, and then tried to follow it up, and this time couldn't clear the ropes. 2 balls left in this over. Goodman with his first wicket of the day, coming in his 8th over. He's in past umpire Mohammed Wazim and Again, it's another precious dot ball, 290 for 6. Heads back alongside me. And I think Notts are going to get their 300, but how many more than 300 is maybe going to be pivotal here as to who leaves with the points.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly still going to take some chasing. And like I say, Gloucestershire have only scored just over 300 once in this competition, so they're still going to have to bat well.
We're in a position, I think, with Moores and Hamid going well to put a really good score on the board. That might not happen now. It might just be a par scored as Harrison pushes his 3rd ball back to the bowler. End of a successful one, 290 for 6. Couple of really sizable partnerships, in fact 3, 129 between James and Hamid, 80 between Moores and Hamid, and at the start the openers put 56 on, so Notts doing it as a unit, which is what the coaches would like, but all around that Nasib Hamid century, 105 he made, his 4th one-day 100 for Notts. There's an aeroplane in the distance, just goes over the top of the Batman board and will then descend into East Midlands Airport. We've got Graham Van Buren coming back, so spin inside the last 10 overs here. Liam Patterson-White on strike. Here's Ed Seaborn.
Interesting move. Van Buren in, and that's going to be a huge 6 over mid-wicket. First ball heading towards the hover cover and over the top of it. That's set quite a way back from the boundary rope as well, so Patterson-White seeing a fellow left-arm spinner and deciding that he would like to give him a bit of treatment.
It's not a bad way to get off the mark, is it?
Second ball, yeah. Huge slog sweep from Patterson-White. And, I mean, they don't have to bring Van Buren back here. He's in again, and use of the feet from Patterson-White. Turns it firmly down to long on with the wrists. Just a single is taken. 4 overs left after this. Goodman looks as if he's going to bowl out from the Stuart Broad end, but they could have bowled Actor and then maybe one more over of Singdale. They could have bowled all seam if they'd wanted to. Van Buren in, reverse sweep attempted from Harrison. It's gone absolutely nowhere. That's more like the sort of shot that you would expect somebody to come out for their 2nd or 3rd ball trying to score boundaries in play. As Harrison drives in the air, should be caught and is taken at backward point. So after going for 6 first ball, Van Buren has come back with a single and a dot and now a wicket. It was wide. Harrison looking to go over the covers and skewed it away, and Actor taking the catch coming forward from backward point. So Nottinghamshire now 7 wickets down for 297.
A couple of things on that. One, that looked like a player who hasn't played any cricket for a month, which he hasn't. Last played in the Blast, and he's obviously just been training with the 100, but without getting any game time. He struggled to get the ball away. It's a 5-ball duck. And the other thing on that, I just go back to what I was just saying about Nasib Hamid getting out. He'd got his 100. There was no need. Yeah, I know he'd played some big shots, and I know he'd danced down the track a couple of times, but he just would have been, said it at the time, he would have been better off just making sure he batted through the innings then and telling Tom Moores now's the time to go, and if Moores had got out, Liam Patterson-White, now's the time to go, and so on. But Notts now find themselves with Brett Hutton. In fact, he's coming in ahead of Rob Lord, with just Lord and Fletcher to come. It'll be all down to LPW, and Gloucestershire, I've already seen his cards. I've seen him go after a big blow 2nd ball and clearing the rope, so they'll know what he's about. So they'll be, I'm sure, trying to either keep him quiet or keep him at the non-striker's end and focus all their attention on trying to run through the 3 wickets at the other end. Brett Hutton's another one that we've not seen too much of with the bat of late. He didn't play at Guildford, sat that one out, but we'll just find his scores in this competition. 10 and 13, a couple of innings.
Van Buren it is to bowl to him, and it's almost a wicket. First ball there as he tries this time just to find a single, but working against the turn, what turn there was, and on the bounce this time to backward point for no run. Van Buren, last ball of the over, played back to him, and that's a dot ball. So first ball of the over went for 6, and you thought, goodness, this could be a massive over here. And there's only been one run since, and another wicket. 4 overs left, 297 for 7. Time will only tell how critical these wickets at the end of the innings here could be for Gloucestershire. I mean, we may look back and say, well, Nottinghamshire sort of knew they, or felt they had enough already. Equally, it might be the runs that they've left out there that could prove to be costly.
Yeah, look at the halfway score, 25 overs, Notts 134 for 3. Felt at that stage that perhaps 20, 30 maybe under par, but they've recovered it well up until the last 2 or 3 overs, really, up until Hamid getting out. But we'll have to see if Liam Patterson-White can just have a couple of 12, 13, 14 run overs here. Notts still might get a score that's going to take some chasing down. He's on 7, LPW, on strike, and his first ball is hit into the air, but just clears the offside ring of 1, and he'll come back for a couple of runs. 299 for 7. Certainly not afraid to hit it in the air, but there's a lot of Gloucestershire fielders that are poised and ready to send him on his way, I fancy. Anything on his pads, though, will go. That short side, which Ed has pointed out a time or two, has not really been targeted. If there's anything on his pads, he may well pop one into the Smith-Cooper stand on that leg side. Next delivery on its way, and there is one that's not quite just gone into the Smith-Cooper stand, but it has gone to the onside of straight down the ground for 4. And that's the 300 up, 303 for 7.
Well, keeping going, regardless of the wickets lost. If they see a ball that's in their half, it was a ball which was heading towards that slot length, but equally when you've had 3 wickets fall in under 3 overs, sometimes you might be a bit more hesitant. Not that time.
22 balls left in the innings, 303 for 7. Next delivery is up into the air, and well, again he's got away with it. Falls into the open spaces on the offside. Brett Hutton's got a run at the non-strikers end. He gets back for 2. Had to put the afterburners on there, Brett Hutton. Coming back and sprinting a hard second, not necessarily his forte, but definitely playing for his partner. 2-4-2 in this over. They've all been hit in the air, and they've all managed to land on the green stuff rather than into the waiting hands. 305 for 7. False start there from Dom Goodman. Fly in the eye?
Oh, I hope not. That was dreadful. I was a spinner, and that happened to me a few times. It must have been worse, a fast bowler. Fly in the eye, fly in the mouth.
Comes in to bowl to LPW, and again he's hit this in the air, and again he's chipped it over Akhtar in the ring on the offside, and again they come back for 2. He's just checking his studs there, just make sure he's not lost a stud. 2-4-2-2 in this over. 307 for 7. It's entertaining, it's high risk, but at the moment he's getting away with it, and he's getting Notts to something they'll fancy defending. 307 for 7. Patterson-White on 17 from 7. Bowler's not happy. Wants a word with his skipper.
Skipper's got to come. Well, I say all the way from deep mid-wicket. It's not perhaps quite as far as it would be in another configuration, but it's far enough that there's going to be a long delay. And again, they just get so much time to bowl these 50 overs. Have all the time you like for these sorts of discussions.
Yeah, 10 past 2. Cut-off time is 2:36. We're advised. Patterson-White on strike, and Patterson-White does get hold of this one onto the leg side, and that's gone all the way for 6. It was only just over the advertising boards. Yeah, it's cleared the road comfortably, but just gave the fielder out there just a little bit of a sniff. But again, just showing his power, his immense power. The left-hander, 6 more to him, and it's 3-1-3 for 7.
Yeah, Goodman's still bowling length. He was trying to get that one away from the short boundary, but it wasn't wide enough.
Hello to Richard, listening in Jersey. Next ball in again, and Patterson-White does hit it down the ground, and that's gone again. Fielder out there, I don't think he necessarily got the swirl of the ball. Was
came in as well.
Was it Bancroft down there? He seemed to get into a position and then leapt, but as he leapt, it seemed like the ball was hit with some late swing or swirl away from him. So back-to-back sixes, 3-1-9 for 7 with 3 to go.
Yeah, I'm afraid he has really misjudged that as Bancroft. I think if he'd gone back, or even if he just stayed where he was, he might have taken the catch, because it didn't clear the boundary rope by enough that you would have said if you hadn't been right on the rope,
20
gone all the way.
20 runs, 2, 4, 2, 2, 6, 6. Yeah. 20 from that one. So that's the big over Notts would have been looking for, the one that Gloucester would have been fearful of. Now then, can Brett Hutton either get it away for runs, or can he just somehow get Patterson White back on strike?
Well, this is, again, I mean, Gloucestershire are sticking with Van Buren because he finished off the last over very well. He's into Hutton, slog sweep, misses, trying to take it from well outside the off stump.
Just get a bat on it. Just run it away square on the offside. There's nobody to stop you. Take the single.
Van Buren to Hutton across his stump. Swing and a miss again outside the off stump. A wide Yorker and 2 valuable dot deliveries after the damage inflicted in the previous over. Van Buren to Hutton, slogs, and it's gone straight up in the air, and Van Buren takes the catch, caught and bowled. So Jack Taylor very much correct to keep Van Buren on, and it is 2 dots and a wicket. Patterson White is still at the non-striker's end, and it reaches the point with the 4th delivery where if the new batter comes in and gets Patterson White on strike, he's then not got very much time to do anything before he would quite like to be having the strike back. So 2 for 38 now for Van Buren, 319 for 8.
Exactly the same as Calvin Harris, and a 5-ball duck, so that's 10 deliveries soaked up between the pair of them at a key time in the innings. And the lack of any cricket time for Calvin Harris, and the lack of time in the middle for Brett, really. Just maybe a little bit of a lack of awareness there of what was required. Just get some bat on it and run. That's all you've got to do. The field set as deep as it could possibly be at this stage of the game. Plenty of gaps. Just get the bat on it and play for your partner. Here's Rob Lord. He's a right-hand batter, I'm told. I've seen him bowl and mightily impressed by his batting, but with regards to mightily impressed with his bowling, but with regards to his batting, this is his first innings for Notts.
Rob Lord, 4 on his back. He's got some rather fetching athletic tape on his right elbow as he comes out to bat. We'll see what he's got in mind with 3 balls remaining in this Van Buren over. The offside field is in quite tight now, and Van Buren bowls, driven straight to Taylor at short extra cover. There is no run. Still trapped at the wrong end, Patterson White, for Nottinghamshire's purposes, as this is tickled away behind square on the offside. They thought about running. They would have been able to take a single in the end, but backward point, having attempted to dive for it if he had fielded it, might not have been one there. As it turned out, got through to the second field, and now the field's going to go back, tempting them to take the single off the last ball of the over, and they're going to try for 2, I think, as this goes short of long on. They think about coming back, but they can't risk it at this stage. They do not want Patterson White to be run out going to the non-striker's end, the danger end, and that is after what could have been a calamitous over for Gloucestershire is a sensational one from Van Buren, with just that 1 run off it, and actually better than a maiden, because it's meant that Lord is on strike for the 49th over. 320 for 8.
Yeah, 20 from the previous over, and that one was 1 for 1. It's a strange old game at times, isn't it? It's 2 overs to go. Lots have got to 320. I would have... you're saying, what have you seen?
Ollie Price is coming on to bowl.
So the spinner coming back 4 overs, none for 24 earlier. Bowling to Rob Lord. As the sun puts in an appearance, got rather more blue sky than probably at any time in the innings over Trent Bridge. Just wonder if that's to try and, well, they're assuming that at some point Liam Patterson White will
get
on strike. But let's see, Rob Lord is facing, and he's heaved this one away on the leg side. In fact, over the man at mid-wicket and away for 4. His first runs as a Notts player, well, his first boundary, got a single, of course, at the end of the last over, so he's on to 5, and takes Notts to 324 for 8 with 11 balls left. Comes Price again, bowls. He's gone on for a reverse. It's maybe hit him on the backside here, and they've scrambled through for something. In fact, the umpire's just making the point to everybody that there's a bit of glove involved. So another one to Rob Lord, 325 for 8, and that does get Liam Patterson-White back on strike. And now Gloucestershire have got to be very aware of his powerful hitting and the chance that he'll be eyeing up anything into the leg side if he can. Expect this fallen wide of the off stump, you'd imagine.
Brace is going to be alert behind the stumps if he does fire it in quick and wide, seeing Patterson-White coming if he does give him the charge. So the high risk, potentially high reward move.
Yeah, there's 2 up inside the ring behind square on the offside. Just in case he just chops one down there. Let's have a look then. Here's Price. Bowls, and Patterson-White comes down the track, and he's hit it many a mile up into the air and will be taken. And that's another wicket that's been squandered in the pursuit of late runs. Means that Notts are 325 for 9, and just Luke Fletcher to come, and they're in danger of being bowled out. Just 9 balls left. Liam Patterson-White with a bright and breezy 29 from just 10 balls, 1 4 and 3 6s. Another catch for Cameron Bancroft. Wicket for Ollie Price. 325 for 9 with 9 balls left.
What Patterson-White and Nottinghamshire might say is that if they just nudged and nurdled their way to the 50 overs, then they might only have scored the 30 or so runs that Patterson-White scored anyway, scoring 20 odd in an over. I know it looks bad, the fact that they are now in danger of not using up their 50, but equally it's a bit like that situation where you're in maybe the last over or something, you've got an established batter on strike, somebody of lesser ability at the non-striker's end, and the established batter keeps the strike. They've only got to hit a couple over the boundary rope to make that a wise decision. Maybe they've looked at it a bit like that and just said, well, we know we're going to get to a decent total. Some of these are going to connect. Obviously, they'd have liked a few more to have connected, but maybe they've just felt, well, we're probably going to get to 330 anyway. That's okay.
Big cheer for the fans' favourite, Luke Fletcher, who makes his way out at number 11. There's a time in his career where he'd have been mightily upset about the fact that he was down as low as number 11 in the order, but that's probably right in this side. See what he can do here, and he's got off the mark first ball, just nudging it to mid-on and scampering down the other end. 326 for 9. A reminder that if you're following this game, or you've followed this game, the second half, you'll be able to get online via the BBC Sport website, as Rob Lord will again find what clearly is his favourite target at deep mid-wicket for 4. Dropped in short by Ollie Price, and now Notts have got 330 on the board. Handing back to Kevin Howells at the end of this innings, and he'll guide you through the next 20 minutes or so before we pick up commentary from the 100. But all the matches that are going on today in the Metro Bank One Day Cup available to listen to via the BBC Sport website and app. Watch pictures from this one if you want to come back and join us via the link on the Nottinghamshire County Cricket Club website. Lord, little push and run, he'll keep strike. Well battered Rob Lord, who goes to 11, 331 for 9 with 1 over left. That'll be obviously the end of Ollie Price. 5 overs, 1 for 35 for him, and we'll have to see who's going to bowl the final over here. 331 on the board for Notts with 6 balls left.
Yeah, Van Buren to bowl this last over. There are some
slightly ugly looking figures for Gloucestershire now. A couple of the seamers going for some particularly sizable overs at varying times. Actors only bowled 8 overs. At one stage you thought he was a lock to bowl at the back end here, but the way that the spinners, particularly Van Buren's bowls, meant they've kept on with him. He bowls now to Lord, who tries to heave this one away down the ground, but Van Buren is hiding it outside the off stump, and it's a swing and a miss. And already Van Buren in position to bowl again. This is driven on the bounce to extra cover. They're coming through for a single, and they will get there because Taylor just stopped the ball, but not clearly in his hand. So Lord moves on to 12, and Luke Fletcher will get the opportunity perhaps to open up his shoulders. 4 balls left in the innings, 3:32 for 9. Fletcher hits this one high in the air down the ground. Ollie Price is underneath it and takes the catch. So Gloucestershire have bowled Nottinghamshire out. 3 balls remained in their innings, and Van Buren has finished with the figures of 3 for 40, having not had a wicket when he came back on to bowl at the death. He went for a 6 in his first ball of his spell, a mighty one at that, and has ended up with the most wickets of any Gloucestershire bowler. In fact, all 7 Gloucestershire bowlers have taken 1 wicket at least, but Van Buren has picked up 3. And, well, I still think this is going to be a serious chase for Gloucestershire, despite the fact that Nottinghamshire at one stage were looking well set for 350. I think at this stage, I would say the happier of the 2 sides would be Nottinghamshire.
Strange sort of innings, wasn't it? The openers Slater and McCann got off to a good start. It very much looked as if both of them left something out there when they fell inside 12 overs. Jack Haynes also, he'd started brightly, but he went for only 11. Asiba Mead and Lyndon James were at the crease together, both on naught, exactly as Gloucestershire would have wanted into the 13th over there, with not 73 for 3, but then that huge partnership worth 129, a county 4th wicket record against Gloucestershire. Lyndon James has been in good form, made 61. Asiba Mead, the captain, went on to register his 4th one-day century and then fell for 105. And there was the worry, certainly I had the worry, that once he got out at 282 for 5, that just maybe there'd be a little bit of a collapse, and that's what happened. Tom Moores, again, some big hits, but went for 40. He left some out there. Liam Patterson-White took 20 off and over, but then perished for 29. Calvin Harrison and Brett Hutton have not had much time at the crease, or indeed much cricket at all in Harrison's case. Both 5-ball ducks. Rob Lord just with a couple of lusty blows, 12 not out on his Trent Bridge debut. Notts 3-3-2 all out. I think we've very much got a game on here. Gloucestershire will fancy their chances. They'll know that pretty much their hopes of getting into the knockout phase rest on chasing down 333. Notts will know the ground, they'll know the areas, they'll know the corners to defend. They've got the leg spinner into the side today to support Liam Patterson-White's slow left arm spin, so there'll be plenty of pace off. There'll be plenty of experience with Fletcher and Hutton, and plenty of pace from the youngster Rob Lord, and also Lyndon James to complete the bowling attack. So it should be a good old game. I hope you'll come back and join us a little later on. They'll be back underway in about half an hour. As I say, you'll be able to see the pictures on Trent Bridge Live, or listen to us via the BBC Sport website and app. In the meantime, many thanks to Ed Seaborn for his company and his commentary for the first 3 hours of the game, also to Kevin Howells. And that's where we'll go now, if you're listening on 5 Sports Extra, as we hand back to the self-same Kevin Howells. And to 30. Notts making 332 all out. They were bowled out with 9 deliveries unused. So it was the Gloucestershire captain who won the toss. It was the Nottinghamshire captain who contributed the major hand in the Notts innings. 105 for Asiba Mead, backed up by 61 from Lyndon James, 40 from Tom Moores, punchy 29 at the bottom of the order from Liam Patterson-White, and earlier Ben Slater made 38. We're just about ready for the resumption of this match. The two Gloucestershire openers making their way out to the middle, Cameron Bancroft and Miles Hammond. Notts in what is nowadays the all too common huddle, just break up and meander their way towards the middle. The Gloucestershire side in all black, Notts in predominantly green with the gold sleeves. Our umpires for this one, Mohammed Wazeem and Ben Peverell. It's pretty much most of what you need to know. I'm Dave Bracegirdle, and alongside me, ready to get us underway, suitably refreshed and nourished, I hope, Ed Seaborn.
Yeah, absolutely. Magnificent hospitality at Trent Bridge. I won't bore you with the details of what I had for lunch, but it was extremely tasty and generous portion as well. So thank you very much for that. Bancroft and Hammond then in the middle, with Hammond ready roughly to take the first ball. Bancroft at the non-strikers, and I noticed they had a picture of Cameron Bancroft up on the scoreboard still in his Perth Scorchers shirt. So I mean that's from a couple of seasons ago as well, because he's moved to the Sydney Thunder this past Big Bash season, so it must be from at least 2 years ago. Anyway, Bancroft at the non-strikers end.
Don't let the details get in the way.
No. 333 to win for Gloucestershire, as round the wicket comes Brett Hutton from the Stuart Broad end, bowling to the left-handed Hammond, who comes forward and plays a tidy-looking defence. First delivery up to mid-off. Wonder what sort of a mood Hammond is going to be in today. I feel like I wonder that with just about every Miles Hammond innings, but...
Is this the swashbuckling Miles Hammond?
Yes,
is what you're suggesting?
He could well be. He's had much more control about his batting this year, certainly in the T20, as Hutton is in round the wicket bowling to Hammond, takes the hand off the bat and knocks it into the onside, and there's no run. That is something Hammond seems to be doing more and more this year, actually, is taking that hand off the bat. I'm sure he used to do it, but seems to do it a lot more nowadays. 2 half-centuries in the competition for Hammond, but again, probably would say, like really most of Gloucestershire's top order, has yet particularly to find absolute top gear. As round the wicket comes Hutton, bowls to Hammond, and that's played back to the bowler for no run.
Has he still got a haircut that we can all enjoy and admire?
I think it's more standard now. Are you thinking back to COVID times when he had that extraordinary kind of Bjorn Borg type?
I've only seen him on the television because, as we've been saying, Notts don't play Gloucestershire, so I've not seen him for ages.
Or were you thinking of when he dyed his hair purple?
Well, there was a bit of a mullety job going on and all sorts of things.
All sorts of stuff he's had. Hutton round the wicket to Hammond, looks to drive and hits it on the bounce back to the bowler for no run. Yeah, he dyed his hair purple for the Rainbow Trust Day a few years back, a cause very much close to Gloucestershire's hearts. Tom Smith tragically lost his wife a few years back, and that is a charity which has then merged since. We had another day this year which was dedicated to that. I'll detail more in a moment as Hutton is into Hammond, turned away towards short fine leg, thinking about a single. There's no run there as Fletcher does the fielding.
Yeah, not one to Fletch.
No. Anyway, it's a charity which helps particularly children in families where there's been a bereavement, so a terrific cause, and the PCA also provided Tom Smith a huge amount of support in that period of his life, and Yes, Miles Hammond entered into the spirit of purple day by
Good man.
doing the hair as well as the shirt, as Hutton is in and Hammond turns us into the onside, fielded at short mid-wicket, and it is a maiden over to start with from Brett Hutton. So Gloucestershire still need 333 to win, but they've now only got 49 overs to get them in.
Have we had a maiden yet today or prior
Singdale
to
had
that?
one.
Yes, he did.
But
yes.
it was an over that contained a leg bye, so that's the first over where there's been nothing at all.
Here is Mr. Fletcher to bowl the second over from his favoured Radcliffe Road end. Fletcher with 6 wickets in this season's competition. Didn't play at Neath. Brett Hutton, he's got 7 wickets. Leading wicket takers Lyndon James with 8. Although Rob Lord, courtesy of his 5-for at Guildford the other day, he's only played 2 games. He's got 6, so he's probably got the best average, 3 wickets per game. So here's Fletcher to bowl to Cameron Bancroft. Bowls now and Bancroft pushes it out onto the offside. And remember the 2017 County Championship game at Bristol, and the very first ball of the match, Fletcher bowling to, in fact I beg your pardon, the very first ball of the Gloucestershire innings, because Notts had racked up the runs, a double 100 from Samit Patel, but the first ball of the Gloucestershire innings, Fletcher looked to have had Bancroft absolutely stone dead plumb, and it wasn't given. They all appealed. It's one of those where it's one of those where you all look, and there's Fletcher into to Bancroft down the leg side. That'll be a wide and have to be re-bowled, and it wasn't given. I mean, it looked out, but it wasn't given fair enough. First ball of the second Gloucestershire innings, Fletcher again to Bancroft, hit him on the pad, muted appeal, given out.
Oh.
Different umpire, of course, because they swapped over.
Right.
But that was the very definition of swings and roundabouts. So some days you get them and some days you don't. But yeah.
Well, most of the cricketing world does think of Bancroft as an LBW candidate. Just, is this going to be the day?
There's Fletcher bowling to him, and it's just played out onto the leg side, fielded by Freddie McCann. Just before the interval, I went through the Notts bowling options. Didn't mention Freddie McCann, off spinner. He might feature later on. Pace off was certainly the way to go for Gloucestershire in the latter part of the innings.
I mean, it has been a marvellous season for Bancroft. 300s in the Championship, 1 in this competition, and I think over 400 runs in the end in the T20 at the top of the order.
Fletcher. And once more, Cameron Bancroft was squared up a little bit there, and I think Fletcher maybe thought he was through his defences because he let out a roar. How many? Obviously, as I've just said, I remember him playing in 2017, but how many years in total has Bancroft had? Is this just his second spell, second year?
Basically, yes. I think he came for a little bit of white ball cricket in 2018, if memory serves, but I in terms of his full stint, I think this is basically his second.
Fletcher bowls again, and this is hit to mid-on. The not skipper Asib Mead as ever, an effervescent body in the field, quickly onto it and throws it for reasons I can never entirely understand. About 60 yards down to the far end to Tom Moores.
I think it was Justin Langer who was responsible for that, because when Langer came in and captained Somerset, they were certainly the first side that I really noticed. Everybody winged it into the keeper every ball, and you would get glares a fielder if they didn't throw it in. Everybody does it now.
Fletcher passed on by Peveril, bowls. Nice looking shot this from Bancroft through the offside. First runs off the bat in the innings, and we'll have to go a while, I think, before we see a shot of higher quality than that. Very elegant indeed from the Australian, and Gloucestershire set to score 333 off 5 without loss. Notts 332 all out, with a century from Asib Mead, 61 from Lyndon James, 40 from Tom Moores, the leading hands. It's a nice shot, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, he's not always the most elegant player when he's walking crabbily across his crease, Bancroft, but when he's driving on the offside, he's a very handsome player to watch.
Fletcher comes in again, and this one's mistimed into the offside. We're through 2 overs. Gloucestershire 5 without loss, 4 to Cameron Bancroft, and the 1 wide earlier in that over. The other match in this group has started. 2 o'clock start. Surrey batting at Chelmsford, 54 for 3 against Essex. And in the other group, Group A, it's interesting that all the sides that have batted today have been bowled out. Derbyshire 206 all out. Kent 17 for 1 in the 5th in reply. Durham 257 all out. Hampshire just starting 0 for 0 in the 1st. And Worcestershire 263 all out at Taunton. Somerset 22 for 1 after 4.
Has been a fairly low scoring competition this year. Trent will need to be bucked here if Gloucestershire are to make these runs, and with shots like that, that will certainly help as Hammond plays a gorgeous extra cover drive and finds the boundary. 9 without loss at the start of the 3rd over, so Hammond, as with Bancroft, off the mark with a flowing boundary.
Yeah, first runs off Brett Hutton, who earlier in the competition took, what was it, 6 for 38 against Yorkshire at Welbeck.
Well, that is his list A best 7 for 26.
Yeah, was at Leicester. Yeah.
Round the wicket, Hutton to Hammond, comes across his stumps. Hutton is appealing for LBW. The umpire did at least consider it, Mohammad Wasim. He didn't move immediately off to his position to judge a potential run out, but moved off and signalled leg by, so it is 10 without loss.
Yeah, that's 7 for Brett Hutton. Was at Leicester 2 years ago. I didn't mention it earlier, just been twigged by that. That was the same match that Hasib Hamid, we've mentioned today, he's got his 4th one-day 100. He was left in the last over, high and dry at the non-strikers end, 99 not out.
Oh, the number on his back. There we go. It has bitten him. In comes Hutton to Bancroft for the first time. He's trying to push a single into the offside, but is unable to get it past, or indeed around. McCann comes in from extra cover. He is so good at finding those singles in the ring as well as Bancroft, and almost knowing that Nottinghamshire, and partly because they know they've got a large amount of runs on the board, been particularly attacking in terms of how close everybody is in that ring for him, trying to stop those strike rotation options, but he's still able to do that. And Hutton, again, he thinks he's nearly through, and pretty much every bowler does the way that Bancroft plays, particularly early on in his innings, comes across his stumps and works the ball through square leg for a single. 11 without loss.
Jack Haynes doing the field in there. You'll generally, as we have at the moment, see him taking one side and Ben Slater taking the other. And Haynes has come inside the ring and Lyndon James has dropped down to 3rd down below us. Slater out in the deep on the leg side.
Hammond back on strike, Hutton in, and that's a waft and a miss from Miles Hammond. He played such a good looking drive earlier on in the over that I guess he must have thought, well, this is the way this is going to be now, and Hutton just serves him a bit of a reminder that there might still be some movement out there early on. There wasn't a great deal of swing or seam movement for Gloucestershire early, just the odd ball that did a little bit, but it's not been one of those days where, at least from the 10 overs that we saw up front in the Nottinghamshire innings, and indeed already in the first 3 overs of this innings, it's not been one of those where the ball's been doing so much early on. You'd say, well, the first 10 overs, you've really got to be on your mettle to get through those. Hutton in, and Hammond just poked at that one and missed. That was a shot of uncertainty, and Hutton just dragging the length back a fraction, and Hammond, I think, signalling to Bancroft that he felt the ball did move away from him. So, I mean, if anyone's going to get some movement, it's going to be Hutton and Fletcher. I mean, they're really more moving about type bowlers than Gloucestershire's opening attack. I mean, Singdale and Goodman can get some swing, but Singdale is more about the pace. So it could be a different story here, but I still think on balance, especially given the speed of this outfit, I wouldn't say this is, I mean, so often this season we've been saying about 35 without loss is a great score after 10.
It's Fletcher, passed on by Peveril. That's a nice looking shot, but Hamid will do the fielding. They'll still take the single. He slid to his right and for a moment contemplated throwing it towards the near end, the end that Cameron Bancroft was rushing towards, but hung on to it instead. End of The right-hander on strike, so they all swap over now, including the umpire, Mohammed Wasim. Relatively new at this level, so he's going to be going by the book and swapping over every time there's a single between right-hander and left-hander. Fletcher comes into Hammond, lovely stroke through the offside. See ball, hit ball from Miles Hammond. That was an eye-catching stroke that, as Ed was saying, had no chance of being reined back in. That was hit fearfully hard through the offside for 4. 16 with Outlaws, and Fletcher will be annoyed with himself. And there's a little word and a grumble and a groan to the captain, Asiba Mead, and now there is protection in the form of Ben Slater being put out there on that boundary.
What about a word with Hammond as well? I mean, the audacity to back away to him and create that room to hit the boundary through the offside.
Comes Fletcher to bowl 2 Miles Hammond, textbook block, and Mead quickly onto it, denying the run. You know, we were saying earlier, you tend to think that all these players know each other well, but not necessarily in this particular case. Notts and Gloucestershire, 2 sides that very rarely meet. No, they'll come up against 1 or 2 players on each side in various competitions, indeed various competitions and franchises around the world, but the players that are playing on both sides today don't play against each other too often as Fletcher bowls, and again Hammond into the offside, but no, Fletcher was correct in asking for that protection out there with Ben Slater, single taken. Again, we'll watch umpire Mohammed Wasim make his way from square leg to square leg.
Yeah, and these two are batted together, obviously for the T20 as well, and did seem to enjoy each other's company in that competition, and certainly that's been something that Ben Charlesworth, in terms of championship cricket, he would open with Bancroft in that form of the game. I think as much as I've outlined the runs that Bancroft has scored, I think just everybody does really seem to like batting with him.
Fletcher to bowl to the Australian, nice and full, and punched into the offside straight to LPW. Liam Patterson-White. There's no run. That was a good shot for none. Fletcher might feel that it was a little bit close to being a half volley, and he got away with it. Notts next in action on Sunday when they face Essex here. Family fun day at Trent Bridge. Tickets at a discount price. You can come along, bring the family, bring the kids, nice and cheap. Have a look on the website. Lots of things to do on the concourses and in the car parks. As Fletcher bowls again to Cameron Bancroft, who's on 6 and defends. Gloucestershire next in action when? Not till Wednesday?
Wednesday, yes. So they'll play in the final round of games. I think it's Surrey are the side that don't play in the final round of matches. So it's worked out fairly well in terms of the fact they're not in the mix. So every side that is in the mix in action on the final day, and could be a very exciting one yet, with still lots to be decided in both groups of this competition.
17 with Outlaws after 4. Fletcher 2 overs, none for 11. Brett Hutton 2 overs, none for 5, and it'll be Hutton to Bancroft. No, it won't. It'll be Hutton to Miles Hammond at the start of the 5th.
Field is scattering a little, and looks as though they're not going to have a slip. So shortish extra cover, quite a straight cover and a mid-off as well on the offside. Hutton to Hammond, who turns this through the onside, beats the dive of mid-wicket, but although deep square has to run round a fair distance laterally, it's a short enough boundary they can't think about 2, so 18 without loss. Had a message from Whitminster Cricket Club. It says, "Hi gents, please could you wish one of our youngest fans and all-star cricketer, all-stars, sorry, as in the, you know, that rather than all-star cricketer. I'm sure she is an all-star as well, but all-stars cricketer Amelie a happy 7th birthday for today. She's both a Gloucestershire dad and Somerset mum fan." As Hutton is in and Bancroft plays respectfully into the onside and defence. There's no run, so is listening to / watching both today. So hopefully she was listening at this point, and if she's not, then
somebody can get the message that we have given her all our best birthday wishes for her 7th birthday today, so thank you for that.
Yep. All the best, Emily, on your birthday. I wonder how that's going to pan out in years to come. Somerset and Gloucestershire.
Surely going to have to choose one or the other. In comes Hutton to Bancroft, who's playing this one slightly uppishly into the onside. It does land a distance short of Patterson-White at mid-wicket, but wasn't in full control of that shot, was Bancroft, whether it was just a little bit more towards the shoulder of the bat or whether he felt that it just didn't quite come through to him. Did carry maybe a couple of pitches away, but Patterson-White's another good couple of strips away from that. Hutton into Bancroft, who plays that one up towards mid-on. There's no run. Hutton's hands seem to be almost permanently, I should say, affixed to the back of his head at the moment when he's bowling to Bancroft. He just thinks any moment he's going to sneak one past that inside edge. He's so good at playing with, and as much as this sounds like a sort of damning with faint praise, he is very good at playing with the inner half of his batters, Bancroft. He kind of needs to be, the way that he gets across so much. Hutton in and bowls his width on offer there, and that's been sliced away for 4. No fielder down at deep third, with the protection out at deep point, and Bancroft waited just a fraction longer on that one rather than trying to hammer it in front of square. Hit it behind square and picked up a boundary, so he's into double figures as well. 22 without loss.
Yeah, Gloucestershire were aware they should be, according to Duckworth Lewis. Says they should be on 22 at the bottom of the board right now. Don't think we're going to get any interruptions for bad weather, but it's a good guide.
Last ball of the 5th over. Hutton bowls down the leg side, but not by much, and in fact it's not going to be called a wide either. I don't know whether it just brushed Bancroft's pad, but I think it may be just the fact that he's moved so far across his stumps that the umpire, Mohammed Wasim, has decided that would have hit his pad if he'd stayed there, and Hutton is going into a bit of a crisis after that, as he can't believe he's not found a way past Bancroft yet. 22 for no wicket, Gloucestershire after 5.
Over top of leg, and only just went over the top of leg. Bancroft went a long way across. So good decision by the umpire, if that's what did happen. Hutton 3 overs, none for 10 now. Fletcher to bowl the 6th over of the innings. I don't recall seeing noughts on the bowling figures before. Whether it's me going stupid, I can't recall seeing that there. I'll come back to that in a second as Fletcher bowls and Hammond defends. We've got Radcliffe Road end, overs, maidens, runs, wickets, and then noughts on the end. I don't know as that's been there before. I think that's a new addition. Anyway, Brett Hutton's bowled 14 dot balls in his 3 overs.
Sort of one of those things where you often see them up in places. I mean, the scorecard I've got in front of me has got noughts in front of it, but I don't really know. You know, I don't know what a good number of dots is, and then also what it could tell you that the economy rate can't.
No, exactly. Fletcher to Hammond, and he blocks this one. It's like, I don't know, you're bowling figure of 1 over, none for 6, yet there were 5 noughts in it.
Yeah, well, exactly. And also, I don't know, it's a bit like when they put the graphic in the IPL and as a consequence, various other leagues as well. 164 sixes hit in the competition now or something. You think, well, that's nice.
Yeah.
Well, fantastic. It's a lot of sixes. What does it mean?
Gloucestershire 22 without loss. Luke Fletcher bowls to Miles Hammond. Backed away. Played it into the offside, fielded by Freddie McCann. There needs to be something alongside it, doesn't it? At a comparable stage last year, there'd been number of sixes or whatever the particular stat may be. 22 without loss. Gloucestershire require 311 more to win. It's triple Nelson, which won't be unlucky for the visitors if they get over the line here. This one is driven, and Fletcher the ample frame of Fletcher somehow manages to stop the ball, and there's no run as I'm distracted by the sight of Matthew Montgomery at mid-on, the Notts 12th man today on the field. Not sure who's popped off. Let's have a little look. I can see McCann out there. I can see Mead, Hutton, Slater. Fletcher bowls to Hammond on his pads, past Liam Patterson-White. Jack Haynes will tidy up. A couple more. 24 without loss. Obviously missing somebody. Is it Lyndon James? Maybe somebody's popped off for a comfort break. Yeah, I think it might be Lyndon James.
Don't spy him. Getting more sunshine now. The clouds are scattering a little. It'll be a warm afternoon, and I think weather seems to be set fair for the back end of this competition, which is good, because the last thing you'd want is for rain to get involved in this.
Hammond on strike. Fletcher bowls to him, and this off the outside portion of the bat, runs away square of the wicket on the offside, out to Slater, single taken. That concludes the 6th over, 25 without loss. Gloucestershire at the same stage, Notts were 32 on the board. Yes, yesterday Warwickshire and Glamorgan. Rain, was it yesterday or the day before?
I think it was yesterday, yeah.
And a point apiece, so that's just sort of stretched them both a little bit further away from the chasing pack. I suspect neither of them would have minded that outcome in the end.
Basically means it's a net run rate off now for the, well, I mean, of course they might slip up, but if they both keep winning, then it's a net run rate off for that semi-final spot. So that could be, I mean, still that may well provide some interest into the final round, even if things are looking fairly well set below, but every chance that's not going to be the case as well. Hutton into Hamid, who swings this one in the air down the ground, and Hamid has put one hand out there to try and catch it, and I think that was closer to him than he thought it was, and it's gone down, and Hammond comes through for a single. 26 without loss.
I've got to say, he went at it one-handed and he got a hand to it, and I expected him to take it. But I'd also throw in, both in the last match at Guildford on Sunday and at Neath against Glamorgan last Wednesday, Asib Hamid has dropped a comfortable, a relatively easy catch in both games.
Hutton to Bancroft, who tries to drive straight of mid-off and does not get the timing. Hutton stops it in his follow-through.
That's me from the commentary position saying it, but it's also, I've seen it in match reports written by other journalists who were there. I've spoken to supporters who were at both games, and crikey, did you see that drop from Haas, both at Neath and at Guildford? That one I don't think was quite in that category, but I expected him to take it.
Hutton into Bancroft. This has been thick-edged to short third. Wouldn't have been in the air even if there'd been a slip in place, but even so, not looking especially comfortable this over is Bancroft, and he's just seen his partner nearly perish on 13. I just think he might have, if he'd really set his mind to the fact that he was going to be able to get to it two-handed, he might have been able to get there. That was my impression live, might be wrong. Hutton into Bancroft, driven off the back foot. He's pierced the gap between short extra cover and cover, and that will go to that short boundary for 4 runs, and timing was probably good enough that it might have made it on the other side as well, but it was not much of a gap, but Bancroft found it, and Gloucestershire to 30 without loss.
Yeah, just accelerating nicely now. Hammond and Bancroft, both on 14. And again, the old Duckworth-Lewis at the bottom of the board says at this stage, after 6.4 overs, they should be on 30.
Level pegging. Hutton to Bancroft, flicked into the onside. Straight to Patterson-White at short mid-wicket, who has a little look to check that Hammond hasn't gone for a wander at the non-striker's end, which he hasn't, and leans back into his ground.
It's always a revelation when a wicket goes down, when you've been following the DLS. We must call it Duckworth-Lewis Stern, actually. Poor old Mr. Stern never gets a mention, does he? It's always Duckworth-Lewis, but It's quite a revelation if you're following it and then a wicket goes down, just how much it jumps.
Yep. Fortunately, won't be needed from the point
No,
of view actually settling the game today, but it is always
It's a good
handy
guide.
as a guide. Yeah. As to which side's on top. Last ball of this 7th over. Hutton to Bancroft, who flicks off his hip for I think about the first time today. But if he's there for any period of time, it'll be the first of many. And he takes 1 to deep square leg. So 31 without loss. Bancroft keeps the strike on 15. Hammond has 14. He required rate is already nudged just over 7 runs and over, so possibly precipitated that charge from Hammond in the previous over, just wanting to start to make use of the last few overs of this power play, which isn't something that I kind of touched on it earlier. I haven't been able to say that very much this year, actually make use of the first 10 overs of power play. It's mostly just been a case of ball moving about all over the place, and can they get through it only even 2 down sometimes?
Different sort of day today. Lovely conditions, warm conditions. Surface not helping any of the bowlers really, as Fletcher bowls to Cam Bancroft. Pushed into the offside, no run. Lyndon James back on the field after a brief comfort break. I'm sure he'll be called up into action before too long. Just wonder if Seabermead's trying to get these 2 experienced bowlers through the 10 overs, and then just wonder if he'll go to spin early on, or whether he'll give Rob Lord and Lyndon James next crack at it. 2 frontline spinners, the leg spinner Calvin Harrison in the side today to bolster the slow left arm of Liam Patterson-White. Fletcher bowls, Bancroft cuts this out to Jack Haynes on the Fox Road side of the ground, single taken. 32 without loss.
And that shot that led to the drop aside, it's been roughly the sort of start that I think these two would have set out for. I mean, say the Hammond of old would have been trying to hit far more boundaries than he has. Now he's given himself a little bit of time at least, and I won't be massively worried about the run rate at this stage.
Fletcher to bowl to Miles Hammond. Pitched it up, and it's a slower ball from Fletcher clearly, and just got the line wrong, taking pace off it. It drifted down the leg side. 1 more to the total. Apart from the fact one's left-handed and one's right-handed, Hammond and Bancroft both got different gloves on, in that Hammond's got the black, the man in black, whereas Cam Bancroft, brilliant white. It's almost white enough to be a toothpaste ad, the white gloves that Cam Bancroft's got on. There's Fletcher to Hammond down the leg side, and just dismissed from his presence for 4. That was a poor ball from Fletcher. Again, he just dropped it down the leg side, just a little too short, and Hammond quickly onto it. Absolutely laced that one away.
Yeah, it really was a help yourself delivery, I'm afraid, from Fletcher and Hammond. Well, most people like it there, but Hammond enjoys swivelling and pulling leg side. Just needed to get a decent amount of bat on that and hit it behind square. They've moved the fielder actually to more of a deep backward square now, but anywhere behind square basically would have done.
Mead would have been hoping one of his 2 experienced bowlers would have struck early here. This one's cut into the offside, fielded by Freddie McCann. There's no run, but neither of them yet has really applied all that much in the way of pressure. The first over was a maiden bowl by Brett Hutton, but there's been not too many that have beaten the bat or caused any problems. There's the mistimed shot from Hammond that very nearly found a Seabermead at mid-on. Fletcher has already gone for 20 runs, 2 balls left in his 4th over. Runs away from us now, and bowls nice and full again. It was on the pads, and Hammond turns it out into the leg side. Jack Haynes will do the fielding. There's no run. 1 run, I beg your pardon. 38 without loss. Flag, the Nottinghamshire flag above the pavilion at the far end, hanging limply. I think that's a fair indication that at the moment it's just a nice, calm, vista out there. It's very pleasant for batting.
Pleasant for watching.
Yep. Hammond and Bancroft have added 38. Fletcher to the Australian. Again, he'll just push it into the offside. There's LPW doing the fielding. 38 without loss at the end of that over. 7 from it again without too much difficulty.
That was a magnificently Australian no run from Cameron Bancroft. He's not your kind of Labuschagne type caller, but every so often one of those just comes through loudly enough, possibly more so when he's annoyed that he didn't find a gap. He'd have wanted a single off that last ball at least, but just vent your frustrations by calling no a little bit louder. Yep. And Hutton, it will be to commence his 5th over. Fielder's out at deep square and deep backward point, and Hammond is not ready. I don't think there was anybody moving about that time. Dugout's very straight here, right underneath the scoreboard. As in goes, Hutton bowls a short ball. Hammond clatters this into the leg side and for 6. Into the short leg side boundary. Was it caught in there? There does seem to be a few extra rounds of applause up there, but I didn't actually see where it had landed. It might have been missed anyway. Possibly just the applause for throwing it back. But Hammond opening his shoulders really properly for the first time. Saw the length, and that boundary is too tempting for him not to have a go. 44 without loss. First ball of the 9th over. Hutton round the wicket into Hammond, who drives. It's knocked down well at short extra cover on the tumble. And Calvin Harrison is who's stopped that one. Reminder earlier on, well, it was not a reminder if you weren't with us earlier on, but several players from these two sides called up for an England Lions game taking place on, or starting I should say, on Wednesday at New Road. So Ollie Price, Saman Akhtar and Ajit Singh Dale from Gloucestershire.
Is it a proper first-class fixture?
That is a good question. Hutton runs in and bowls. Hammond tries to pick this one up as well, and there's a rather optimistic appeal for possibly midriff before wicket, and understandably Mohammad Wasim is not particularly interested in that, but he does get himself into trouble sometimes as Hammond with that shot. He can hit some enormous 6s with it, but then he'll just try to pick one up that isn't quite on the length that he thinks it is, and he does get hit amidships quite a lot, and also the danger with that is that you then top edge the ball high up in the air and end up with it being a catch.
I've just obviously asked you the question, but I've got the same the media brief, media bulletin, and it just says a 4-day match, so you just wonder with 12 men being selected and maybe Sri Lanka wanting to
that's probably more the thing, isn't it?
Use all of their touring party, 15 or 16. I think it does devalue it a little bit. I know it makes it more of a practice for the tourists, but
Hutton bowls now to Hammond, who backs away and drives, sweetly timed, and Calvin Harrison is certainly feeling the force of that on his hands at extra cover, but again there's no run. And I think as any time there's more than 11, it won't be an official first-class match, although in some cases, I remember in the South African domestic competition quite a few years ago, this is now, they had, I think it was in first-class cricket, maybe it was in 50-over cricket, but I thought it was in first-class cricket, where they could name a 12 and then one didn't bat and the other one didn't field. But anyway, usually they're not first-class matches, which is a bit unfortunate. Hutton to Hammond, who drives with no timing at all. A fairly airy looking shot that comes off the top part of his bat and goes back to the bowler. So Hutton has rebounded very well after his first ball went for 6. So in terms of the potential replacements, Gloucestershire have got a couple of fairly ready-made replacements in terms of the 2 seam bowlers who are missing from this match. Matt Taylor and Josh Shaw could both return to the side in place of Akhtar and Singh Dale. And then for Ollie Price, we might get our first look at Joe Phillips this season
Hutton in, bowls a short ball. Hammond pulls it away. There is protection out there, but it's not much protection for that short boundary. A couple of bounces and it whacks into the advertising board in front of mid-wicket, and 4 runs to end the over. Hammond has 29, Gloucestershire 48 without loss after 9 overs. And I'll hand over to Dave Bracegirdle, and then Kevin Howells will be back.
Thank you, Ed. More from Ed in the not too distant future. Notts at the same stage had just lost their first wicket. They were 59 for 1, so Notts 11 runs better off, but they'd lost a wicket. Gloucestershire seemingly still in the acceleration process. Bancroft on 16 from 24. Here's Luke Fletcher from this, the Radcliffe Road end, in bright sunshine, bowls to Bancroft and cuts it out to the offside. And there's a single, 49 without loss. The headmaster's back alongside me. It was interesting there. You were going to put the headphones on, and then you realised you hadn't got your cap on, your trusty old cap, so you turned back and got your cap.
I've lost my prescription sunglasses, although the prescription was several years ago, so I doubt there'd be much use. Well, I'm not complaining. Bright sunshine, as you say, it's glorious.
Fletcher to his 5th over, none for 22 bowls now, and Hammond will thread it through the offside for 4 more. Gloucestershire on the charge here. That's the 50 partnership, and Miles Hammond has got 33 of them from 31 balls. Cameron Bancroft 17, and this is the perfect start. Notts openers put 56 on, and Gloucestershire's reply begins with at least 53 from this pair.
Interesting at the halfway point. You felt as though Nottinghamshire really on course for the 350 mark, maybe a few more. But then when they got the 330 odd, you think, well, that should be enough. I don't know. I think 300 was par. I think they got above par, but
Fletcher to Hammond. Down the leg side it would have gone, but Hammond gets a bat on it, just drops it in the spaces on the leg side, takes a single. 54 without loss. I think towards the back end of the innings I replaced you on commentary, and I know you went next door to sort out your interval bits and pieces, but I was saying then it just seemed that was such a waste of a wicket, a Seabermead dancing down the track and getting stumped, and I could almost, we've all seen enough cricket to know what's likely to happen, and I felt it did. There was a flurry of dots as Bancroft again to a backdrop of the spectators, almost to a man and woman and child, say shot. It was really, really nicely played through the offside by Cameron Bancroft for 4 more. He moves on to 21. We've all seen enough cricket that when the Centurion gets out, there will then be a clatter of wickets, and that's what happened with Notts. I would much rather have seen him, if anything, go a little bit more introvert and make sure he was still there at the end of the 50th, and let Tom Moores and Liam Patterson-White just try and unload, and if they got out, they got out. 58 without loss. We're still in the first power play. There's 1 ball left of it now as this is played back to Fletcher. The likes of Brett Hutton and Luke Fletcher came out at the end really not knowing whether to stick or twist, and didn't do either. If Hamid had still been there at the other end, they could have come out with a few overs to go just to swing the bat. But it was a messy finish from Notts, I thought. I think with 4 overs to go, they had 2 new players at the crease. That should never happen. You need one that's motoring along. 58 without loss. Fletcher bowls to Bancroft, and again forces it into the offside, but this straight to Lyndon James, and that's the end of a very successful Gloucestershire power play. 58 without loss at the same stage. Notts were 59 for 1, so nothing in it.
I think it's going to go right to the wire, Dave.
I was asked in the interval what chance do you give Notts, and I said ask me when Gloucestershire are 4 down, because I think the top 4 are, and that's not fair on Jack Taylor, who may come in, Ben Charlesworth and Jack Taylor, but Hammond, Bancroft, Price and Bracey, if they get this innings off to a good start, if one or more of those are still there with 200 on the board, I think Gloucestershire win.
I'm giving it 58.42 on the win predicted to Notts.
To Notts.
Yeah.
Here's Rob Lord then. This is the first time that many of the people here will have seen him bowl, because it is his home debut, just his third list A game for Notts. I saw him at Guildford on Sunday when he bowled quickly, got a 5-foot, helped by some good catching in the field, but he bowled his 10 overs straight through. Kevin is a young man with lots of energy and some decent pace.
Oh, like ourselves, Dave.
Exactly.
Hammond's on 34. And he's facing now. The bowls driven straight to the field at extra cover. I tell you what, the way though the ball comes off the bat, flies along this ground. And that one was straight to the field, but I mean, if it had gone past him.
Yeah, if it had gone past him. Yeah.
That would have been, no, within you know, within a blink of an eye, he would have been to the rope.
Yeah.
Lord Fletcher on the board. I quite like the look of that. It's Lord bowling. And punch through on the offside for 1, so hand moves to 35.
Not that we have too many headline writers, but he's got a surname that's an absolute joy for the headline writers, like on Sunday when he got his 5 for
oh Lord.
Praise be and
oh yes, very good.
oh lordy lordy and all that sort of stuff.
Lord above.
Yeah.
I think I rattled a few out at Leicester actually on the first day. But here we have, on a glorious afternoon here at Trent Bridge, Lord coming into a bowl, and Bancroft saying, "I'm not ready, my friend." Why am I not ready? Because there was movement. I can't see any movement behind the bowler's arm.
We've got members of the Lord family actually listening to us right now. Best surname ever.
Has a long run up. It's from the edge of the circle there, so it has a big long approach into bowl to Bancroft, and defended that one in the offside, and no run.
They've had a good look at him. They've had the tip off from the coaches at Cheshire, where he's been playing his cricket, and wasted no time in getting him involved in the 50 over side.
Field spread around, there's no slip, but Moores, you can see how much good pace and carry there is, because he's standing well back. That's better placement, that from Bancroft, and that will, in the blink of an eye, be a 4 through mid-wicket. Just needs to get the placing just right. There's a man out there at shortish mid-wicket, and just get it to his right. The most glorious shots when they sometimes weave them through, whether it be extra cover to mid-off, or that mid-wicket to mid-on. Sometimes you see some beautiful shots there, but equally effective, of course, will be the shot that goes wide to the right of mid-wicket, and that's 4 runs, 63 for no wicket. Shorter ball, and that's pulled away. That's going to be another 4 behind square on the leg side, a little shorter, and Bancroft will move to. What's the board ticked over there? It can be quite quick here.
Yeah.
It has already, has it? So 67 for no wicket, and Bancroft to 29 or 31.
It can be quick, but there's just not enough pace in this wicket to to get it up round about chin height, unless you really bend your back. That one just sat up, didn't it? Luke Fletcher's gone across and just said, "You can't do that on here, son."
So the current run rate and the required rate is around about the same sort of thing here at the moment, and that's obviously terrific from Gloucestershire's point of view, especially without a wicket having fallen. This is the opening partnership still. Bancroft on 29 finds a gap, but for just a single on the offside, and Bancroft will move to 30.
I'm sure he's noticed
to 68 for no wicket.
Sorry, Kev. I'm sure he's noticed the step up straight away. I mean, the one wicket he got at Leicester was Peter Hanscom. On Sunday, he was bowling to Dominic Sibley and Rory Burns and Ben Foakes. It's definitely, with all due respect to those that he'll have played against in the early part of the season, a definite step up for Rob Lord, and now he comes into bowl to Cam Bancroft. A couple of boundaries in that over. It's going to be Calvin Harrison. Just hope that Calvin doesn't look as uncooked with the ball as he did with the bat. It was a 5-ball duck earlier on, but it was an ugly 5-ball duck, wasn't it? It certainly bore signs of somebody that just hasn't played any cricket for a while.
I agree, but that situation he was coming into as well, I guess that he wouldn't have felt that comfortable, sort of feeling he had any time to settle in, really, because at that stage it looks as if the platform had been set for big runs. He almost could have done with coming in a little bit early, where he could have maybe found his feet a little bit more. But it's a long time without cricket, as you say, isn't it? It is a long time.
So we have got the leg spinner. Nice early introduction and go for him. Maybe through necessity here from Asiba Mead. Wants to take pace off the ball, wants to get a wicket. Bancroft on strike on 30. And he's now on 31 because the first ball is a leg spinner. Turns away from Bancroft and the Australian just reaches for it, pushes it into the offside. Jack Haynes doing the fielding. And Gloucestershire have 69, and we had about 2 or 3 overs where Ed and I were looking at the DLS scores at the bottom of the board, and they were neck and neck, but Gloucestershire have now left that trailing in its wake. Should be on 51 or ahead of 51. They've got 69, so Gloucestershire at the moment well on course. Their victory target is 333. Hammond has 35 down the leg side, and it'll have to be re-bowled. Tom Moores couldn't take it cleanly, but he got enough of an arm on it to stop a single being taken. Next one is hit in the air, but it's gone away for 4. It's skewed off the outside portion of the bat. Brett Hutton threw himself at it, and Miles Hammond, a little bit fortunate there. Tried to hit against the spin, got away with it, gets 4. All that matters, really. Start of a big weekend for Notts, but you feel the air might have been or might be taken out of their tyres if they don't win this one. There'll be I'm sure a great deal of optimism and support coming their way on Sunday if they can win this one with Essex in town. There's a lovely delivery that I think it was the googly. Looked as if he was going to let out an almighty roar there, Harrison, and he decided against it. Notts can win this, they'll pop back to 3rd in the table. Will end Gloucestershire's hopes of getting through to the knockout phase. There's a nice bit of fielding from Liam Patterson-White. No run.
Famous other lords and surnames. Steve McGarrett. Do you remember Steve McGarrett?
Alan Sugar.
No.
Single taken.
Not that sort of lord. Lord is the surname.
75 without loss. I'll have to ask our production team, Kirsty and Aaron, see if they know anybody.
Well, I'm telling you, Steve McGarrett. You remember Steve McGarrett? The character Steve McGarrett. What was the actor's name?
This turned away on the leg side. It wasn't Lord, was it?
Hawaii 5-0, Dave. The original, by the way, kids. All that other stuff where they
end of the over 76 without loss,
killing each other every 5 seconds. We didn't have that in the 70s. We had one murder in each episode. That was all. They have about 20 minutes from the revamped version. Do you remember Jack Lord?
Jack Lord.
Oh, Lord, Jack Lord. Yes, right. Yeah, Steve McGarrett. Hawaii 5-0. That was before your time, mate. Don't worry.
Same stage, Notts with 73 for 2, Gloucestershire 76 without loss. It's going to be Rob Lord from the Stuart Broad end. Well, his second over, here he comes then, passed by Wazim, and he strikes Bancroft on the pad and asks, but nothing doing. Better from Rob Lord. Trying to think, I can't think of any others.
Well, that's why I was quite pleased with my. You poo-pooed it. I was
no,
quite pleased with my
Jack
Lord, to be
Lord.
honest with you. Yeah.
I don't know if.
Pardon? Well, no, but that's cricket.
Oh.
No, we're not allowed cricket.
76 with Outlaws. Bancroft on 32 pushes it into the offside. In case you didn't hear that from the back of the box, the most obvious one. But admit it, Kev, we'd have been sat here till midnight. Would have thought of him. Thomas Lord, of course.
Well, we would.
We wouldn't.
I would.
No.
I dismissed him straight away because it was
Too obvious.
with all due respect, my very close friend and colleague, too obvious. I mean, we're presuming he's not related to either Jack Lord or Thomas Lord.
Bancroft has 32. Again, he digs this one out on the leg side. They've got to go quickly here. In comes the throw. Narrowly misses. That was a risky one. Pushed it straight there to Calvin Harrison. And Miles Hammond, had he been run out there, in fact, he's just checking with the umpire. He's giving him the thumbs up, the umpire. Would it have been in? He's asking. It's a good bit of fielding from Harrison. If you can say that a throw from 12 yards that narrowly misses the stumps is a good bit of fielding, but he was quickly onto it. Had he hit, that might have been interesting. 77 with Outlaws. Hammond has 40. Left-hander on strike now, and will hit this into and over the offside, and he's going to get another boundary. And for the second time in a couple of overs, he's got away with one there that I didn't know too much about. He's got a boundary. It was a false shot, and that was totally unnecessary, really, but went a long way in the air down to deep backward square on the offside, and he's got 4.
I've had a long list here in front of me to have a look at, and I think it's fair to say that Rob Lord is the third most famous Lord.
The third most famous.
Yeah, after Thomas and Jack.
81 with Outlaws. Very disappointed there's nothing from the production office. So this is driven back to Rob Lord, who fields in his follow through. There we go. You know, the sound of a message.
Never heard of that. Am I supposed to know that one? No. I think you were trying to get me to say something rude on the radio there, weren't you? No, I'm not going to say that, mate. You can do that one later.
The production office say he's the third most famous after Kirsty and Aaron. They both have that surname.
I never knew that. Oh,
yeah,
I see.
That's what they're on about. That's what I was on about. 81 without loss. That's into the pads of Miles Hammond, end of the 13th over. I thought that's where you were steering this conversation.
No, I didn't know.
Notts was 74 for 2. Gloucestershire 81 without loss. The old win percentage at the moment heavily in Gloucestershire's favour. Elsewhere, Surrey 118 for 3 after 26. That's the game at Chelmsford that began at 2 o'clock. The games that started at 11. Derbyshire 206 all out. Kent 82 for 3 after 16. Durham 257 all out. Hampshire 45 for 3 after 11. And Somerset, who were 0 for 1 after 1 ball, chasing 264 against Worcestershire, are now 93 for 1.
There was a Frank Lord, apparently a very famous English footballer and manager of Rochdale, Crewe, Plymouth. Yeah, you remember? I don't remember. Next ball in bowls and just pushed into the offside by Bancroft, who sits there on 33. And this is from Calvin Harrison, bowling his second over then. On this Friday afternoon, we've just got another week or so left of the group and knockout stage, but the final to come, I think, on September the 21st. So the ball is
22nd.
22nd, is it?
Yep.
Worked away onto the onside for 1. Is that a Sunday?
Saturday, I think. Saturday, I think. Yeah. Presumably Sunday would be a reserve day, would it?
Ah, maybe.
I'm also presuming, I'm guessing you'd have to play in the group stage, a bit like the Blast. You'd have to play in the group stage to be eligible for the final, or would you? I mean,
well, Hammond on 44, a low full toss, driven. That's beaten Luke Fletcher, and that's going to be 4 runs. Luke Fletcher standing there at mid-off. So they're really opening up here now, Gloucestershire, and the run rate required is pretty much exactly the run rate they're going along at it still. So this is nicely positioned here by Gloucestershire, and Nottinghamshire find themselves needing to get rid of a few wickets here.
seem to think the first final here, David Beddingham, who hadn't played in any of the matches for Durham, was released from his 100 side to play.
Down on one knee and play behind square on the onside for a single for Hammond. He moves to 49, and the score is now 87 for no wicket. Need another 246 to win. Slight change in the field. That's Harrison, who's been a little bit expensive. Only had 3 dot balls from his 1.4 over so far, gone for 14. A better ball, which is play behind square to backward point by Bancroft, who has a tendency, if he's a little uncertain, unsettled, to offer a bit of a wonder and come back into his ground. So he's there now with 1 ball remaining of this over. He's on 34, goes deep in the crease to punch the ball square on the offside. 1 run. He will keep the strike at the end of that over. That's 14 overs gone, and Gloucestershire off to a really good start here. 88 for no wicket. Hammond on 49, Bancroft on 35. They still need another 245 from 36 overs.
Yeah, I'm really pleased I didn't allow myself to get lured in by Ed when he was saying, oh, Gloucestershire, they've got no form at all with the bat, and that would be way too many, and all the other stuff he was churning out during the interval. And I thought, Hammond, Bancroft, Price, Bracey, Charlesworth, Taylor, Van Buren.
Was it to his usual tricks?
It was.
Dave?
It was.
That's poor from you, Seaport.
I'll do one more over, and then we can bring him in to explain himself. Here's
Yeah.
Rob Lord into Cameron Bancroft, and Bancroft pushes this back to the bowler. It's one of these. I know Hammond has played 1 or 2 big shots, but it almost seems like whenever I've been on commentary that Bancroft has been on strike and has been scoring the runs, yet you look at the board and he's being left in the wake of Miles Hammond now. Hammond 49, Bancroft 35. Both faced roughly the same amount of deliveries. 88 on the board here on BBC Radio's Nottingham, Bristol, Gloucestershire. As this is turned on the leg side, no run. Ed Seaborn, myself, Dave Bracegirdle, and the headmaster, Kevin Howells, here at Trent Bridge. You doing a fixture on Sunday?
Sunday, Dave. Dave, I'm sorry. I'm doing a 100 game on Sunday.
Okay.
No, I am sorry, Dave. I feel bad.
It's the 15th over, 88 without loss. Where's that at? Headingley?
That's an even better question.
Lord bowls, and a little push and run from Cameron Bancroft into the offside.
I'll look that up when I get home, Dave.
Okay, 89 without loss. So you are going home this evening. You're not heading to another game tomorrow.
No.
You sat on your sofa for the start of the football season.
No, what a picture you're portraying of me. I wouldn't be doing that. Although
You like your footy?
Well, quite exciting times, but of course it involves the opposition. I can't mention it too much now.
Rob Lord on strike is Miles Hammond. He backed away there. He's on 49, looking to reach the milestone in some fashion. Could only just reach the ball. Taking his helmet off here. Has he got the latest to get a fly in the eye? Seems to have done. Pops on those distinctive black gloves and then the helmet. Total Johnny Cash look for Miles Hammond.
Fly in the eye is better than the flea in the ear, I think you'll find.
Yeah. Still on 49. Lord bowls now, and he's certainly getting a lot of respect from Miles Hammond here. Again, he was looking to back away, wasn't he? And then just nuzzles the ball up to Fletcher at mid-off, and there's no run. I think there's a few more spectators have come in during the Gloucestershire innings. Ground seems to be a little fuller. Friday afternoon. People, I'm sure, who've had other priorities this morning. Some half-day workers come in to see how we're getting on. Rob Lord bowls, and this is going to be Hammond's 50 hit to backward point. That's a cheer from the Gloucestershire dugout. Miles Hammonds goes to his 50 out of 90. He's got there from 46 balls with 8 fours and a 6. And Gloucestershire well on their way. 90 without loss after 15 overs, so they're going along at a runner ball.
28 years of age. Not played too much this day cricket, actually. That's his 4th 50. He's got 1 century, a higher score of 109 not out. Miles Hammond. Liam Patterson-White is going to be introduced here. So Harrison taken off after a couple of overs. Bowling from the Ratcliffe Road end. Bowled 2 overs, gone for 15 runs at Calvin Harrison, as Dave's been pointed out. Been sitting watching cricket rather than playing it over the recent weeks. So, introduction of Patterson-White for the first time today, and he's left arm with his spin around the wicket in and bowls, driven, beautiful, lovely flourish of a shot, terrific stuff from Hammond. Looks in the mood today. He moves to 54 and takes Gloucestershire to 94 for no wicket, needing another 239. You know, the factor you put into this is, you know, when the score is up around that 330 mark, 332 to be precise, you know, pressure upon a team to score that amount of runs, but this is a good surface. Patterson-White bowls and flicked away for no run to the fielder at mid-wicket. But that pressure only really applies itself to the chasing side should they lose some wickets, and at the moment that has not happened. Still the opening pair here. Hammond on 54. Again, finding a better space and gap on the onside this time. To the long on boundary. And Lyndon James, who was in the runs earlier today, but he does the fielding. And Gloucestershire moved to 95 for no wicket. Hammond and Bancroft, this opening pair. The runs I talk about for Lyndon James are 61 of 64 balls. And Patterson-White bowls to Bancroft into the offside. No run. So the shadows being cast from the stand away to our right hand side and off the floodlight pylons, but that's because the sun is shining here at the moment. Breezy day, sun shining. Behind square offside for Bancroft. Pick up at least 1, come back for 2. He fancies a second. He'll get 2. 38 as they edge towards 3 figures. There's an opening partnership, opening stand here for Gloucestershire. That's now 97 for no wicket. Last ball of the over from Patterson-White. Round the wicket and looking to sweep that one, and well stopped. They're on the boundary. They'll come back for 2. Comfortable boundary throw in, but still 2 runs for Gloucestershire. 99 for no wicket. Going along really nicely. Hardly troubled at the moment. Hammond's 55, Bancroft on 40. And the run rate is just where it should be. 9 runs coming from that Patterson-White over. And Ed is back alongside. Try to play reverse psychology, were you, with our colleague and friend Dave?
Well, I always find that with pessimism, you're always either right or pleasantly surprised. So, you know, I don't know. I wasn't sure because Mr. Bracegirdle has had the benefit of seeing an awful lot more cricket here than I have. As Lord comes in and bowls, and that's heaved over the leg side by Hammond. I think that might have gone all the way. Just cleared the rope. I thought it did, but no, it's just fallen short of the rope. The 2 umpires had a
I think it was
bit
6,
of a chat, and I thought it had landed over the rope. But anyway, it's the 100 up. No, they have changed it to 6. I must say it did look from our vantage point as if it had carried that rope over there. It's not a long hit, and Hammond has his second 6, and he's on to 61 from 50 deliveries. And again, it's a prime example of, so far this innings, the Miles Hammond Mark II that we've seen this season. As Lord bowls, and there's a swat and a miss wide of the off stump and getting wider, but within the guidelines. in that I think he's realised in T20 cricket he can strike at 135, that sort of area, 140, actually without going for everything. And in this competition as well, when he's looked good, he's been playing those controlled drives through the offside. Yeah, he's targeted the short boundary a couple of times, but I think he's picked his delivery. Lord bowls, that's a short ball, and having lauded his discipline, he then plays a one-handed waft at a slower ball that goes behind to the keeper. Just didn't pick up the change of pace there. I think he saw the length, but not the rolling the fingers down the side of it from Lord as he banged it into the surface. But he's still there. 105 without loss. You were mentioning the rules regarding players coming in the 100, I think, if I was listening attentively at the back of the box. As there's another short ball picked up leg side again, that's definitely 6. There's no need for any consultation about that one. That's gone just a couple of rows again into the stand, but hit hard, hit flat, and hit for 6 again by Hammond. If you just don't get that short ball up enough, then it's trouble. 111 without loss, so Gloucestershire are a third of the way to their target. They required 2-2-2, scored 1-1-1. I can do maths, me.
You're very good.
Then comes Lord. He doesn't come in fact, because he's started and then stopped. A bit of a brush of the ground with his hand. Now he does run in over the wicket and bowls. Hammond backs away and just allows that one to pass through. He's hoping for a no ball from the square leg umpire, but Ben Peverell just signals that that is one for the over. So I understood last year, because both Lancashire and Gloucestershire in that playoff game last year had some players come back that hadn't played in any of the group matches. What I thought was the case, if you had an injury during the competition, then if it's a like for like, they can come back in. Lord bowls, backing away. Hammond slices it over the offside. It's going to fall short, though, of deep cover. He just didn't have enough time to charge in to try and take a spectacular catch, and fortune has been on Hammond's side today. There was that slicing outside edge when he came down the pitch to Harrison that just beat backward point. He was dropped. A one-handed effort from Hasib Hamid when he was on 13, but he's making the most of it on 68. Bancroft 40, Gloucestershire 112 without loss.
I have to admit, you reminded me of certain things that probably aren't true. The only thing I know about when teams get to the final is that in the past, several of them have said, look, we're not going to include players who've not, because we're going to stick with the group of players who've got us here. But I do seem to recall a little bit of that like-for-like nonsense, because you can make out any players like-for-like if you really try hard. Hammond on 68, 112 for no wicket. Dave's had correspondence about the name Lord. Somebody Nielsen. Lord is a good name unless you're made a Lord. Then it gets tiresome, Lord. Well, yes, I suppose so. Next ball. Down on one knee. Beautiful. Swept shot, but just one bounce into the hand of the fielder. Everything about that was very graceful and beautiful, including the bounce into the hands of the fielder. It's just the one run.
But not exhilarating.
No, no, you can have too much exhilaration.
Well, quiet satisfaction.
I hope for more before the end of the day, but 113 for no wicket, and this one is drilled back to the bowler. There'll be no run. John Rivers says, Stefan Lord, a dart player from Sweden, world semi-finalist in the 70s and 80s.
Oh.
Dave, that's brought that name back to Dave. I'm afraid not for me. So next ball bowled, leaning back and punched into the offside, past the fielder there. It's extra cover. Off the bat of Bancroft will bring him 2 runs. He'll move to 42. And the score to 115 for no wicket, ticking along very nicely. So as much as if you got to the semi-final of a world event there, Stefan. This is the luxury you can afford by Cyril Lord, an advert for the Carpet King, a blast from the past. I don't understand the one, Dave. It's in the air, but forgive me and thank you all. This one's carried out towards the boundary and it's 4 runs away to our right-hand side. Gloucestershire here. Thank you very much to everybody that's been in touch with that, but still, Rob Lord remains the 3rd best-known Lord as far as I'm concerned, if Kirsty and Aaron will forgive me for excluding them, because they can't count because they're part of the team, or they are the team. Our next ball on this one. Oh, little nick on that. No, good delivery, a little quicker. 119 for no wicket. Hammond on 69, Bancroft on 46. 214 needed. Now, 214 is a lot of runs, but right now it looks as if they could come quite simply. Now, the way the game of cricket is often played, it's done in a way that makes you think it ain't going to be that straightforward, it ain't going to be that simple. But at the moment, it has been made to look that way by this opening pair of Hammond and Bancroft. And Patterson White's gone for 16 runs from his 2 overs. There seems, you know, like we were talking about some good shots in the Nottinghamshire innings when I was on with you at one stage, Ed. But I said there's a bit of a jeopardy here. You feel as though maybe one ball in an over just might get a wicket. You know, it took a little while for them to get up, but I haven't got that feeling here at the moment.
I felt that the spinners might be a little more like in the seamers. I think like you, and it wasn't really what I was expecting. I was thinking Hutton, Fletcher up front, they might just get something out of this that the Gloucestershire opening bowlers couldn't quite do, but that never really quite materialised. But I don't know, I actually thought that Harrison seemed as likely as anybody in the couple of overs that he's bowled, but he's not been continued with. Here comes Lord, bowls a wide delivery that is going to be wided by umpire Mohammed Wasim, so it is 120 without loss for the moment. The current run rate just exceeds the required run rate, so only by the 2nd decimal point, but Gloucestershire certainly on track at the moment. However, the old 1 wicket, 2 wicket, everything changes. Lord bowls to Hammond, he moves across his stumps menacingly, but then just quietly nudges the ball up to mid-on, so it's a single, 121 without loss. And I'm going to draw your ire here, I'm sure. Wouldn't be the first time, because my mind immediately went to this gentleman, William Lord.
Well, it's not,
but he's not spelt correctly.
No,
I had a feeling it wasn't, but
it's not going to get my ire, but it's not playing by the rules. Well, I'm not angry with you, Ed.
The headmaster is just disappointed in me. Here comes Lord, bowls to Bancroft, who's nudging into the onside. Quick single attempted here. There's a wild shy at the stumps, but it kind of had to be an all or nothing move from Harrison because Hammond's quick. That would have been a remarkable piece of fielding if he'd hit the stumps from there.
To people of a certain generation, and I'm not disappointed in my close friend and colleague, the Girdler, but I was surprised that he didn't remember straight away Jack Lord, because we're of a certain period of time. And Jack Lord was a very famous, it was a very famous part in a very famous and watched by millions of people Hawaii 5-0 back in the 70s. So that's number 1.
Lord bowls and Hammond slices the drive towards cover. The fielder hasn't actually really read that, so they almost thought about pinching a second run, but they've decided against it. And the fielder out at deep covers looking rather displeased with the ground around him, but I think he was expecting that to spin a bit more than it did. In the book, it's just going to be a single. 123 without loss. And Bancroft, 47 business-like runs as ever. It won't be 48 because he's tapped it straight to cover and there's no run. Anyway, you had my meagre contribution on that.
No, it was a good effort.
Well,
I'm feeling bad.
You know,
do you want to tell us all about your Lord?
Well, he was a Archbishop of Canterbury who was executed by the parliamentarians.
Oh, that's not a nice way to go, is it?
No, I don't think it's a nice way to be executed by anybody, really.
Well, I guess not, but
In comes Lord bowls, and this is clipped fine by Bancroft off the back foot down to fine leg. He'll take 124 with Outlaws. We did have...
was it something he said or what?
I think it was probably yes,
Right.
something he said, and also quite
dear.
a lot that he stood for and
I see.
didn't like it anyway. No, speaking of Lords though, we had the joy of Joy Lord Gumby in the Test match between Zimbabwe and Ireland. Desperate sadness as he was out for 49 on his Test debut, and yes, Mr. Bracegirdle, I did notice that in the list of names and didn't mention it. In comes Lord and bowls, and a full ball. Hammond strikes it out to deep cover and takes another single, so a fairly steady, relatively, over from Gloucestershire's point of view, but then they've got the rate down below sevens, well below sevens, in fact below 6 3/4, so singles are relatively fine in this portion of the game. 125 on the board, 19 overs have been bowled.
Where are these wickets going to come from? There's no pressure being put upon it. It's going to take a stunning catch, stunning piece of work maybe on the boundary. Hammond and Bancroft don't look like they're in the mood for giving away their wickets. I thought there were a few soft dismissals in that Notts innings in the end. I mean, look, 332 is a terrific total. Down on one knee, and that is swept behind square on the leg side. Are they going to find the perfect placement for 4? Yes, they are. That's Hammond for you. Moves to 76. Takes Gloucestershire to 129 for no wicket. So 76 for Hammond already in the competition. He's had a 51 and a 54. Last time had a 46. But why is he playing so few List A games? I mean, lots of T20s.
Well, he'd not been available the first 3 seasons
because
of this because of the 100. He'd been with the Birmingham Phoenix, then COVID before that.
Gotcha. That makes sense. Started into Hammond and pushed back up to Patterson-White.
He's just of exactly the right age not to have played as many as you'd suspect he would have done by now.
Yeah. Punches the ball. Does Hammond for a single. He moves to 77. And that's got 130 for no wicket. Another 203 needed, and we've got 30 overs to get there. I mean, this is looking extremely comfortable at the moment, isn't it? It really is. Next ball, driven wide out to our left-hand side, wide long off, and it is met there by Lyndon James with the throw. So just to reiterate, for Gloucestershire, the result, the win is more important than Nottinghamshire in some ways because of their position, and more the fact that Nottinghamshire have got 2 games to play after this, Gloucestershire just the 1. That's swept behind square on the onside, a single. Hammond moves to 78, takes the score to 132 for no wicket. They've got to keep their spirits up there of Nottinghamshire, because it's starting to feel just a little bit flat at the moment. Bancroft on 49 looking for a half century, and that's driven but for no run into the offside by the Australian, and that completes another over. So that's 132 for no wicket, 20 overs gone, 30 remain for Gloucestershire to score another 201 runs, with the opening pair here of Hammond on 78 from 64 balls. Cameron Bancroft has faced 56 for his 49. Ed Seaborn is alongside me. Dave Bracegirdle, obviously here at Trent Bridge, is with us. Other games, if you're interested in the other scores going on, although the match between Essex and Surrey really doesn't have a lot riding on it in this group. They started later at 2 o'clock. Surrey 140 for 3. Somerset 129 for 2. They need another 135 from 25 overs with 8 wickets standing to beat Worcestershire, so they are nicely placed, very nicely placed there. Kent 5 down, 100 for 5, but they need 106 runs. those 5 wickets standing to beat Derbyshire, made only 206. And Hampshire, lordy lord, no pun intended there, Rob, I am sorry. But Hampshire, 69 for 6.
Wow.
All the way up there. He went all the way up there for 4 days of county championship cricket back in April and got nothing. And they've got to come back with nothing from there by the looks of it as well. Durham made 257, Hampshire 69 for 6. And they were one of the teams on 8 points at the top.
Change of bowler as into the attack comes McCann and is cut by Hammond first ball for a single out to deep cover, as there's a little bit of untidiness with the throw in, but in the end umpire Wasim at the non-strikers end with the backing up having been completed tosses the ball to McCann, so eventually the ball made its way back to where it should be, but not in the usual fashion. He's coming round the wicket is McCann, bowling a short ball to Bancroft, who goes back, tucks him behind square on the onside for a single, and that is a half century for Cameron Bancroft. He was left high and dry on 49 not out in his last innings at Sussex as James Bracey hit the winning runs off the last ball of the over. But he's had plenty of time to get to his 50 here. 57 balls and 7 fours. Hammond plays this one in the air. Next delivery just short of Hamid at backward point. Just threw the shot a bit early. New bowler. McCann round the wicket and in with his off breaks. And there's a reverse sweep over the top of short third. And the outfield so hard. There is no way that's being caught once it gets over the infield. It's a shot Hammond likes. And he's brought it out to excellent effect there. 138 without loss. Hammond 83 from 67 deliveries. And whilst there's always the possibility for Miles Hammond to have a rush of blood, he's not had many in this innings. McCann is in, and that's calmly nudged out onto the onside. Quick single, but it's a well-judged one despite the athletic work from McCann to get there. There's no throw to be made. 139 without loss as Bancroft faces again. McCann staying round the wicket, looking to use whatever angle he can. Can't imagine there's going to be a great deal of turn as Bancroft knocks this one gently down to long on. I say gently, it still speeds down there, but that's the way with this outfield. 8 runs from the over. 140 without loss after 21 overs. Whereabouts do your travels take you after today, then?
Well, don't you start. I couldn't answer his question about
Oh,
Sunday.
sorry, of course. I asked you about Sunday specifically.
It's either going to be Leeds or Manchester on Sunday.
Choices.
No, there won't be a choice. It'll be on a piece of paper.
Right.
So I won't have a
It's
choice.
between the two. Not. Oh, hello.
We'll carry on commentating because of the fact that I think, well, there we are. I think there might be a bit of a problem. If you're listening to us online, and we might be making some squelchy noises. Maybe back. We'll double check, make sure we're online. But we continue here with the stream. 141 for no wicket. Hammond on 84 from 68. Bancroft 52 from 59. And it's 192 now.
Just like old times.
You enjoyed the beeping, do you?
Oh.
Patterson
Back
White.
to early days.
Patterson White in his 4th over, round the wicket, in bowls and punched into the offside. Good alert fielding from the captain. He's still on his toes. Hashes his knee in to the ground. Got to be a little bit careful. Big runs from him earlier today. This is Hammond facing, and he swipes that across mid-wicket. And there's a real strength, commitment, assured performance here from both Hammond and Bancroft, and Gloucestershire looking so well placed. 145 for no wicket, 188 more needed. And the flip side of that is that Nottinghamshire appear to be a team who look a little bit flat and maybe without any real ideas at the moment on how to break this partnership up, this opening stand. And well, he's gone to Slog sweep that as Hammond. Doesn't get anything on it. 95 list A games for Cameron Bancroft, by the way, of which he now scored 21 half centuries. He's gone on to score 5 centuries. Will he do so here today? Patterson White bowls, and that's been brilliantly struck over the top of extra cover. That's another 4 runs. The score moves to 149 for no wicket. Hammond moves quickly to 92 off 72. There was something about the Nottinghamshire batting today. You thought, well, there's some lovely shots being played, and a few of them are looking really comfortable. But you thought there's something not quite right here, and this is what was not right. It's the fact that we're being shown now with that short boundary, with the full commitment. Maybe the bowling was a little better and therefore more difficult. Maybe things have flattened out a little bit more. Maybe you sometimes hear that with a single into the offside. And 150 up for Gloucestershire, and this first wicket partnership for 132 balls from Miles Hammond and Cameron Bancroft. Do hear players say, oh, even in a one-day game, the pitch which started off good became very good.
Yeah, I mean, and you just never know, do you? I mean, I felt certainly the couple of finals here that I've been to that it has got a bit slower throughout the day, but you just never know what it's going to do. It's the beauty of trying to read a game of cricket. You've no idea on any given day what exactly the conditions are going to do. Every day is different. McCann is starting his second over around the wicket to Hammond, who's quietly turning into the onside, accepting this single that is on offer, and ticks up to 94. But I think certainly the main difference, as obvious as it is to say, between the 2 innings has been those 3 wickets up front that Gloucestershire did take, which forced Hamid and James, as well as they rebuilt the innings. As McCann bowls, and this is played on the bounce back to the bowler, as well as they played to rebuild it. I don't think they could have done any better a job of rebuilding the innings than they did. Losing those 3 quick ones hurt. And that could be the first wicket, surely it is. Bancroft has gone, and it's McCann who has provided the breakthrough, as it keeps pretty low, that one. Bancroft had already decided he was going to go back, and the only question there, the bowling round the wicket, was whether that was going to pitch in line. It certainly looked pretty good from our position here. Bancroft goes for 52. It is McCann's first team wicket, and an excellent scalp for him to have got. Not just the fact that he's got rid of a test player in Cameron Bancroft, but he's also broken this magnificent opening partnership worth 151. Gloucestershire have lost Bancroft for 52 and still need 182 to win.
Let us go from Derby in Group A. The applause, obviously, as he leaves the field here. It was a terrific performance from him, though, wasn't it? Terrific knock. But back at Derby, Derbyshire made 206. Kent 106 for 6. Samit Patel 3 for 23. Zach Chappell 1 for 22. As Derbyshire continue to press their case for going through to the knockout stage of the competition next week. Somerset 142 for 2. Need another 122 from 22 overs to beat Worcestershire. So again, nicely positioned. Group B, Surrey 151 for 4 in the 34th over against Essex. And Hampshire continue to struggle. 80 for 6. They need 258 to beat Durham. That's 178 needed from 31 overs, but only 4 wickets standing there for them at the moment.
Well, Gloucestershire certainly couldn't have asked so much more out of their opening partnership, but as well as they are going, the required rate is still at 6.6 roughly per over. They do still have 182 more runs to get, and it's Ollie Price who is out at number 3. Can he celebrate his Lions call up, his second Lions call up in style, as he defends into the onside for no run? Played in the A series out in India this winter, as he reverse sweeps and just, I think, gets some bat on that quicker ball from McCann. There's no run. He does love a sweep, does Price, and Nottinghamshire, I'm sure, will know that. Sweep and reverse. McCann in, reverse sweeps again, gets it for 4. That's the modern player for you. Try that shot once and don't execute it, they just go again next ball. I'll get it next time. And Price is off the mark with a reverse swept boundary, 155 for 1, 178 required from 27 overs.
For the pressure to count after the loss of that first wicket, they need another couple quite quickly here to Nottinghamshire. And if they were to take a couple of wickets, that I think would make the Gloucestershire innings look a whole lot different. But right now, the visitors in a very strong position. I'll do one more over and then Dave can come into your seat and you can come in here if that's okay. Yeah. Calvin Harrison, he's got to come back on and bowl again. He bowled 2 overs. He bowled from this end, so it's back from the same end, the Radcliffe Road end. Went for 15 runs. But Hammond looking ever so good for his 94 not out. Quite clearly, to see the back of him would be very special from a Nottinghamshire point of view. His 94 off 74 balls, 13 fours and 3 sixes. A high score of 109 not out in List day cricket. Gets down and sweeps that one along the ground through square leg, so he moves to 95 and takes Gloucestershire to 156 for 1. Ollie Price is on 4. The 1 wicket to a fallen. Bancroft, LBW to McCann for 52. Looking for the spinners to cause more trouble here. And Harrison will bowl to Price on 4 not out in the 24th over. And a lovely delivery which turns a little, has a little bounce as well. That's better. Harrison.
Scott says there was a Gordon Lord who used to open for Warwickshire and Worcestershire.
Of course there was. That one we should have, yeah, of course. Next ball, and that's played behind square for a single. And he was also, I think, involved with quite a few training courses and involved. I feel bad about forgetting Gordon Lord. I met him at least once or twice. Still not as famous as Jack Lord. 157 for 1. Goes back and taken down the leg side wide. The umpire signals. Has to move to do so because Ollie Price is quite a tall lad and he signalled it and realised they can't see me behind Ollie, so he had to move to the umpire to make sure they had seen that. Pushed into the offside, no run. So it's 175 needed here. Gloucestershire going along really nicely. Nottinghamshire again in need of some quick wickets. Although 175 runs does seem a long way off. Despite the loss of that 1 wicket, everything was looking quite comfortable. Come back for 2. And Hammond moves to 97. Terrific start from him because that's just 77 balls for that 97. So he just gathers himself again, does Hammond, and tucks it away very fine. 1 should become 2. We'll see him move to 99. And that's the end of that over. So Hammond's on 99. Gloucestershire 162 for 1, need another 171 to win. From 26 overs remaining. Ollie Price is on 5 at the other end. And Harrison has gone for 22 runs from 3. That makes it 7 from that over. Ed will come and join you, Dave.
Thank you, Kevin. Jumbling up his Spice Girl hits there. 1 become 2. 162 for 1 after 24 overs. The Yellow Belly says, did we leave some runs out there in the Outlaws innings? I think so, Yellow Belly. I think so. Could have been 350. Ollie Price is on the strike as soon as Miles Hammond is... Oh, crikey. He's played a reverse there that he's missed, and he's lucky not to lose his leg stump as he stands as a right-hander. He's off stump as he'd switched round, but very, very close. There's Freddie McCann. In again, turned onto the leg side. Single for Price. He goes to 6. 163 for 1. Over to you, Ed Seaborn.
Oh, thank you. Sorry, it took me aback there.
Well, he's on 99.
In the middle of a reverie, of course, because
I've tried hard to get him out. See if you can. He's nailed on to get 100 here.
So, field positions itself just as... Well, in fact, no, they're going to go a bit more aggressive. Extra cover, backward point in off the edge of the circle as McCann bowls down the leg side. That will be wide. 164 for 1. There's certainly plenty of singles available through the onside, but they're trying to get him to play against the turn here to get there. Hammond on 99 comes forward and drives, will not beat extra cover. Who gets across? Hammond just looking to fiddle his way there, but they'll have to wait another delivery. McCann in and bowls on the pads of Hammond. I think it struck him on the pad, but either way they're not going to come through for a run. So again, just as often happens, somebody gets into the late 90s, you can put a little bit of a squeeze on as a fielding side. 25th over, so actually might already have had the drinks break. Anyway, we'll see. Hammond comes forward, drives through the offside, and he gets there with probably his gentlest shot in this 100. 100 from 81 deliveries. It's his second List A 100 after he scored one after coming back from the 100 last year in the playoff game against Lancashire. This one, certainly, given the fact Gloucestershire were chasing a low score on that occasion, his most valuable List A innings for Gloucestershire. 13 fours and 3 sixes. Might as well finish, I suppose. If McCann bowls to Price, this is turned round the corner for 1 run. So 166 for 1, Gloucestershire at the halfway stage, so certainly well ahead of things on the comparison, as you'd expect them to be, because Hamid and James were just starting to wind things up at this stage of Nottinghamshire's innings, and indeed there will be a drinks break with Hammond bang on 100, so he's got a couple of things to try and break his concentration here with the drinks break plus the fact he's now got to his 100. We'll see whether either of those work for Nottinghamshire.
You can tell the players were furious. They were all ticking down, I guess, the balls, the overs until the 25th over, knowing that it would be a drinks break. And it was, where are you? Where are you? Because nobody came rushing on. Again, we've got one of the umpires going off for a comfort break. 166 for 1. Andrew Boyle's granddad of 8, he says, you were spot on early on, Dave, when you said Notts have left lots of runs out there, because Gloucestershire so far don't look in any trouble. Thank you for that, Andrew, granddad of 8. Hawkey says this has been a superb knock from Miles Hammond. Not sure where your allegiances lie, Hawkey. I'm guessing with the Gladiators, as they used to be known. Elsewhere, Hampshire now at 85 for 7. Seemingly can't wait to get on the road and get back home. They're up at Chesterley Street. Durham 257, Hampshire 85 for 7. That's a coupon buster if ever there was one in the Metro Bank today. Kent 120 for 6, just down the A52, chasing 207 to beat Derbyshire. Somerset 172 for 2. They're playing.
Somerset are looking, well, I mean, imagine that. Gloucestershire sneak into third and end up in a couple of games with a local derby semi-final. That would be quite something, but anyway, there's quite a lot of cricket to be played before that happens.
I can remember last year, because Notts did get into third place, and we could see from a while off that the draw had been made somewhere in the system. I'm sure it actually says, but the draw is already made that the winner of which semi-final will face the winner of which 2v3. So I need to dig that out, I guess.
Yes, I need to pour through that, whatever it is, about 25-page long document with the playing conditions in for this year. It is in there somewhere.
You know what I'm saying? If Gloucestershire or Notts finished third, they would obviously go to the side in Group A that finish second, but then the winner of that, it will already be predetermined whether they're going to go to the Group A winner or the Group B winner. That would have been drawn out as well. A drawn out drinks break. We're going to resume in a moment with Calvin Harrison by the looks of things. 166 for 1. Smack on halfway really in the run chase in terms of runs. 166 for 1 after 25. Further 167 required. And they've got another 25 overs in which to do it. Calvin Harrison, 3 overs, none for 22. And he'll be bowling to Ollie Price, who's on 7 not out. Miles Hammond on an even 100. So first ball, slog sweep for 4. They don't waste any time having a little look, do they? Or getting back into the tune of things. First ball, slog sweep for 4. 170 for 1, Gloucestershire.
He is such a prolific sweeper is Price. It's just a question of which it's going to be, the conventional or the reverse.
Harrison bowls leggy but turned away for an easy single. 171 for 1.
And with that boundary, Price has scored his first 1,000 runs in List A cricket. So a couple of milestones coming up today. Gloucestershire's out for Gloucestershire in a way 100th wicket in List A cricket for Smith.
Harrison tosses this up, driven up to wide-ish mid-off, fielded by Luke Fletcher. 171 for 1. It's like Kevin's poring over the rules and regulations. This one's hit into the leg side, but there's nobody there. It's 4 more. He took the aerial route, Hammond, but perfectly safe. Nice clean connection. 4 more. 175 for 1. Miles Hammond on to 104.
Yeah, I mean, at the moment we've got, yes, the playoff winners will play away in the semi-finals. Semi-final ties should be as follows. Winner of Group A versus winner of second place Group B v third place Group A. Got that? So I think that...
Have another look and then
Yeah.
fit either Notts or Gloucestershire into
yeah.
the scenario. As this is driven back to the bowler. And there's no run. Is it likely that Notts or Gloucestershire, for example, would play Warwickshire if they win
Yes.
the group, or Somerset?
it's what it would be Warwickshire.
Okay.
Or Glamorgan, wherever.
Yeah. This one's driven again through the offside this time, and it'll be 4 more from Hammond. 179 for 1. Yeah, I thought it was a predetermined grid that they have to slot into, and when the teams were drawn out in the winter in the confines of ECB offices by person or persons unknown, I thought they went as far as drawing the semi-final lineup as well, or the grid, so we know where it slots in. 179 for 1 after 26, an expensive over, 13 from it. Calvin Harrison 4 overs, none for 35.
Yeah, so the local derby would have to wait until
Final
the
day.
potential final, and well, if it worked out the same way as the previous time the two sides met in a 50 over final, then Gloucestershire would take that. But anyway, as I say, we're more than counting chickens before they've hatched there.
I'm assuming over the years, and I'm going right back to WG's days and all the rest of it, I'm assuming over the years Gloucestershire have won far more silverware than Somerset would have, yeah.
At this stage,
Yeah.
yeah, although Somerset are catching up in recent years. McCann is in, and this is turned around the corner by Price. Thinking about 2, I don't think they're going to go for it, though, at this stage. Certainly if you're counting the pre-official county championship.
Count them.
Yes.
Count them. Yeah, get in.
Champion
there, count
county titles, then
Yeah.
definitely. I mean, add in an extra.
them. What's the score, Ed? What's the score?
It's 181 for 1 as a full toss is played into the onside by Hammond just for a single. And clearly Hammond is well, he's feeling as if he might be in there for a longer haul from that shot, because that was a full toss that Hammond might have thought about trying to deposit into the onside to the boundary. The fact that he didn't, I think, suggests that he's not necessarily just thinking about 4s and 6s. Reverse sweep from Price this time. It's only getting a bit single.
And do you
Out
think
to deep point.
perhaps in that drinks break somebody said, just remember what happened in the Notts innings. Seabermead got his 100 and got out, and suddenly there was a big hole blown open straight after it.
McCann to Hammond, reverse sweep. Oh, that is an extraordinary shot. He's played that basically with his toes facing the bowler, and it's gone over
the top of a wide short third position and for 4 more, and that is Miles Hammond's career best score in List A cricket. And it seems as though every time Kevin Howells commentates on a Gloucestershire 50 over game, Miles Hammond scores 100. Admittedly, it's a fairly small sample size of 2, but still. That playoff game against Lancashire last year, and now this one, 186 for 1. Gloucestershire requires. Oh, we've got runs and balls now. How exciting! It's much better with runs and balls. 147 runs from 140 balls on the scoreboard. Fielder out at deep backward point now as Hammond goes back and tries to force the ball away through the offside, but Patterson-White gets across from extra cover. There's no run.
Yeah, for a side that got 332 in the first part of the day, Notts looking a little flat at the moment.
Just need something. I know we said that with the Bancroft dismissal. That was nearly it. Almost a repeat dose, actually, of that Bancroft dismissal, as the ball doesn't get up as much as Hammond thought it would, and ends up getting pretty much the toe end of his bat down to long on for a single. But especially having seen one skid through on Bancroft, you thought that might happen again there. But Hammond able to get bat on it and also able to keep the strike. 187 for 1.
Nearly 4:45. I don't know where the day's gone.
Yeah, it's funny, isn't it? Because this could never have been a particularly early finish, but somehow I don't know. It's getting, dare I say it, we're getting deeper into August now. The evenings are starting to get a little. No, I won't continue on that. It's too horrid. It's too horrid. I don't want to think about the end of the season at all.
Oh Lord. Rob is back on at this end, the Radcliffe Road end for the first time. 5 overs, none for 36 from the far end, the Stuart Broad end. Now he's going to get his first chance from this, the Radcliffe Road end.
He's got a bit of a mullet going, hasn't he?
Yes, yeah. Yes, on about days flying by. I'm doing a football match tomorrow, and the 90 minutes, in comparison to the hours we spend in here through the summer, the 90 minutes I expect will just fly by.
Even a T20 is lengthy compared with that, yeah.
187 for 1, Gloucestershire. They used to be the Gladiators, but they're no longer the Gladiators.
Don't ask me exactly when they dropped that, certainly quite a long time ago.
7 extras in the innings. Here's Rob Lord then wearing number 4. And first delivery is just turned on the leg side by Miles Hammond, fielded by Liam Patterson-White.
I can tell you when they switched from playing in blue to this black and yellow kit that they have now. They did it straight after winning the One Day Cup trophy in 2015 and switched to the black and yellow.
Was that the Surrey?
Yes, it was.
Final. Well, they've had yellow and blue as well, haven't they?
Yes, they have.
A lot of sides have had yellow and blue. Here's Lord. Can he get the breakthrough? No, because Hammond helps this on his way down to long leg. Single taken. Not seen Liam James bowling yet, and as I mentioned at the start, he's played every game, but he's Nottinghamshire's leading wicket taker in the competition with 8. Lyndon James, I beg your pardon. Where have we got Liam James from? Lyndon James called up today in the England Lions 12 to face Sri Lanka next week at Worcestershire's new road ground. Farhan Ahmed, young Notts spinner, also in the squad. Rob Lord bowls and Ollie Price happy to defend. Gloucestershire got this pretty much where they want it. This game is effectively over if they just stick to their disciplines and just bat sensibly and properly. 188 for 1. The required rate is only just over a run a ball, and on this fast outfield, on a true surface, a surface that's not really giving any assistance to either pace on or pace off. Gloucestershire should be nailed on here as Lord bowls, and again a pleasing push into the offside by Price, but there's no run. Still some very fine players to come. James Bracey, who got a century when these sides met 2 years ago down at Bristol. Ben Charlesworth, I've not seen too much of him. Is he a lefty, Ben Charlesworth?
He is,
yeah,
yes.
I thought he was.
Yeah, please.
Jack Taylor, the captain. Graham Van Buren. And I would imagine all the rest have had the showers and got their civvies on 188 for 1. As Lord accelerates into the crease, bowls outside the off stump, and it's cut to backward point. Another good stop from LPW, wearing those elasticated sleeves.
I mean, at this stage, the mood in the dressing room, I'm sure, is very much that those who are still to come are quite looking forward to getting out to bat on it. It's when you have a couple of quick wickets fall and then you start scrambling around and things change. But as much as they'll want to sit here and watch these two bat for a bit longer, I'm sure the likes of Bracey and Charles were thinking, just get me out on this.
It's got to be a strange setup for the visitors today as Lord bowls, and it's defended in that the black screens are right across the balcony where the normal balcony is, the visitors' balcony. That's a good over from Rob Lord, by the way. 188 for 1, just a single from it. So normally I'm sure there are players in most sides, most dressing rooms will just like to maybe sit at the back. The fast bowlers who've been pounding the turf get their boots off and just sit on a bench at the back and just occasionally pop their head up to see what's going on or whatever. But I think you'd be very much seen as an outlier if you were just sat in the dressing room on your own, because you can't see anything unless they've got our commentary on and the pictures on the telly. So most of them are outside there. You just saw on the live screen they're out, sat in the dugout right on the edge of the pitch. They'll want to win this together as a team, but it can't be great having to sit outside for 50 overs and watch.
Ben Charlesworth was certainly looking like somebody who wanted to be out there. McCann into Hammond, who cuts away and well fielded by Hamid. It was, well, I would say straight at him. He had to make up a little bit of ground, but the issue there was more whether there was going to be an awkward bounce off one of those used pitches, so he made sure he got everything in the way of it. No run. McCann in. Hammond sweeps. He's got it over square leg. 2 bounces and 4 runs. Pretty much every time he's opened his shoulders in this innings, it's come off. 17 fours to go with 3 sixes. That feels like an enormous number of fours. Whether there's the capacity to look up such things, but feels like, you know, you start getting into the 20s, I think, and then it's probably heading towards a potential record time. McCann in and bowls a slower ball, cut away, and it's got between cover and extra cover, and it's away for another 4 runs. 196 for 1, probably. Well, it was well placed, actually.
The two good fielders, actually. If Patterson White and Hamid both diving full length can't stop it, then I think he's just about managed to thread it in the perfect spot. It looks very much as if Miles Hammond is going to defeat Hampshire today, because Hampshire are 106 for 9 up at Durham. A long way from victory.
McCann to Hammond. Ooh, leading edge there. He'll take a single as it skews off towards point. And it's 197 for 1. I'm just going to have a look at how many boundaries James Bracey hit in his 224 last year, because that's probably the first port of call. He hit 34s, so Hammond's got a little way to go before he gets to there. 34s and 5 sixes.
Just a reminder, Hammond was dropped on 13 by Asib Hamid. It wasn't easy, but I thought he'd got it.
McCann bowls paddle sweep from Price. That is very cheeky and mighty effective. It's going to be another 4 runs with nobody fine of backward square leg on the onside, and that will bring up the 200 for Gloucestershire. 201 for 1 in the 29th over. So after a tidy over from Lord, this one has brought 3 boundaries, and it's also seen the 50 partnership come up between these two in just 38 balls as well. Price 18 from 17. Fielder at a finest short fine, so he goes to reverse sweep this time, does Price, but can't get it past the fielder at short third. And the end of an excellent over for Gloucestershire. 13 runs from it, and 132 runs required from 21 overs with still 9 wickets in hand. I must admit, I mean, it could still change. There are still enough runs left in the game for it to change. I almost didn't want to believe that this was as much of a belting pitch as it seemed at times in Nottinghamshire's innings, but certainly, really, in this innings, there's just not many demons in it, and it's not you know, sort of going to trouble you with its pace, but it's also not so slow that the ball isn't coming on. It's coming on nicely for the batters to play their shots.
Something's got to change if Notts are going to get back into this. They need somebody with a big heart, a big fella. Luke Fletcher is loosening up. He's just had the word from Asiba Mead. Meanwhile, it's going to be Rob Lord. 132 still required. As Ed says, that's still some way from the finishing line. And Miles Hammond has had one of those days where occasionally he has played a false shot and he's got away with it. And there's another one. He's top edge one over Tom Moores and down to the long stop fence. In fact, one bounce into the front row of the pavilion for 4. That was nowhere near where he intended it to go, but again he's got away with it, and you can probably say there's been 4 of those in this innings, but you make your own luck, don't you? And it was dropped on 13, perfectly entitled to say, well, I've given you one really good chance. If you're not going to take it, it might be my day. 205 for 1. Lord unlucky comes in again and bowls and fires this into the thigh pad. No run. Kent have given themselves a chance. Derbyshire made 206 all out. Kent were really struggling, but they're mounting a fight back. Jack Leaning and Grant Stewart at the crease. They're 147 for 6 now. They need 60 from 17 overs. Kent to defeat Derbyshire. That would certainly burst one of the spokes on Samit Patel's wheel and the Derbyshire side. Durham have defeated Hampshire. Chesterley Street, first result of the day. Hampshire 113 all out. There's your coupon buster. Bouncer over the head of Hammond, and that'll probably be called. It has. It's a no ball. Umpire Peverell just having a word with his counterpart and signalling the no ball from Rob Lord.
He had a good innings the other day, did Grant Stewart. I think 5 sixes. He's certainly got his eye in the Italian Grant Stewart.
I was just going to say the Italian international. Forza Italia.
Forza Italia, yes.
Grant Stewart. 207 for 1. There's Rob Lord. This already going to be a 7-ball over. At least. There's a push and run up to Luke Fletcher. Clean pick up, and then he throws down to the far end and misses the stumps. And the single is taken. 208 for 1 here at Trent Bridge on the BBC. Bringing you all the matches from all the competitions this season, every single ball.
Whether you like it or not.
You will listen. Of course, on the live stream here at Trent Bridge as well. As always, forget to our camera crew, dispersed at various points all around the ground, bringing you the pictures and getting you the shots. Sometimes they're out in cold weather. It's a little bit nicer today for them as Lord bowls, and again he's brought one back. It's a good delivery, and he's going to be penalised to the tune of a leg bye. Thanks also to the Lord family who are running the production office today with all the graphics. I assume there's graphics on everybody's monitor bar ours. We seem to have lost them on ours today, but hopefully out there you're getting the graphics. Nobody's complained. Where's the graphics, Dave? Like they do if it's not there.
Because of course you do have full control over that.
Oh yeah. Especially when we're at away grounds. This one is gloriously played. That is a terrific blow. That is a shot that, when his head hits the pillow tonight, Miles Hammond will remember fondly. He has picked Rob Lord up and deposited him onto the hover cover deep beyond the it's not quite the hover cover, but in that general area deep beyond the deep mid-wicket rope for 6. That was magnificent. 215 for 1, and he's on 135. Pleased he paid no heed to what I was advising, just settled down after getting to 3 figures. He's if anything, he's stepped it up a gear. Lord in again to bowl. Another bouncer. Again, it's taken on in the air, and again he's got it away, this time just shy of the ropes for 4. Producer Kirsty says, yeah, everybody else has graphics. 219 for 1 after 30, and maybe Rob Lord's race has run for the time being. 114 more required from the last 20 overs.
This is the scoreboard, is the gift that keeps on giving. In big numbers. 114 runs required from 120 balls. Yeah, it was as much as there was a cry of catch. I mean, they'd have cried catch because they'd have heard that Hammond didn't catch it as cleanly as he did the previous shot. But there's nobody, or was nobody, really forward of a forward square on the leg side, so he didn't have to catch hold of it cleanly. And back comes Luke Fletcher. We've got Fletcher Lord now on the board rather than Lord Fletcher.
Yeah.
As Price surveys the field, he'll see a backward point, extra cover mid-off and mid-on in the field and a short fine
when
leg.
Dan Christian was here, many times we had Fletcher Christian, which was always one to bring up the old. It was Moby Dick, wasn't it?
But never a Christian Lord.
Was it not Moby Dick? It's Treasure Island, wasn't it? Treasure Island.
Never a Christian Lord, though.
No, I don't think we've had one of those.
Unfortunately, had that.
Still
pleasure.
more than 100 required. Lots of left it late, but a little Calypso might yet make this awkward for Gloucestershire, but they've got to start picking up some wickets soon.
Well, it was a different sort of Calypso on this ground during the Test match, wasn't there? As Fletcher runs in and bowls to Price, who fishes at a slow ball outside the off stump, and Moores can't take it behind the stumps. There's gasps of anguish around the ground. It's only going to be one, but still it's a run that is going to go onto the extras column, and very much an extra run.
I said they'd have to do something different. How many have not got in the ring?
I thought they had 6 before that ball as well. I was counting them up, and then I had 5, and all of a sudden I noticed 5 leg was up as well.
Yeah, they've got 6. In fact, they've got 7 in the. No, one's going out. Yeah. So they've got 6 in the ring, which is one more than they need to have.
Yeah. Anyway, the Calypso I was talking about was when Shamar Joseph hit that tiled roof over there in the distance. As Fletcher bowls, that is a very short delivery, and it's fine. Brilliantly bowled. It was on its way down, must have been, as it got past Miles Hammond. Hit that one.
Well, I tend to believe most things you say, Mr. Seaborn, but I don't believe that. If that's
it must have been. I think actually Hammond is talking with Ben Peverell, and he's smiling with him, and Peverell is saying, "Yeah, it was back on its way down." No. What an extraordinary delivery. Andre Adams used to bowl some really slow balls like that. I'm picturing him nearly bowling somebody with a double bouncer, actually, in international cricket. Fletcher bowls, Hammond picks that one up cleanly over the leg side, and that has gone halfway up the stand for 6 runs, his 5th 6, and he's on to 145, and it seems to have taken no time at all for him to get from 100 towards his 150, 226 for 1.
You're confusing your New Zealand and Nottinghamshire all-rounders, not Chris Cairns.
Oh, Chris Cairns did it to Chris Reed, wasn't it? But I think Andre Adams did it to Anil Kumble in a game in New Zealand.
Okay.
It's been a very long time ago.
Hopefully it's just a delay in getting the ball back, and not that anybody's been struck or anything. No, we've got the ball. There we go.
Let's give it a cursory look. But oh no, it's not okay. Might need a change. This could be the turning point.
It could.
I have to write this down. Ball change at 226 for 1. Although actually they haven't immediately signalled they want it changed. Umpire Wasim has just gone to have a word with umpire Peverell, and they're just looking as though we're going to have some running repairs.
What do you think? I don't know. What do you think?
That's odd. Whatever, it's got just a little dent in it, but they've said, well, that's not going to affect things at this stage. I don't know.
Of course, they have a ball each, the umpires, so they've got sort of a gauge as to what condition it should be in.
Ball gauge, back gauge, all those things the umpires have to have in their pockets. A pair of scissors, notebook, clicker for the balls in the over, all sorts of things. 107 more required. Fletcher to Hammond, a slower ball driven down the ground. The only question was whether that was going to hit the stumps, and it didn't, and the fielder gets across from long on. Nice sliding stop there, but at the cost of 2 more runs. 147 for Hammond.
had it all today.
T says definitely not Not's day today. Thank you, T.
105 required, 116 balls to get them in. Fletcher over the wicket to Hammond. Oh, a slower ball, and he chops it down into the ground. Didn't time that one, did Hammond, but still goes out towards deep mid-wicket for 1.
Just looking at that aeroplane just going over the Batman board, how graceful it appears to be in the sky. It's an incredible illusion, isn't it? Because it appears to be hardly moving. On board, you'll be looking down. Can you see the airport yet? We're nearly there.
It's a big bird, that, actually, isn't
Yeah.
it? It looks, well, I mean, perhaps it's not, perhaps another illusion, perhaps it's not. But you get some cargo ones into
Yes, yeah,
Easton,
they do.
isn't it? It's quite big ones. Fletcher bowls a short ball. Price has moved across his stumps, pulled it away towards deep backward square. It's only going to be just the 1, though. And that is the end of Fletcher's first over, coming back 230 for 1. It's come from Muscat.
That's it.
That
Oh, you've got one of those.
aircraft. Well, it's occasionally.
What did the captain have for his
look at
lunch? That was almost There we are. Look on the live stream. Those of you watching the live stream can see the pictures. I'm not entirely sure that is a cargo one. That looks more like
It is.
Is it, by
yes.
Jove?
It's got a few windows, I suppose, for some of the crew to look out of.
Okie dokie.
Yeah, it's
Lovely.
cargo
Great work
liner.
by camera crew. Terrific stuff. That was almost an exclusively pace-off over from Luke Fletcher, just banging it into the surface and trying to get it up around about shoulder height. Didn't result in the breakthrough. Notts need wickets. Gloucestershire still require more than 100, but it is only just 103 required from 19. Here's Rob Lord, runs away from us, past umpire Peverill's left shoulder. And Ollie Price pushes it to Liam Patterson-White at point, and there's no run. 230 for 1. The only wicket to fall was that of Cameron Bancroft, who made 52. Out of a partnership of 151 for the first wicket. He was very much left in the vapour trail of Miles Hammond, who's within 2 of a half century, 2 of his next milestone. That would be 150. Price on 19. Lord bowls. This has worked up to Lyndon James, who mentioned it an over or 2 ago. Still hasn't had a bowl. 230 for 1. Ed Seaborn has metamorphosised into Kevin Howells. He's remembered to bring his cap this time. 230 for 1. Lord into his 8th over. Not enjoying the conditions here today as much as he did at Guildford on Sunday. Comes in and bowls, and it's just played down into the ground by Ollie Price. Don't think he knew where it had gone, but they get the single nonetheless. And now Miles Hammond, I'm sure, will be backwards and coming forwards here. Or he's not backwards and coming forwards, whatever the saying is, but he'll be eager to feed off this next delivery and try and get to 150. What is it? Not backwards and coming forwards. You don't know that one.
You're right, Dave. It is. He won't be backwards and coming forwards.
Not sure it really applies, but you know what I mean. He's going to try and wallop this next delivery, as he has tried to wallop most of the last few he's received. And there he does try and wallop it, but he's missed it. He was through with the swing before the ball had even got to him. And Tom Moores takes it on the second bounce. 231 for 1, Gloucestershire. Rate required for the visitors, just 5.5 and over, and on here that's not very many when you've still got your entire top order pretty much intact. Fletcher again passing on a word or 2 of advice, or knowing Fletcher probably passing on a joke or 2 to Rob Lord, who bowls now, and Hammond will just help this down to long leg for just a single. 232 for 1.
As every day is a school day, Dave. Words that could be used for not backward and coming forward. Domineering, overbearing, authoritative, bossy, masterful, magisterial, assertive. Not all of them, but most of those words would apply to this innings from Miles Hammond, wouldn't they? Seriously.
Yes.
So once again, you nailed it, Dave.
Domineering.
Well,
Masterful. 232 for 1. This is played back on the bounce, fielded by Rob Lord. I'll use one or two of those words when I get home this evening, see what sort of reception I get for that. 232 for 1 after 32. Here I am, and I'm going to be masterful.
I'd like to see what sort of evening meal you get for that.
End of the over. Lord 8 overs, none for 56. Crikey. Calvin Harrison is going to come on, and it's always a joy to see a leg spinner in action. He's got some damage to repair. 4 overs, none for 35 earlier.
Well, his introduction there was met with a certain amount of silence. Nottinghamshire supporters fearing the worst here, Dave.
Very much so, yes. I think they will have been buoyed by the news, by the carrier pigeons coming up from the south to tell tale of a victory over Surrey at the weekend. They've made it down to Clark's Meadow to have a look today, and they've been disappointed with what they've seen up to this point, I think.
I knew that they needed 300. That was certain. I wasn't too certain as to how many more. Would it definitely be a 350? 360, 370? Well, yes, the answer to that is yes. It needed to be, and Notts appear to have come up way short. It just looked that sort of surface. There were runs to be scored, and you saw some really fine strokes and shots from Notts, but they then gave away a few wickets, having got themselves in. That, mind you, that was a wild swing.
Yeah.
That looks like somebody's on 149 not out.
Apologies if our listeners on BBC Sport website and app just lost the commentary briefly. Just dropped out. Don't know why. It wasn't us.
232 for 1. Oh, outside edge. Beats the keeper, races down towards the boundary. It looks like Brett Hutton's going to try and chase it down, and I look up to the umpire and see that he hasn't done so, because we can't see just down in front of us. That's a 4, and it's 150 now for Miles Hammond. It really has been magnificent, magisterial, overbearing, dominant.
Useful.
109 balls, 21 fours, 5 sixes. Terrific stuff.
Got to start, I think, and find the list of highest scores in one-day cricket against Notts, so I'll crack on with that.
Hammond on 153 not out. He goes aerial, and one bounce fall through mid-wicket. Just no answer to him today. No answer at all. Another 4, 157. And Gloucestershire 240 for 1. 93 from 105 balls.
6. So this is the 7th highest score in, well, the 60-odd years of one-day cricket.
And a little bit of width, and that one is carved by Hammond straight to Nasib Hamid, who's in the covers area.
Go through the top 6 in a moment.
Hammond 157 not out, down the leg side, runs away very fine. That's going to go all the way down to the boundary. It's going to be 4 byes. And that takes Gloucestershire to 244 for 1. Hammond, of course, will remain on 157 in terms of the over 1 ball remaining, and it's not gone Harrison's way again here. So in his 5th over, 1 ball left to it, 43 runs. Looks like it's going to be a thoroughly disappointing day this for Nottinghamshire, but a terrific one for Gloucestershire to keep themselves very much interested in the competition, and Nottinghamshire will remain interested in the competition. And wide. I think that's a little bit harsh on the bowler there, but it span away to such an extent that the umpire was convinced that was wide. In fairness to Harrison, there was not too much complaining, seemingly. Down on one knee into the pads, LBW, and given! He's gone! LBW, Hammond has gone for 157, and Harrison, who's kept going as best he can right at the end of his 5th over, eventually gets a wicket, and it's a big one as well. Gloucestershire well on the way at 245 for 2, but what a knock from Miles Hammond. 137 minutes, 113 balls, 22 fours, 5 sixes, a career best. Terrific performance, but he's gone leg before. But Miles Hammond is going to get a real, I think, from a usually here at Trent Bridge, and I'm sure it's going to be the case, and it sounds as if it is going to be a crowd, spectators here who do appreciate fine batting when they see it, whether it be from Nottinghamshire or Gloucestershire. Just happens to be from the visitors, and there's a standing ovation here for a wonderful knock for Miles Hammond.
Yeah, it's good to see, isn't it? They've got to the feet, many of them that are able to do so, and applauded Miles Hammond off. I just about managed to pull up the list of highest scores against Notts. That will slot in then as the 7th highest score in List A cricket against Nottinghamshire, a table that's led by Darren Lehman, 191 for Yorkshire at Scarborough in 2001. Next in sight was Kenny McEwen, 162 for Essex here in 1983, so he slots in behind him. But some fine names on that list: Lehman, Gooch, Sangakkara, Dane Vilas, Penstoke. 88 still required. Can Notts go bang bang, as they say? Just follow up that wicket with another couple. It's a long shot. They're very much careering towards a defeat. I was a little bit surprised the finger went up, actually. It looked to be
I thought it was going down
the leg side, but maybe it just wandered across in front of the sticks. Good appeal from Calvin Harrison. New man is James Bracey, but it's Price on strike. 245 for 2. Patterson White bowls, and again Price happy to go down and sweep it away. Made it into a low full toss, gets a single. 246 for 2. So the last time these sides met was 2 years ago in Bristol. The only time in the last 12 years they've met in one-day cricket, and it was James Bracey's unbeaten 104 that got Gloucestershire home. As Ed reminded us earlier, he managed to deny Jack Taylor the chance of a century at the other end. He was 90 odd not out, and Bracey did he hit a 6? So he hit a 6 to win the match rather than to hit a 4 and then leave it to his mate to get his 100 as well, but it didn't quite happen. Here's Liam Patterson White bowling to the left-handed Bracey and pushed into the offside. So still the left-hand right-hand combination for Gloucestershire. Lots just trying to give the bowlers a bit of encouragement and try and believe they can force their way back into this one, but Bracey confidently on the front foot drives down the ground for a single. 247 for 2. Kent closing in on victory at Derby, just down the road. That's a good comeback from them. And Patterson White bowls, has swept into the leg side. One more to the total, 248 for 2, and Somerset very nearly over the finishing line in their pursuit of 264 to beat Worcestershire at Taunton. They're 244 for 5, so they need 20 from 8.5 overs. Patterson White bowls and Bracey gets another single. In terms of Group A, it's looking like 3 from 4. Group B looks very much as if Glamorgan and Warwickshire are going to share the top 2 positions, as Price another sweep into the leg side, but very much game on for that 3rd place. 250 up with a final single from the last ball of the over. Liam Patterson White 5 overs, none for 38. Bracey 2, Price 23, 250 for 2.
Well, you're right. In Group A, if things carry on the way they're going, Somerset with 1 game left will move on to 10 points, finding Hampshire and Worcestershire behind them, 2 points just behind them. But those 2 teams have a game in hand and they meet each other on Sunday. Derbyshire, if they're at the wrong end of that result against Kent, will also be on 8 points, but they too will just have the 1 game remaining, so they're looking a little bit shaky there. Durham are not out of it, but we'll have to have results go their way as well. There are a couple of games they can still end up on 9.
Grant Stewart has just been dismissed by Zach Chappell, so Kent 174 for 7.
Derbyshire back in that game. That terrific finish across at Derby. Here, Gloucestershire 250 for 2. 16 overs remain. 83 from 96 balls. Only Price is on strike on 23. In bowls, down on one knee, swept, and is that going to be 4? No. Nice piece of fielding from Lyndon James. Cuts off the boundary, they'll get 2 instead. 252 for 2. Ollie Price to 25. Bracey and Ollie Price, the job of making sure that despite the loss of Hammond with that very big score, they don't get ahead of themselves. It's almost like a stop and start again because they're in a good position, obviously, 81 from 95, but their run rate is at 7s, the requires about 5, so that's all okay. Next ball, oh, that's a lovely delivery, spinning away. Harrison gets that ball to move away from Ollie Price. That makes it interesting. You can produce a few more like that. It's better from the far end, the Stuart Broad end. Bowls the Price now, down on one knee again. Not too much venom in that, but enough to get a single. Fine on the leg side. Price moves to 26, and the score 253 for 2. 80 from 93 balls. Ahead of the curve, and with 2 wickets down, it's difficult, but not impossible for you to see a situation where Gloucestershire might find themselves slowing up on the run rate, if they lose a couple of wickets, but gosh, there will still only be 4 down then, so it's very much theirs to lose at this stage. Harrison's midway through this over, 5.3 overs, 47 runs, taken a wicket, plenty of air given that one, and driven along the ground to the long off boundary. And that is Bracey moves to 3. 254 for 2.
Yeah, you just can't see where there's going to be a clatter of wickets from one end. You know who the bowler would be to turn to be the man for a crisis.
Looking to reverse. Hands go up in the air, but nothing to back it up in terms of appeal. Ollie Price will get a single. It was 27.
There's no pressure throughout the day, and this applies to the Gloucestershire bowlers as well. There's no pressure been applied all day because it's such a placid surface. The outfield's fast, runs there to be taken.
A little quicker and full that from Harrison to Bracey, driven back up for the bowler to do a fielding of his own bowling. 255 for 2, Gloucestershire. To win this match, they need 78 runs. They've got 90 balls to get those runs, with Bracey on 3 and Ollie Price on 27. Harrison 6 overs 1 for 49.
Who's going to get this end? It's Liam Patterson-White. And his cap to the umpire, Ben Peverell. Did I heard you say that you'd not been at a ground where Ben Peverell had stood before?
You did. I've not been on the ground. Either of these umpires have been standing up. I'm sure they've missed me. I'm sure they'll be delighted.
It's going to be LPW to bowl his, or begin his 6th over, 5 overs none for 38. And round the wicket to bowl to Ollie Price, tosses it up there. Price nudges it back, hit it onto the next strip, and it just seemed as if the ball deviated, perhaps took a bit of spin there to turn it back to the bowler. Comes in again and tosses this up, and this one's just played to mid-on where Luke Fletcher's fielding. So a couple of dot balls. Ollie Price in his stance is right in the middle of a shadow from the floodlight housing. Way to our right, another dot ball as this is run to backward point. So that's 3 dots. So what does Ollie Price do here? Just be content just to bide his time, or when he tries something a little different? Patterson-White bowls. Yes, he has gone down on one knee and he just scooped it round the corner and gets a single. It's a cute shot, gets him off strike, highly effective. 256 for 2. Brings James Bracey on to strike. Bracey has just 3 so far, and he's now tried just to play a little reverse. It goes through to Tom Morse. Played just the 1 test match, didn't he, James Bracey, a number of years ago now. It's a little unlucky. He's on strike and plays this down the ground to mid-on. Ed's come back in for Kevin. There's something about his 1 test appearance, was it not very well, or can't remember what it was. 257 for 2.
He played in 2 tests. First at Lords, where, kind of, I suppose until Jamie Smith put on a pretty much flawless display behind the stumps, people would say, well, it's a tough place to make your debut. He'd not actually done enormous amounts of keeping. I think it was unfortunate for a few reasons, really. He probably could have done with another full year of first-class cricket as Harrison bowls to him, and this is played quietly into the onside. Quick single, and Harrison's chucked the ball away from him, but Bracey's run so far at the non-strikers and they didn't come through for a second run. I didn't think about it anyway. That was a juggling act gone wrong from Calvin Harrison. The burning torches ended up on the floor, singeing the turf. 258 for 2, Bracey to 5. Price on strike on 28. Harrison into him, and he goes for a big booming drive. It loops over the top of the keeper, and what does that come off? Just pad, actually, so it wasn't a chance of a catch, but Price got himself in a right tack. In fact, I think he's told the umpire I got some bat on that
he's not
now.
Given a signal.
He wants the single. He had his hand out for the pre-signal and then took it away. 259 for 2, just a few jitters entering
He somehow
here.
managed to get it over Tom Moore's head. He can't put it down as anything against the keeper, but there was definitely a stumping on.
Harrison bowls, a bit of turn there, but Bracey works with it out to deep backward square for a single. Yeah, I mean, I think it... Because he'd spent basically the entire season before that in the bio bubble, so you get any first-class cricket at all in 2020, and I think it was really tough for the players that were in that bubble but then didn't even get to play. Really very little work that they could have been doing then, even less than the players who were playing county cricket then, and everything of course changed for them as well, as it did for everybody, as that's fired quickly down the leg side from Harrison. He obviously decided that Price might be about to give him the charge there, but he didn't, so 1 more to the total. 72 required from 81. Oh dear, it's been signalled no ball. And what's that for? There's the square leg umpire again was the one who had his arm out there. So I was that for either for too many behind square, or they didn't have somebody quite up in time. Not sure who the guilty party is. Either way, it's a free hit now. Harrison bowls, and Price has completely skewed this one in the air. He's caught by Luke Fletcher, who dramatically throws the ball in the air. Bit of an equine hop and ends up, I think, managing to fool a couple of people who weren't initially fooled with that free hit. Harrison to Price, drives straight back to the bowler, but even just that, were it not for that no ball, just runs and balls starting to get a bit closer now. There's an 8 difference between runs and balls. Could have been down to 6 or even 5. Short ball, that's help yourself from Price. Clattered away through wide long on for 4. Just had to make sure he didn't give away a wicket to a leggy on that sort of delivery, which you see. I mean, you see short balls slammed straight into the hands of fielders, but he kept it down, hit it hard and picked his spot. And that boundary just does continue to alleviate any pressure that might have been being felt by these two. So 67 runs required, 13 overs left.
Good win for Somerset. They've defeated Worcestershire at Taunton by 5 wickets, getting over the line with 5.5 overs left, set to score 263 all out with Worcestershire. Somerset finished 267 for 5, 95 from Lewis Goldsworthy, 70 from Kangaroo, James Root.
Also in that Lions
squad.
Yeah. 266 for 2 is the score here at Trent Bridge. Here is Liam Patterson-White bowling to Bracey. Drops this on the leg side, no run. Both Gloucestershire wickets to fall have been by way of the umpire. 2 LBW decisions. Bancroft out, LBW to McCann for 52. Hamid, LBW Harrison, beg your pardon, Hammond, LBW Harrison for 157. 266 for 2 as another attempted reverse doesn't come off.
They've just started bringing out these sort of funky, dinky-dunky sweep reverse, and Price has been much better when he's been trying to slap the sweep, and Bracey's tried that reverse a couple of times, doesn't come off.
Bracey has 6, comes down the track and then just lifts this down below us, very close to the rope. Can't quite see because of the overhang of the gantry and the advertising hoardings on the gantry. Couldn't see it land, but the umpire signals that it had cleared the ropes. Gone for 6 more. Gloucestershire move to within 61 of victory. 272 for 2. James Bracey into double figures, just doubled his score there with that blow. He's gone from 6 to 12. Patterson-White in again, and once more a little scoop over the keeper's head and down to long leg for what should have been 2. Rob Lord down there, a complete misfield. And it's gone for 4.
Gosh, they're singing the Benny Hill theme tune somewhere. It's a bit harsh. Some Gloucestershire supporters in.
Yep, you sense they've started the weekend, or their sporting weekend, in good humour. 276 for 2.
Oh, actually, it wasn't the Benny Hill, was it? There was the other one. They do.
Patterson-White bowls quicker ball, dug out by Bracey. Yes, inexplicable misfield from Rob Lord, but he's not the first to do it on this ground and won't be the last. And again, he's bowled him. Bracey's got himself out there again, just trying to be a little cute, walking across his stumps and trying to flick it again down in the direction of Rob Lord, and he's completely missed the ball and been bowled. So 276 for 3 shouldn't make a difference, but who knows if not, so to just apply a little bit of pressure, and that comes back to haunt Gloucestershire in half an hour's time. We might look back and say, what was James Bracey doing? But that's a wicket for Liam Patterson-White, and Notts will feel that he had his little bit of fortune there earlier in the over when he got a 4 instead of a 2. So that's 3 out of the power pack top order. Ben Charlesworth coming in at 5.
Yeah, I think he'd be a bit cross with that, Bracey, really.
Yep.
I mean, there was a not out there for the taking, having seen Gloucestershire home, and I mean, in the end, he was nowhere near it. It turned, but I'm not sure that he would have hit it even if it hadn't turned. I think it would just have bowled him middle and off rather than leg stump as it turned out. So up to Ben Charlesworth to join Ollie Price. These two have finished a few games this season for Gloucestershire, most notably the 2 local derby games against Somerset in the T20 Blast. A rather simpler task in theory on hand in this game compared with those 2 fixtures. However, does just need a little bit of consideration as to how they're going to go about things, having seen Bracey come and go. 16 from 15. It did provide a 6 and a 4 in that over, at least just to alleviate whatever run rate concerns had possibly been building. Now it's down to just 4 3/4 and over for Gloucestershire to win this, and Harrison to start his 8th over. Price on strike as Harrison bowls, and this is carved off the back foot out to deep extra, and there's a single. There's nobody down at long off, which I suspect Price might have been trying to get that ball down towards. That's interesting. I don't think I've ever, I mean, it's the vagaries of this ground to some extent with the angle, but I don't think I've ever seen no mid-off or long-off in a 50-over game before. Charlesworth is on strike. There's a slip in place. Harrison over the wicket, starts him off with a very full delivery. Charlesworth was rather tentative with that, thinking that it might just sneak under if he tried to go for a big shot. Ends up in a bit of a tangle and doesn't get a run out into the offside. Harrison bowls on the pads. Charlesworth gets off the mark, just quietly nudging the ball through square leg. And a single means it's 55 required from 69 deliveries. Still 7 wickets in hand.
Surrey's production line has churned out another couple of usually talented players. Josh Blake, 94 not out, the young wicket-keeper, and Ollie Sykes, 77 not out from 51. Surrey are 289 for 4 with an over to go at Chelmsford.
Harrison to Price, cut away and just finding the gap square on the offside this time. Single is taken. Yeah, a lot is talked about Sykes in particular as being the next one churned off Surrey's, as you say, production line of highly talented batters. Harrison bowls over the wicket to Charlesworth. There's some turn there, and Charlesworth respectfully works it to short mid-wicket. Josh Blake's actually a little bit older than I thought. He batted very well in the game against Gloucestershire for a while. Looked as if he might just keep Surrey in that game. Harrison is in. This one goes on with the arm, and it's played in defence by Charlesworth, and the end of a tidy over from Harrison. I think just the 3 runs from it. 279 for 3, but still Blake's having a good campaign, and with Ben Foakes seemingly out of the England picture, the gloves are sort of blocked at Surrey. You start to wonder. I mean, I'm not saying anything, but Gloucestershire do need a backup keeper next year. I don't know that Blake would move from, I'm not saying that Blake would move from Surrey to Gloucestershire, because effectively then he'd just be moving from one backup role to another, but Gloucestershire will need a backup keeper for next year because of the unfortunate retirement of Ben Wells. So that's something that is worth keeping an eye out for.
It's going to be Liam Patterson-White then to continue. Got a wicket in his last over, bowling Bracey. Price on strike on 35. And just advances forward and pushes it through mid-on for a couple of easy runs. 281 for 3.
And I suppose I should say for Nottinghamshire supporters who might not know, unfortunately Ben Wells has had to end his professional cricket career due to a heart condition, so very similar to James Taylor. Very unfortunate.
Patterson-White in again, and almost French cricket played by Ollie Price there. He was squared up right in front of his stumps and made sure he got the bat face down to make contact with the ball, otherwise he'd have been on his way back. Bit of pressure being applied by Patterson-White, and there's one that's come off the pad and it's run down past the keeper and down to the ropes in front of the pavilion for 4. You make your own luck in this game, but you have to say Gloucestershire have had 1 or 2 moments where things have gone their way. Yeah,
very much so.
285 for 3.
I mean, he's one of those players also, Hammond, where the luck will either... He does get those top edges and those outside edges, and he's just that sort of player. Sometimes, if it doesn't quite come off, the ball will squirt in the air somewhere. Some days it comes off, some days it doesn't, but that is really unfortunate. Yeah, did Price in the flight and get nothing for it.
Comes in again and bowls, and Price pushes this one back to the bowler. 285 for 3, 48 required now from just 62 balls. Notts need 7 wickets, but it's not really looked as if they're going to get wickets in a whole heap and start a bit of a collapse. Next ball's pushed into the offside. Jack Haynes inside the ring does the fielding. There's no run. 4 inside the ring on the offside, 2 on the leg side. And Patterson-White bowls again, and this is swept away nicely, conventionally by Ollie Price for 4. Was quickly into position there to force it away. And Gloucestershire now within 44. 289 for 3 after 40 overs. An extra man can be released out into the wild, but not at the stage really where they've got to come in and try and stop singles, put a bit of pressure on.
Yeah, it's tricky, isn't it? Because as much as, I mean, on a slower surface, you'd really be able to create pressure by doing that, and then they still might be able to, but there's just been enough opportunities to score boundaries one way or another. There's been a bit of fortune at times, but there's been enough in the surface for the batter that if they know that if they play a good shot, they're going to get really good value for it. So Hamid has had to go on the attack. He's been placed now for Harrison, bowling to Charlesworth, who's again looking as if he's not really quite reading it out of the hand of Harrison there, and just ends up checking his shot, playing it back to the bowler. But I think that might have been possibly might have been the googly from Harrison. It didn't quite pick. Harrison bowls. That's a drag down. It's pulled in the air, and a leap from deep mid wicket is unsuccessful in bringing the ball in. The boundary is just too short. I feel for Calvin Harrison there. You think you've done somebody a bit. Didn't get a great deal of bad on that, Charlesworth, but we have seen, I mean, saw in the Nottinghamshire innings a couple of times, fielder leaping on the boundary, coming up just short, and the case again there, as Charlesworth again looks as if he's not really quite read what that's doing off the surface, and leading edge out into the offside, but the 6 has already meant Gloucestershire have done what they needed to off this over in terms of run scoring. 38 to win. Charlesworth tries a bizarre reverse sweep that ends up at extra cover. It's not really a shot that Charlesworth plays very much. I can't recall him playing a huge number of reverse sweeps. I mean, the field is sort of set for it, but it's not really his strength, as this time he just waits for the ball to behave or otherwise off the surface and drops it down into the ground onto the onside for no run. So Harrison has certainly had the moral victories this over, but nothing to show for it yet, as he is in and bowls, and Charlesworth drives down the ground. More convincing shot that time will bring him 1, and 37 required from 9 overs, and Gloucestershire will have their 4th win of this competition, and will also mean that it will come down to the final day, regardless of what happens in the fixtures in between. So still Nottinghamshire very much in the mix with a defeat here, but because Gloucestershire play Leicestershire in the final round of games, Leicestershire on 2 defeats at the moment, it means that Group B will come right down to the wire.
And that's at Bristol or Leicester?
At Bristol.
At Bristol on Wednesday. Notts have got Essex here on Sunday, and then go to a new venue, Rugby School, to face Warwickshire on Wednesday. They'll certainly need to win both games to have any chance. Maybe that even doing that they miss out, but I guess they'll feel if they could win both games they've got a great chance, but I'll see this as a missed opportunity.
Certainly because of their net run rate, they're still in a decent spot.
Rob Lord back. Well, 8 overs, none for 56. Surrey closed on 306 for 4, and Josh Blake didn't manage to get his century in the final over. 100 not out, and Ollie Sykes 87 not out. Here's Lord to Charlesworth. Punches this into the offside, fielded by Hasib Hamid. That game 2 o'clock start, in case you're wondering why it's way behind all the others. Couple of results: Durham have defeated Hampshire and Somerset have defeated Worcestershire. So the only other game at the moment that's being played is at Derby, where Kent are 195 for 7. They need 12 from 7 overs to defeat Derbyshire. Jack Leaning's 50 odd not out. 296 for 3. Charlesworth on strike on 8. Rob Lord bowls to him short, and this is lifted up in the air and out on the leg side, and the fielder can't see it. Well, it's gone for 4. Jack Haynes trying to shield his eyes from the sun, couldn't get anywhere near it. In fact, is it Calvin Harrison out there? I think it's Calvin out there in the deep. It's gone for 4 runs, and the Gloucestershire 300 is brought up.
Certainly had some less than conventional boundaries of late. It has to be said. There was Ollie Price's basically tap-in 4, where he almost kicked it for 4, trying to sweep it. Then that boundary misfield in front of the pavilion, but all sorts.
Lord into Charlesworth, and this time bottom of the bat, behind the wicket, gets a single. Still can't see if that's Haynes or Harrison.
I think it's Harrison. I saw 31 out there, yeah.
Haynes is 30. Could see the 3 as he turned his back suddenly. As initially he felt there was an opportunity, but clearly looking straight into the sun, couldn't see it. Lord to bowl to Price, 301 for 3, 32 more required, 51 balls left. There's another single. Gloucestershire, all the time in the world here to do it in singles if they should choose to do so. 302 for 3.
And also, I mean, theoretically, every ball does still matter that they, you know, in terms of getting these runs, and for Nottinghamshire as well, they because of that net run rate, because of the tiebreaker, which could well still be the decider, it's still important. I think Gloucestershire have still sort of had been at the stage where they couldn't really be thinking about that. They just needed to win the game.
Lord to Charlesworth. Little drop into the offside. Price was halfway down, sent back by his partner. Price gets home and apologises. 302 for 3 in the 42nd over. As we welcome listeners to 5 Sports Extra to Trent Bridge, where Nottinghamshire and Gloucestershire have combined to score over 600 runs today, but it's the visitors from the southwest who seem to be on course for picking up the victory points. Keeps their hopes very much alive here of managing to squeak into one of those all-important places in the knockout round. Rob Lord bowling for Nottinghamshire here, new name to many. Bowls outside the off stump, and Ben Charlesworth, the left-hander, just flails at it, misses it. It goes through to Tom Moores, the end of Lord's 9th over. This is his 3rd game for Notts, signed at the start of the one-day cup competition, having played really well over the last year or two for Cheshire in the national counties. 302 for 3 Gloucestershire. They've got 8 overs left and require 31 to win.
And they're in such a strong position thanks to an absolutely sensational knock from Miles Hammond. 157 from 113 balls, 22 fours, 5 sixes, ably supported by both Cameron Bancroft, the Australian, who scored 52, and Ollie Price, who is still there on 42, one of the newly selected England Lions for the game starting Wednesday against Sri Lanka, as Harrison is preparing to bowl out here his 10th over, and off the back foot Price drives out to deep backward point for a single. 303 for 3. Hammond's career best comfortably in List A cricket, that 157. He's not played a huge amount of List A cricket because he's been playing for the Birmingham Phoenix each of the first 3 seasons of the 100. Came in and scored his maiden List A 100 in the playoff game last year, and has a second here today as Harrison bowls, and this is whipped away by Charlesworth along the ground out to long on. 29 runs required from 46 deliveries for a win that Gloucestershire had to have. If they lost this game, then pretty much they would have been out. Not mathematically certain, but I think as certain as we can be. Gloucestershire would have been staring down an exit in this one-day cup. A win, and it's not happened yet as Harrison bowls to Price, cut away in front of square. That'll beat extra cover and go for 4. So 25 to win now, and Price moves up to 47, seized on the width, and just a bit of, well, not a massive drag down from Harrison, but enough to allow Price to rock onto the back foot, find a gap and pick up another boundary. Harrison into Price, is going to cut again and miss this time as it goes through to the wicket-keeper. So come back from Harrison, but still 4 sides in the mix for 1 spot in this Group B of the one-day cup. It's going to come down, assuming Gloucestershire complete this victory, as Price works into the onside, can't find a gap, fielded by Hamid at forward square leg. Guarantees, I'm not sure whether Sports Extra were quite with us at that point, but apologies if I'm repeating myself, but for the benefit of those listeners, guarantees that it will come down to the final day, this group. Price sweeps hard on the bounce to Hamid once again at forward square leg, so no run to complete the over. Gloucestershire need 25 from 7 overs. Nottinghamshire, excuse me, still with the game in hand. They've got Warwickshire and
Essex here on Sunday at Trent Bridge, and then go to Rugby School for the first time. New venue to face Warwickshire on Wednesday.
And even though Leicestershire, who are Gloucestershire's last opponents, have lost a game fewer, first of all, Leicestershire have to play current group leaders Glamorgan, but then their last game is against Gloucestershire, so there's a chance for that all to even itself out. Gloucestershire have that part in their own hands. What they don't have in their own hands, though, is Nottinghamshire winning their last 2 and winning them in real style, which would then mean Gloucestershire would have an awful lot to do net run rate wise to sneak in.
Here's Rob Lord then, his final over. On for 62 today, bowls to the left-handed Charlesworth, who just rocks forward defensively, pushes it out to Asiba Mead. If you weren't with us earlier in the day, Asiba Mead, the Notts captain, with a century of his own, 105, and then very un-Mead-like, he danced down the track and was stumped by a country mile, and just feared at the time, and it did prove to be correct that that was a wicket that meant that Notts lost momentum. They lost a cluster of wickets straight after then. Lord bowls, Charlesworth again drives to a Mead, and he makes the stop, although the ball ricochets away in the direction of Luke Fletcher, who picks it up. Given the chance to go again, which of course you don't get in cricket, I'm sure a Mead would have looked just to bat out the last 7 or 8 overs, because he was seeing it well enough. He was putting the bad balls away and was playing very nicely indeed, and then let the hitters at the other end just hit all around him, but he got out, the hitters got out, and then he just fell away. This one just dug in short of a length from Rob Lord, gets up round about shoulder height. Charlesworth swishing away angrily, misses the ball, and it goes through to Moores. Results today then in the other group, Group A. Durham have defeated Hampshire, a heavy victory for Durham up at Chesterley Street, won by 144 runs. Hampshire bowled out for 113, and at Taunton, Worcestershire made 263 and Somerset 267 for 5 in the 45th over. Lord bowls again, and this one's hammered down the ground for 4 by Charlesworth. It was pitched up on or around off stump, and then Charlesworth, clean strike, gets a boundary. Gloucestershire move ever closer. Game just down the road at Derby. Derbyshire 206 and Kent are nearly there. 201 for 7. They need 6 to win. They've got 5 overs at their disposal. So that will just blunt Derbyshire's hopes of getting into the knockout phase somewhat.
So keep Kent just about alive as well. They're 7th starting the day and could find themselves leaping up.
Lord to Charlesworth, and he's played all around that one, and big appeal from Rob Lord towards umpire Peveril. Goes without reward, in fact just a tap of the knee from the official. Rob Lord is a little disappointed because he's still without a wicket. He's only got 1 ball left now, 313 for 3 with that leg bye taken. Brings Ollie Price onto strike on 47. Gloucestershire require 20, and they've got 37 deliveries in which to do it.
I thought the finger was going up there. I mean, perhaps it wasn't quite as good as it looked from here, but it looked pretty straight, as if it was coming back. Maybe that was supposed to that's about the only thing that could have hurt Lord there, whether it just carried on with the angle too much.
Price on 47 on strike. Lord bowls to him now, and this is cut to backward point, and it'll go over the rope. This outfield unforgiving if you're a fielder. If you're not in a position to stop it immediately, you've got no chance of chasing it down. And Ollie Price becomes the latest Gloucestershire player to raise his bat in celebration. He's 51 not out, 317 for 3. He makes his half century from 56 balls with 7 fours, Ollie Price. And Gloucestershire on the brink of victory now, very much so, as Rob Lord comes out of the attack. Looks as if Freddie McCann is going to get a recall from the far end, the pavilion end, the Stuart Broad end. Rob Lord 10 overs, none for 70. Gloucestershire 317 for 3. Need 16 from 6 overs.
Yeah, just looking for the cherry on top now. Gloucestershire, they've already made the cake and iced it. So 16 more required. And in theory, it would be in their benefit to get these as quickly as possible. As McCann bowls, and Charlesworth is just working through the onside for a single 15 to win. And it looks as though really for the most part these two, nothing too crazy. So Ollie Price, his first 1,000 list day runs today, did pick up a wicket in the Nottinghamshire innings as well. He would have known about the Lions call up for quite a few days.
Yeah.
I think they knew about it actually quite a while ago. Just announced today, but still it's been an excellent day for him. As McCann bowls down the pitch, Price clipping towards long on, and long on wide, so this is going to be a really comfortable 2 runs. Again, it's just not something that you see very often. A fielder is normally at a conventional long on position at this stage. Almost doesn't really matter a huge amount now, with just 13 more required from 34 deliveries.
Kent have defeated Derbyshire by 3 wickets.
Big win for Kent. McCann round the wicket bowls, and off the back foot Price just strokes it to extra cover, and there's no run there. It's been a kind of a stick with it type performance in the field for Gloucestershire today. As down the pitch is Price looking for 2 into the onside. He'll get it very comfortably as well. Huge amounts of open space on that longer side of the ground, and 11 more runs required. I mean, they started pretty well, got 3 wickets in quick succession at the top of Nottinghamshire's order after a 50-run opening stand. 56 without loss became 73 for 3 very quickly, but Hamid and James, big partnership, another good one between Moores and Hamid. As Price again comes down, nudges into the onside. They'll be thinking about 2. This time they say no. It's 10 more to win from 31 deliveries, but you know, just as it seemed as though, I mean, I know that Hamid moment does loom quite large. Gloucestershire will still be pleased with the way that they continued to take wickets after that, and it was spin at the death which actually did it for Gloucestershire today, as Charlesworth is beaten by a good delivery from McCann. Just a little bit of turn. The odd one has turned, but it's not been doing that enough really to fully trouble the batters. But Charlesworth got himself in a bit of a tangle there, and no run to end the over. So 10 runs required from 5 overs. Van Buren ended up with 3 wickets, 3 for 40 in Gloucestershire's innings with his slow left armers. Tom Smith 2 for 46. Maybe the pick of the bowlers actually, in 10 overs, and both Taylor and Price picking up a wicket each. So Gloucestershire spinners had a decent amount of success, but yeah, they reined them back from 350 plus to 332. I must admit, I was still thinking, well, it's a tall order chasing down that number of runs. Gloucestershire haven't been quite firing in terms of the batting this competition, but they've certainly fired today.
Well, the openers put 151 on, didn't they, as this is made into a low full toss. Liam Patterson-White bowling to Ollie Price. It's very unfair to throw it all on Asib Hamid,
especially having made a terrific 100 to get Nottinghamshire out of a hole.
Yeah, almost in a chanceless 100, a terrific knock from Haas. I'm not saying that at all, and on another day his dance down the track would have brought him reward, but on this occasion wickets went very quickly at the other end. Nice looking shot here from Charlesworth. It's going to be fielded on the rope by Lyndon James. They'll come back for a couple. Of course, Asib Hamid as well has got a moment he'll want to forget in this innings, a blemish, and that Miles Hammond, who made 157, was dropped on 13 by the Notts skipper. He's backpedaling at mid-on and leapt to his right. This one's hit again back down the ground, and will that go for 4? No, it won't. Fielded down below as Luke Fletcher will cut it off. Hamid got one hand to it. It looked to be in the palm, and I was a little surprised when it came out, but came out it did. Small margins. Had not got that relatively early wicket. Who knows how it would have panned out? Maybe the same, maybe not. We'll never know. Patterson White again bowls, and another conventional sweep from Ollie Price, and Gloucestershire now within 1 hit, Ed, so you better see your boys over the line here. 328 for 3. It's been a terrific performance, this. Perfect way to chase down 300 plus.
5 to win then. Patterson White to Charlesworth. A quicker delivery, which is worked to short mid-wicket. I'll have to wait a little while longer at least. Patterson White, as every bowler does, will not want the winning hit to come off his bowling. Last ball of this over. Patterson White to Charlesworth, who goes back and chops it late, trying to beat short third, but can't do so. So 4 to win with 24 deliveries remaining to get them in. I think as to the dropped catch, they might have got there, Gloucestershire still, as you say, they very well might have done. They certainly wouldn't have got there, I don't think, with the authority that they've got there, because the speed that Hammond scores at is a far greater speed than pretty much in List A cricket, that is. Pretty much anybody, probably until Jack Taylor comes out later on. That was probably the other route to the easier win if Jack Taylor were to get going. So Hammond, with a strike rate of basically 140, huge that he was able to stay there early on in his innings. McCann starts his 7th over, and there's no run as the ball is played back to him. Still 4 runs required as McCann bowls to Charlesworth, who drives past the bowler, and they will take one down to long off. And it's 3 to win, so because they're almost leaving it up to each other at the moment to finish this off. Neither wants to give their wicket away. Are quite happy with the red inker and the boost to the average, and nobody wants to risk going for the glory and finishing it off in style as yet. 3 to win. McCann to Price, dances down the pitch, hits it high in the air, straight down the ground. It's going to bounce. It's not going to make it to the boundary. It'll be 2 runs as long off cuts it off. Just a bit too much height there from Price. As they like to say, the wrong club. 1 to win.
Yeah. Field's got to come in now. Say Notts need a miracle is a bit of an understatement. They need 7 wickets to get the tie.
Yes, 21 dot balls would do as well. McCann to Price, dances down the pitch and drives towards mid-off, and the ball won't even leave the circle. But Gloucestershire have won this game by 7 wickets with 3.2 overs to spare, and chasing down Triple Nelson, they've done this about as easily as could ever have been imagined, thanks to the efforts mainly of Miles Hammond, with a spectacular effort for his 157, but also key contributions from Messrs Bancroft and Price, who ends up 61 not out. And I think whilst the bowling took a little bit of tap at times, the fact they were able to continue to chip away in that Nottinghamshire lineup, I think actually as much as it's about the batting and the way they've chased that total down, I think the way that they stuck at it in the field, the way that all the bowlers at least contributed a wicket, I think that will be quite pleasing for Gloucestershire as well, and they remain alive in this year's Metro Bank One Day Cup. They know that they must win their last game against Leicestershire, and then they'll see what help they might get from elsewhere as to whether that would be enough to qualify, but they live to fight another day.
Yeah, that day, of course, for Gloucestershire will be Wednesday. You'll be able to have a good look, of course, at the results that happen on Sunday to know exactly where Gloucestershire sit in the table. Of course, one of those results will be Notts' match against Essex here. Notts now will go into that one in exactly the same position as Gloucestershire went into this one. Played 6, won 3, lost 3. Gloucestershire now won 4, lost 3. There's lots of permutations that can happen. Lots of simply got to win the last 2. Essex here, they'll be looking for a much improved performance, and then Rugby School against Warwickshire, who may well be desperate to win that game. They'll be as strong as they possibly can be because they'll want to secure home semi-final advantage. So Notts have in a sense, they've squandered a good opportunity here. One or two people saying it's a pretty meek defence of 332. Brett Hutton, 5 overs left unbowled for him, but Hutton and Fletcher with the pace on, not really getting much assistance. We didn't see anything from Lyndon James, didn't turn his arm over. Rob Lord went for 70 runs from his 10 overs, having got a 5 for at Guildford on Sunday. Different days, different tracks, different opposition. The spinners all getting a wicket: Calvin Harrison, Liam Patterson-White and Freddie McCann, but not enough. Miles Hammond steering Gloucestershire very firmly on course for victory, getting just about half of the runs, and half centuries from Bancroft and Price doing the job with a little bit of support elsewhere. Earlier in the day, Notts got off to a flyer, 56 from the first wicket. Ben Slater and Freddie McCann, the openers, they both went, and at the time I think we all felt they'd left some runs out there. Asiba Mead played nicely for 105, sharing a stand of 180 odd, was it, with Lyndon James. James made 61, Tom Moore's 40 from 32, Liam Patterson-White 29 from 10, but Calvin Harrison a 5-ball duck, Brett Hutton a 5-ball duck, and it all just got derailed a little bit at the end. Luke Fletcher out for 1 as well. Notts bowled out for 332 with 9 balls left unbowled. I beg your pardon, 3 balls left unbowled. They lost their way a little bit, but even so, 332 on the board is still a sizable score, and Gloucestershire actually made it look around about 233. Comfortable win for Gloucestershire, and they will march on. Notts have got to pick themselves up. It's the family fun day, they describe it here at Trent Bridge on Sunday. Well, they'll be hoping to just bring a little bit of fun to a few families if they can turn in a much improved performance. But all the accolades to Gloucestershire today. Many thanks to Kevin Howells, who's been with us today. I know you all enjoy listening to Kevin. We all enjoy having him with us. And Ed, it's a long time overdue since you've been here at Trent Bridge.
Yes, well, hopefully it's not another, whatever it is, 6, 7 years until the next visit here. I've thoroughly enjoyed myself. First time actually working here. It's a fantastic place to work, as it is to watch cricket, and yeah, had a very enjoyable day.
Enjoyed your company and your commentary, and safe journey back home. And to everybody else, start of your sporting weekend for listeners on BBC Radio Nottingham. Remember, the footy starts tonight. Mansfield Town away at Barnsley to get the EFL League One underway. Commentary with Jake Garner and the crew this evening, coming up on match night from BBC Radio Nottingham, and then tomorrow afternoon Notts County. All being well, I'll be on the Wirral, Tranmere Rovers playing Notts, but I'll be back here at Trent Bridge again, hopefully on Sunday morning, Notts v Essex. Hope you'll join us then.